Are you ready, kids?
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, this is not what I want. This one?
Oh.
Wait.
What have you done, Ori?
I thought I fixed something and now I don't know what it is. Is it this one? That's where it is. I found it. It's this one.
Could be. Maybe.
All right. I've got it. I got it.
Nice, nice.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am just getting things set up on my end as well. Voice quality will get better momentarily.
Wait, I have to find the right other thing now. It's too many things.
You never realize how much setup goes into these things until you're actually doing it.
Here we are. Okay. This works for now.
Lovely.
This works good. Voice quality. Smoice. Nice. Yeah, alright.
Is that on my end?
Voice quality, smoice quality is what Johnum is saying.
Oh, I see.
Oh, I just drank water badly. Whew.
Oh no, Ori.
Not the
Please,
cough kind of water
don't.
badly. Not the I'm about to cough kind of water badly, but the like, you got some air in there too, so it was kind of painful.
Yeah,
Oh.
you're sending that air bubble down as well.
Yeah, pain. Alright.
Such a
Good evening is definitely more of a greeting, audio chaos. Good night seems like you just popped in to say yo and dip. Which both are appreciated, but good evening to you as well.
Yes, we're not gonna say no to either. Any greeting or
pop and
goodbye.
dop. Is that what we'll call it? A pop and dop? A pip and dip?
Oh, it's pop and dip.
Well, I'm trying to rhyme them, you know? I'm trying to rhyme them.
I see.
Alright.
Dip, then slip.
There you go. Dip and slip. Well, that's both in the same. Pop and drop. Okay, pop and drop.
Pop and drop. Okay. I
Pop
like
and drop
that.
works. Okay. Pop it, lock it, polka dot it, country slide it, hip hop it. Put your arms in the sky, move side to side. Jump to the left, stick it, glide.
Pop it, twist it.
Two very different pop it things. Alright.
I can never remember the lyrics to that song.
Yeah. I can remember the lyrics, but I never actually was like good at doing the dance in any sort of way. But I could do it. My favorite line dance is the Cotton Eye Joe.
Yes!
And then second favorite line dance is definitely the Cha-Cha Slide.
So favorite for me, I like the Cotton Eye Joe just because of how bouncy it is.
I love Cotton
Then
Eye
I
Joe.
also like the Cupid Shuffle because it's the one
Oh,
that
okay.
feels most like an actual choreographed dance.
Interesting. Yeah, I love the Cha-Cha Slide. I'm sad that the Cha-Cha Slide 2 is like rarely played, which I don't know why, but is rarely played.
I'm still finding them played at weddings and things.
No. So the Cha-Cha Slide is played, but I rarely see the second Cha-Cha Slide played. Like the Cha-Cha Slide 2, because there's like a second one. And that one I never see done.
That one? That's kind of news to me. Cha-Cha Slide 2?
Okay, now you're gonna make me look it up. Cha-Cha Slide 2.
I didn't know there was a sequel.
Yeah,
Can
part
anyone
2.
chat?
Part 2. Cha-Cha Slide Part 2.
No way!
Yeah. Part 2 lyrics. Yeah.
Alright, sure, why not?
Yeah.
I didn't know songs could get sequels.
It's called Cha-Cha Slide Part 2. It exists.
Alright, you're gonna make me look this up on my end, aren't you?
It's literally just called the Cha-Cha Slide Part 2.
Does it sound any different? Like, how is it different
It
from
has like very similar things. It's just like in a different vibe. You know, like it's just got a different vibe to it.
Huh.
I don't think it's as
The more
long.
you know, guys. The more you know.
Cotton Eye Joe, the Cupid Shuffle, Audio Chaos. I also enjoy, you know, the Macarena is always fun.
Macarena is fun.
There's another one that I know that I it's not Cupid Shuffle, but there's like another line dance one that's a little newer. I obviously know the Now Watch Me Whip, Now Watch Me Nay Nay. That one's just kind of boring though. There's not a lot going on with that one, you know? It's just kind of like eh. But there's like a wiggle one. Why do I feel like there's like a wiggle one related one? I don't know. The Donkey Kong rap. Now you're gonna line dances. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, best wedding line dances and songs: the Cupid Shuffle, the Cha Cha Slide, the Electric Slide. Yeah, of course.
Oh,
The
electric
Wobble.
slide. That
That's
one's pretty good
Wobble Baby,
too.
Wobble Baby. That's what I'm talking about. Wobble Baby, Wobble Baby. That one. The Wobble.
Okay, I have never heard of that.
Oh yeah, yeah. The Wobble is another one. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. The Hoedown Throwdown. Well, yeah, that's the Miley Cyrus one. Oh God, Baby Shark is on this list. People put Gangnam Style on this list. Who knows that? Oh, Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy is another good
Oh,
one.
Soldier Boy,
Soldier
yeah.
Boy's another good one. Time Warp. Time Warp's another. Let's do the Time Warp
Step to the left,
again.
and then a step to the right.
Put your hands on the hips, and then you move them in time. You do the pelvic thrust.
That's a good one.
That is a very good one. Okay, okay. Let's get started. Mars, are you whoa, not this.
Whoa,
Well,
whoa,
actually,
what
let me
happened?
move that over here. Are you streaming?
I shall be momentarily.
Okay.
My Discord decided it had to update.
How dare it? Why does your Discord
know.
update all the time? I just guess I never close my Discord, so it never yells at me to update it.
You know, I do close my tabs. Like, I am not one of those people with many tabs open.
I am one of
do
those people
close
with
them
many
'cause
tabs
if
open.
you're not using it.
I'm one of those people with many freaking tabs open. I don't know. I just don't like having to like find things again, and I don't like having 80 bajillion bookmarks. It's like,
See, I am a bookmarks person.
it's just annoying. I don't know.
Use a ton of bookmarks.
I got a
But,
spring cleaning
yes,
my
I
whole
shall-
deal, if I'm being honest.
I shall
But you know,
stream as soon as I can.
yeah. I gotta
And
like,
we can be off to the races.
yeah. Then we will be going. I think so what we're doing today, guys, is we are doing the official D&D Races tier list, but based on aesthetics, right? I don't care about their abilities, their features, their stats. I don't give anything about that. It doesn't matter.
Looks alone.
We're going looks alone. We're going if they have like a description, if they have some part of their like official language that talks about like aesthetics, you know, what they look like, their height, their whatever, their features, that is written in there too. But otherwise, it's just solely based on the official art that has been done for them in the most recent. We're talking 5e only. Okay.
Yep.
I didn't take any art from any other editions, or I at least tried not to, right? I don't think I did. But that, well, I've never done the Donkey Kong one, Johnum. So you know, when you get married, invite me and play it at your wedding. That's the only answer here.
That's the
Okay.
only way we'll experience it.
Or I mean, you know, it doesn't have to be a wedding. If you want to invite me to your like 22nd birthday party, I think that's your next one. You know, that works too. I learned.
You just want to have a dance party.
You know what I learned? I learned something about Ohio, right? Jamie's not here, but I learned something about Ohio. I was watching Jeopardy today, and I learned something about Ohio. Apparently, Ohio, while considered a state, like it thought it was a state, it thought it was a state for 150 years before it was actually officially a state because we messed up the paperwork.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's
It was not truly ratified as a state until 150 years after they thought they were, and everybody else thought they were. So they weren't unofficially legally a state until 150 years after that. Yeah, exactly. Only in Ohio, John. I'm only in Ohio.
They were ahead of the game.
Yeah, there's your Ohio fact for the day, right?
Gotta love a
Okay.
good Ohio fact.
Indeed. Yeah, I heard Ohio on Jeopardy and I was like, damn. I gotta remember this one for Johnum.
Yes.
For Johnum. And Jamie.
said, right?
But Jamie's not here, yeah. Jamie's
When
not
they
here
get-
right now. When they get here, indeed. But yeah,
Just,
I'm curious.
just a little factoid.
Before we get to the tier list, because we are waiting on Mars to have their Discord load. Because how could she do this? How dare this be
How could
obviously
I do
her
this
fault?
to you?
Exactly.
I
Um,
took too long to load.
what do any of you in chat have a race that you would consider is the toppest tier of aesthetics? Because and because what I'm gonna say here, right? You may think you have an answer. However, the fan depictions of many of these races are very different than what they're like actually described or drawn as. And a good example is the Fearbolg. I definitely go the sort of like Caduceus Clay, route of Fearbolg, but probably even furrier than that, where they have like very animal sort of lamb, sort of ear, like long lamb ears and everything like that. Hello, PCM. And very furry, very animalistic sort of nose going on. That's definitely not what the official sort of stuff about Fearbolgs is. So that sort of thing.
Now, Ori, you wanted me to share my screen?
Yes, because you should have the tier list open.
I do indeed, and I am officially on Discord.
Yeah. More.
There we go.
Does this... Whoop. Nope, stop.
Ruh-roh.
Ah. Exit slideshow is escape. Is there an enter slideshow? Exit full screen is Control Shift F or F11. Let's try that. Ah. Okay, interesting. Very nice. I actually wonder if we do this and we do that. No, it's not. That's not good.
Oh no, PCM! What has the world, or maybe audio, done to you?
Or maybe audio indeed. All right.
I just don't know who we should blame
I'm
here.
loading your deal. Streams pause.
Okay.
You have your application minimized. Mars, how could you do this? I mean, this counts.
I'm on the page. I'm on the page.
Interesting.
I'm on the tier list.
Unminimize Discord a second, maybe? Unlike application? It says you have your application minimized.
Why that is?
You're streaming the
Try this
the
again.
window? Yeah, guys, if you haven't opened Bingo and doing
Okay,
something,
well now
this
screen
is
share is just being a meanie.
this is technical difficulties. If you haven't checked that one off yet, you can. Also, if you weren't here yesterday to
applications,
check
going
off
live. And how about now? How we doing?
let us see. It's loading in. If you
We
weren't
looking good?
if you weren't here, yes, I haven't loaded it yet.
Am I on the wrong thing?
Like Discord's not loading anything for me is what I'm saying.
Hello?
Hello? Mars? Oh no. This is real bad stream difficulties.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, what happened?
I don't know.
Okay, that
It
was
looks like you
weird.
having network problems. Discord says. Oh, there it is. We found it.
Oh, you can see it?
I can see it.
Awesome. I'm not leaving this page. So guys, I apologize. I cannot see chat anymore.
Okay. I need this to be above. Apparently this is not. Is that it? That's it. Okay. And then I need this to be...
Maybe I can pull up chat on my phone. That could work.
Oh no. Heck.
Oh heck.
It's me. It's me just trying to do things. Because I gotta make it all fit nice in these new boxes I made.
Nice and neat.
Indeed. Okay. Shrink it a little bit there. There we go. Nice and good. Okay. beautiful.
Okay, so everyone can see
Okay,
everything.
everybody can see now. Everybody's good.
Hey.
Mars, react with the poop emoji if you are real.
Oh, okay. Well,
You have been
there we
commanded.
go.
But yes, so very quick again. This is the race tier list for Dungeons and Dragons 5e. Oh, PCM's sick. I'm so sorry, PCM. That sucks. I hope it's not the big sick and it's only the little sick. You know. But take that as a
big
lesson.
sick, hopefully.
It's not the big
Not
sick?
the big
Good.
sick. We
I'm
have
glad it's not the
confirmation.
big sick. Very good, very good. Alright.
That still
So-
sucks, though. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Is it the sore throat? Is it the runny nose? Which is your least favorite symptom? Say it in chat. Ah,
I would have to say the sore throat personally.
yeah, sore throat's the worst. By a lot.
Because then I'm like, I don't want to talk. I don't want to eat.
Symptom tier
Everything
list.
involving the throat just sucks.
Very true, very true. Oh my god, PCM audio chaos. Same brain cell right now. right.
Literally.
So, yeah, so Dungeons & Dragons 5e race aesthetic tier list, right? We're only going off of aesthetic description and images. So, let us begin with the first one, the Aarakocra. From below, Aarakocra look like large birds and thus are sometimes called birdfolk. Only when they roost on a branch or walk across the ground is their humanoid nature clear. Standing upright, Aarakocra are typically about 5 feet tall, and they have long, narrow legs that taper to sharp talons. They have feathers that cover their body, usually red, orange, yellow, brown, or gray. And their heads are also avian, often resembling those of parrots or eagles. Now, the official art only gave me eagles. This is the official art. That's
we'll
it.
have to use theater of the mind.
Hello,
for the-
Necronomicon. Yeah, they're definitely shorter than normal.
Necronomicon?
So let's talk about Aarakocra. On
Yes.
my list that I have here, right? We have a love it. Let me switch to here. We have a love it, which is red. We have like it, which is orange. We have could be cool, and this one.
It's kind of like meh.
Yeah, this one kind of like, for me, the could be cool is the kind of like, I think that the way people have drawn them, like art that I have seen about this race has been amazing, but it technically doesn't go by the official standards. And then you have, they are Johnum. And then we have, it's okay, boring, and hate it. All right.
Yes.
So that's the list we got here.
Our rage shall be reserved.
This is the sort of thing. So, Aarakocra. I can go first, I guess, and mine sort of is. You know what? I like them. Now, the reason I only like them and I don't love them is solely for the fact that they have incredibly limited. Oh my god, John. They have incredibly limited the amount of like birds, right? There are tons of birds. But the way that they wrote that description is they limited to like you can only have really an eagle or parrot head. Again, they say normally, but like, you know, you can say anything normally, you know. They were just trying to be inclusive there at that point. They're not saying all the time. I'm saying most are eagles or, you know, parrots, but they leave out so many other types of birds, right? Same with the colors, right? Birds have so many amazing colors. Birds are one of the most colorful sort of animals in the world, like grouping of animals in the world. And they're like, nah, you only get like reds and browns and grays and, you know, and it's like whites. And it's like, that's kind of boring. However, they do have wings. They do have feathers. You know, those are definitely top tier in that sort of thing. So they're definitely at the high end of like it. There's no stats in this PCM. No stats.
Yeah, we're just considering aesthetics.
Exactly, Johnum.
John, I'll have to remember that for next
Johnum,
time.
speaking about Jeopardy, there was literally a Jeopardy category that said birds are real. That was the title of the Jeopardy category. It was all about birds.
That's
But
great.
Mars.
Yes. So, okay. How do you pronounce it? Aarakocra?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Aarakocra, I'm torn between two categories, in all honesty. Because, you know, what you see is what you get. If you want to play a bird, congratulations. We have a bird category for you. It's literally a bird on 2 legs doing what, bipeds can do. And that's fine. That's perfectly serviceable. But I feel like so much more could be done with it that unfortunately does require home brewing. So that's why I'm torn between the two carries. Could be cool and it's okay. Because it's very much you read the tin, you get what's on the tin in the tin. There's no incredible variations. Like parrot, eagle, there are your picks. And like Ori said, there are many other birds out there, many different variations. And if I was judging on that, I would say, maybe not my personal cup of tea, but I feel like this is kind of the bare minimum. So I'm actually going to put it in the could be cool category.
Alrighty. Well, moving along.
Exactly, audio. Exactly.
To ASMR. They resemble their parents, but live for up to 160 years and often have features that hint at their celestial heritage. These often begin as subtle and become more obvious when the ASMR gains the ability to reveal their full celestial nature. The ASMR, so some examples of these features that you could have are a dusting of metallic white or charcoal freckles, metallic, luminous, or dark eyes, darkly colored hair, an unusual hue tinting your shadow, a ghostly halo crowning your head, rainbows gleaming on your skin, and then finally, depending on which ASMR you pick, you could have your sort of ability that changes, your form for one of your 3 abilities, and one of them is where your eyes briefly become pools of darkness and ghostly, flightless wings sprout from your back. You have one where searing light temporarily radiates from your eyes and mouth, like someone we know, and 2 luminous spectral wings sprout from your back temporarily. And these are the pictures here. We sort of one with the wings, sort of chilling, and we have one that he sort of looks like a human otherwise. He's got human skin tone, human hair color. He's just got red eyes and these wings. Then we have the other one that gives sort of more like an ethereal, sort of celestial look to me, with like the sort of off-color skin tone and very very dark hair that's sort of billowing here. Definitely gives like a wispy vibe. So those are the 2 we have there. So let's go on to the tier list. ASMR are tough. They have a lot of cool things that they could have. However, I feel like they lack a lot of cool shit that angels do have, right? So they're definitely based off angels, celestials. Now, there's a lot of celestials in D&D. I gotta say, Pegasi, unicorns, Felitars, these are all celestials, right? The freaking winged serpent, that's a celestial. Okay, so we have all of these actual celestials in D&D, and they got barely anything going on for them. So ASMR just sort of sorely disappoint me, and thus they put me in the could be cool. There's a lot of fun ideas floating around there. I mean, look at how Neffy is, right? Neffy's got a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
Exactly. She's got the head wings, she's got the multiple eyes, she's got the halo and everything. Like, that's already a lot more than is just naturally in the sort of basic cut and dry by the book ASMR. So
did someone pop on?
Interruption.
Oh, interruption.
Hey,
Hello.
Cinder Bum. Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
Doing
How are
good,
you?
Doing good.
You guys are on my stream too.
Oh, hello,
Oh,
hello,
cool.
Cinder Stream.
Hello, Cinder Stream.
You guys are cartoons. Wait, I have to fix you.
We like being cartoons. We want to live as cartoons.
Yes,
One day you will.
That is the dream.
that is the goal.
Ori, where do you want to put you here?
I don't know. Where do you want to put me?
I gotta be honest. I can't
Ori.
look, Cinder, because if I leave this screen, Discord will apparently
That
crash
is-
again.
yeah.
Don't.
So
But
I can't risk it.
I'll tell you what. I can position myself though. So Ori, talk for a second.
Hello.
Ouch!
Oh,
Oh,
smacked.
too loud.
No, she hit me. She's slapping me. She's beating me up.
Oh,
Stop
okay.
Stop it. So what are you guys doing?
We are doing a D&D race tier list.
Aesthetic
tonight.
tier list. I
Aesthetic,
don't
aesthetic,
care
very
about
important.
abilities, okay? Because
Yeah.
because
So
with
we're
abilities
not
there
talking
is easy
facts
a
or
mathematical
anything.
sort of
Which
yes or
races have you
noses.
gone through so
We've
far?
only gotten through 2.
literally just
well, one and a
started.
half. We literally just started.
Which 2 have you done?
It's alphabetical, so we did
Aarakocra.
Arakocra. Now we're on ASMR.
And
I have
we're on
placed ASMR.
What, Kra?
Kokra.
Aarakocra.
Kokra? How do you...
Kokra?
I don't know.
The bird person.
He knows what we're
guys.
talking about. He's just being a little imp.
I just I literally have never heard it pronounced that
That's
way
how we say
before.
it.
How do you pronounce it?
Kokra.
Aarakocra?
Yeah.
Aarakocra.
See, why is it an
Okay.
O? There's no E at the end, you know? What makes it an O noise?
Because it doesn't need to have an E at the end if it's based in other
What?
languages.
I was thinking cock like a chicken.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's like
just
KORCA
saying it.
though.
Saying it. You guys are
Agree to disagree.
You got really tall. All right, cool. So who's next? Who's next?
Mars has
Well,
to tell us about
It was
ASMR.
me. Yes.
How come I'm not on your screen? Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I don't feel
Because I have like a whole new thing. I don't
Yeah,
even know
I
where you
don't
are.
think we registered his
This one.
avatar with this
No,
particular double screen.
It's here. I just
Did we?
gotta. Where is it?
They just don't love me.
Copy.
They just don't think I'm cool.
Cinder, if I
don't
didn't think
get
you
it.
were cool, would I be catching up with Rally this entire week?
You're the best. You're the
I
best.
made it to episode 5.
Do
There you
like
are,
it so
Cinder.
far? It's pretty fun.
Oh, I'm having an absolute blast with it. I am a sucker for like the team bonding moments. So like when there's no fights happening and it's just interactions between the characters, like that is my shit. So I'm like,
Oh,
I am here for this.
I was gonna say that is Rally in a nutshell. It is 99% character moments. Very little actual
Indeed.
combat.
completely up my alley. But
That's what I was thinking, Jonathan.
Who's next? All right, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
was
Who's
me.
next on this list? Who's next on this list?
Mars gotta do
Well-
ASMR.
with the ASMR and the description Ori read, I gotta be honest, where I feel the strength of ASMR lies is kind of in the details. Like that whole what was it, Halo, you
Mhm.
could have rainbow, you could have silver, you could change the eyes, you could change the hair. Like they're not major changes, but they're very aesthetic ones. And the devil is in the details. I gotta be honest, when I heard those descriptions, that was giving me full on protagonist vibes. I gotta say, I love it. I
Dang.
really do. Because I
Alright.
was just vibing with that whole description.
Alright. Alright, moving on to the next one. We also don't have Cinder here. Let me fix that. Paste.
If you want to throw in your 2 cents as well, Cinder.
Oh yeah, I've been listening really intently. So listen, anybody that doesn't have pupils, that's pretty hot. So I think that bumps ASMR up a little bit.
I
Also-
see.
Also, don't forget that they could have wings, which is pretty cool.
Yeah,
But
I
more so than
factored in.
cool,
No, that's
More
the
s-
whole vibe.
more so than cool wings is that they can have skeletal wings.
Mm-hmm. That is also
That's
very
really
true.
cool. And I think any time that you can be a thing that you can make yourself glow, that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, especially
like-
when like your power is increasing. It
Yes,
just gives anime vibes.
yes.
You want
yeah,
that.
Yeah. I would listen. I would let one of them walk me home at night. You know what I mean? If I was
probably
cold
be a
and
good
if I was
nightlight.
cold and lonely on a woeful winter eve and I happened upon an Azamar and they said, "Hey, you want to hang?" I'd be like, "Yeah."
I think Cinder's playing Smash or Pass, guys. I think he's playing a different game.
I
What is
think so.
the difference?
There is a big difference.
The
just
problem
joined
I
the
have with
Racer
Smash or
journey last
Pass
week.
on this specific thing, Cinder, is solely for the fact that an ASMR can literally be any single person, but also an ASMR, right?
Yeah,
and
but
so there's
imagine any single person, but now imagine them glowing.
see, I gotta say, there's
Wow,
definitely a list of
wow,
people that
wow.
I would still definitely not smash, that I would still pass, even if they were just an ASMR, right? So it's like it doesn't work that way.
Oh, it works that way. Listen, maybe I'm just into bioluminescence, but it works that way for me. Somebody comes up to me and they're glowing like a glow stick, their whole body like an irradiated Mr. Burns. You know,
See, because
somebody
there's
call
a
the fire
difference here.
department because it's getting hot.
See, there's a difference here, right? ASMR on the right, smash. ASMR on the left, pass. Like, come on. Like, it's really dependent. It's really
I don't know,
dependent.
That robe leaves a lot to the imagination.
I don't know.
It comes down to personal taste.
I'm not the red eyes.
well.
I'm not here for the red eyes. You know, I
You're not
don't
here
need
for the red
Superman,
eyes?
you know, gonna you know,
What about
liquefy my
Danny
brains.
DeVito what about Danny DeVito as
See,
an Asimov?
it's a pass.
I don't know. John seems into it.
Of course, John's into it. You know, it's
John
John.
on him with
He's
it.
from Ohio.
So let me.
Son Wizard, thank you for joining.
So listen. Let me. So it's not smash or pass. It's generally just like I think that looks cool,
Yeah,
or I think that
Pretty
vibe is
much.
cool.
yeah.
All right, I'm down, but I'm gonna be playing smash or pass.
Feel free to play how you would like at home.
So let's move on to one of the
If you
new
wanted Smash or
races.
Pass, you should have come to Ace Attorney last week.
Yeah.
That was the Smash or Pass.
All right. Let's do
Very
one of the new
controversial.
Spelljammer races, the Astral Elf. Okay.
Oh.
A light that manifests a starry gleam in an astral elf's eyes. Because nothing ages on the astral plane, astral elves who inhabit that plane can be very old, and their longevity gives them an unusual perspective on the passage of time. Some are prone to melancholy, while others might display an absence of feeling. Whether they choose to live in quiet contemplation or strike out to explore the reaches of the multiverse, astral elves tend to see things through the lens of time as having little or no meaning to them. Astral elves who don't dwell on the astral plane can live to be more than 750 years old. Now, because Spelljammer surprisingly has a lot of art, we got a lot of different astral elf options here. We got this one
I
with
was
like
about to
pink
say,
skin.
There's so much here.
And you know, they give this one with pink skin, but we have this one with more, you know, human classic complexion. Then we have one with human complexion but pink hair. We have one that might be bald, might not, don't know what's under that hat, but has sort of like a pinkish complexion. But the thing that seems the through line is, of course, pointy ears and those black scleras with yellow pupils and seemingly no iris at all. So that's definitely an interesting
the
thing.
Huns from the
Oh my god,
animated
literally
Mulan.
though. Literally
That's
though.
literally it.
Literally though. All right. I will say, their fashion is impeccable. I actually didn't put all the images that exist for the Astral Elves on here because some of them were just them in the armor, and that's not what we're grading here, right? We're grading them on their physical aesthetic, not their armor. But I will say their fashion is on point. But with that, let's move over to...
Wait, can I chime in for Astral Elf, or did you guys?
Yeah,
Did I
no, we haven't even gotten to the tier
decided
list yet.
anything
Oh, okay, good. I thought I missed it.
Oh, no,
No,
no.
not at all.
My chat has a solid answer for this one.
Oh, go on. How about you
Oh,
first?
sweet.
We put the Astral Elf firmly in Smash.
Okay.
I will
All right.
agree with that. I will
I'm
agree
definitely-
with that.
I'm definitely leaning. You know, as a person, I don't enjoy elves in the first place, and we'll get to elves a little more later because I just find they're human plus. And now this is indeed human plus, right? So
Yeah.
so I'm gonna move it into. I'm gonna put it into You know, it's okay. I would play one, but they're definitely not my top pick. They're definitely better than normal elves, right? But, you know, I need something more. I want crazy.
Yeah.
So I will say this as I select my own. You guys play Pokemon, right?
Mm.
So you know what
I catch 'em all.
shiny Pokemon are. Exactly.
Uh,
This is basically a shiny elf
it is a shiny
to
elf.
me. It is cool. I do like it, but there's, aside from the slight changes, it's like a palette swap
Yeah,
for me.
exactly.
Like, that's why I say this is just a shiny elf.
I agree.
I
I
would
agree.
probably play one though. 'Cause
Yeah.
I do feel the aesthetic, but if we're talking like in comparison to everything else, I think there are much cooler aesthetics.
It's definitely
to
not
play
the
as.
best elf either. There's other better elves.
Oh, I'm looking at this one with like flowers in the hair.
Oh,
Got this
yeah.
autumn witch vibe, and I'm like,
Oh,
who
yeah,
is
yeah.
that?
All right. Next up,
When can I play that?
We have the Autognome, again, another Spelljammer race. Autognomes are mechanical beings built by rock gnomes. An autognome bears a resemblance to its creator, and most autognomes are programmed to speak and understand Gnomish. The internal components used in an autognome's manufacture can vary wildly. One autognome might have an actual beating heart in its chest cavity, while another might be powered by stardust or intricate clockwork gears. Now we have a lot of different autognomes here. We have this sort of bard one all the way on the left. He's got like a lute. He's got like hair going on. Very interesting. We then have this one that's very metallic, sort of a fighter shield guy. And then we have this magic user. He's pondering the orb. Very nice there. And then we have this sort of beefy hunk of a guy that almost looks like he's gonna go sumo wrestling with that bun on his head, if I do say so myself. But they come in some crazy colors, a lot of oranges and reds, but this one is that silver purple, which is very nice. And let's move on to the tier list. All right, for
I know what I
Autognome.
want to say about this one.
I'm so curious what you guys think of the Autognome.
Okay, now they do come in very wild and different shapes, right? And they honestly do have very little specifics said about them, right? They kind of vaguely resemble gnomes, right? They can be a bunch of different things. I do like that they show there is a variety of colors, right? You don't seem sort of stuck by those colors.
They're customizable.
Exactly. They're customizable. They can be bards. They can be wizards. They can be fighters. Yeah, you can get a new paint job. Being mechanical, you have some crazy parts going on. I would put them in I like it. Right? I will put them under Aarakocra just solely for the fact that I enjoy feathers more than robots. That's just my personal sort of thing. A lot of the aesthetic sort of comes to what I like to draw. So that plays a big part into it. I will say mechanics make me feel bad, and feathers, I will accept the pain. So that's why they are put under Aarakocra, but they do have a lot of variety, a lot of nice variety. The one that pondered the orb was very adorable. So they're in like it.
Guys, my chat is fucking obsessed with autognomes.
Really? Oh, well, they got good taste.
Yeah, I got, listen, somebody said smash, they're customizable. Smash, huge. Somebody said huge technophile. We got a technophile.
Yep.
Can I say what they said? They said chitin beats flesh, flesh beats and fur beat. Okay, chitin beats flesh, fur beats flesh, scales beats flesh. I guess everything just beats.
You're
flesh.
all right.
Oh,
These are all correct.
definitely.
These are all 100%
You guys are
right.
all right.
Who said that?
No one is wrong here.
That was some dude.
Some dude. You are
that's his name.
100% correct.
That's his username.
No, I know.
His username is some dude.
Some dude, top tier, take there. That's the best take. You know exactly the vibe.
What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know your thought. Are you smash or pass? Or not smash or pass? I'm sorry.
Well,
you're not playing smash or pass. Aesthetic or pass?
I put it in like it. That's second to top.
So
cool.
Aesthetically, I'm going to expose myself right now, guys.
Mm.
I adore steampunk. I absolutely love the gears, the metal. I love how the metal can look aged, like it could fit in a new modern society, or it could fit in this post-apocalyptic, like ravaged type world. Like, it's so versatile. Seeing those images that you had, Ori, really reminded me of this video game. I don't know if any of you guys had played it. It's called Machinarium. It had these very cute little robots in it, and this very sketchy art style to it that just emphasized the aged and weathering of the armor. Another thing I really like about it is that they can resemble the creator, which I just find a really good vibe. You could get a lot of interesting story beats out of that. Say, for example, your character can't recall their past, but the only thing they have to go on is what they see in the mirror or some as a storyteller, guys, I am vibing with that so hard. It's going in love it. I gotta be honest. I might put it ahead of what was it? Asimar?
Yeah.
I think. Because I am very steampunk biased. I am very steampunk biased. I will say it here and now.
There you go.
Love it.
I don't know. I'm at the top of Mars's tier. You've heard it here first, folks.
Yes.
All right. Let us move on to someone we know dearly, Mars. The bugbear.
The
Before you go,
bugbear.
Yes.
Mars, I wanted to say several people in my chat they resonate deeply with your steampunk.
Oh, you guys are awesome.
There
You
you
guys
go.
are incredible, and you have great taste. Gotta say.
I'm gonna mute you
Steampunk
if you keep saying
for the
nice
win.
things to them.
We need more shows that are steampunk oriented.
Do you remember that terrible movie that was made out of a mediocre book about cities eating each other?
No.
Nope.
It's a steampunk thing.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later.
Oh, I think I remember the one. Was it the one where it's like the towns were on like these fortresses that fought each other and they were like moving towns or something?
Yeah. It's a book series that's not bad, but the movie was really bad.
Yeah, that movie was so forgettable. I have no recollection of
That
it.
Mars forgot it. Yeah, there you
I
go.
Yeah, it speaks for itself.
Traction
Alright,
City slander, sorry.
so,
All right, I'm gonna shut up while you guys talk about Bugbear and I talk to my chat and sort of listen to you guys.
sure. Yeah, so
worries.
Bugbear. We had a Bugbear as a player for a long campaign before this one, so we know them very well. Now, neither bugs nor bears. Bugbears are the hulking cousins of goblins and hobgoblins. They are long of limb and covered in coarse hair, with wedge-shaped ears and pointed teeth. Despite their formidable build, bugbears are quiet skulkers, thanks to a fey magic that allows them to hide in spaces seemingly too small for them. Now, on the left here, we have this guy that has a very sort of gruff beard, a lot of hair, these sort of very big eyebrows, very long pointed ears. He's got some tusks going on. And the rest of him, while definitely hairy, is relatively just human with a mild bit of hair on it, right? Like a short-haired dog, right? It's a little bit of hair, but it's relatively form-filling. It's not particularly fluffy. On the right, we have one where there's no fur at all on the face. Again, still long ears, big eyebrows, still tusks, that beard sort of thing, but a lot more fur on the body. Now, it's still sort of form-fitting and everything, but it's definitely wispier, furrier. It comes off his sort of elbows and knees and everything. And the feet on that guy look more like bear's feet than necessarily the left guy has more like person-looking feet. And so we'll move on to the tier list. Bugbear.
Nice.
Bugbears are a little weird. So, it talks about them having long limbs, and that sort of manifests, and they sort of have like doubly long limbs. When you do art, right, when you learn how to draw anatomy-wise, you learn that the wrist of a human usually ends about like your crotch. The elbow usually ends about your like waist, right? That's just like the proportions that is like the average on the human, right? So now imagine bugbears where your wrist sort of ends near your knee. Okay, so that's sort of like a very, you're definitely longer of limb now.
They lanky boys.
There's two things that make me really dislike the bugbear. One, I need them to be furrier, right? If they're gonna be furry, I don't want it to be like just a dude that has too much hair, right? And both of them sort of give that vibe. I want it to be like Bigfoot. Like when you look at pictures of Bigfoot, it is just a
You're just
massive
sitting there
fur,
like, you need
right?
all
My
the hair.
dog is how I need a bugbear to be. And if you've seen pictures of my dog on the Discord, my dog has way too much hair. Everybody really, really, really wants to cut her hair. And I go, no, I want that to be furry, like, not a mop because it's not that corded sort of hair, but like, just super fuzzy, right? I don't want the form to take over. I don't want to see the pecs and the abs and the biceps, right? Like they're just fur. And then the other thing that upsets me about that as well is the fact that like they're not really furry in the face or the ears, right? They still have full skin, ears, and face. Like again, I want them to be like a dog where the fur is all over.
Can
Right?
I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think the texture of bugbear fur is? Do you think it's more like a wolf or like a bear or like an animal with a lot of down?
Oh,
Or do you think it's more like a yak or like a buffalo or like a moose where
I-
their fur is almost like hair,
Yeah, I'm thinking it's very coarse
like
and
thistle?
very shaggy. Like when you go to touch that, it's not going to be soft. It's going to be like a kind of rough hay texture.
Yeah.
Because I would see it more as not like it's more so for like survival. Like how animals have like maybe 2 coats of fur, and like that first coat is very rough to protect against the elements. That's
Yeah,
the
that
kind of
makes
vibe
sense.
I get, especially with it being on the face.
All right. All right.
What about you, Ori?
My vote's definitely wire hair. Again, I go back to my dog now. Only Mars has touched my dog here, but it's sort of that like where the outside
Pretty
is
soft,
wispy.
though.
Well, okay, it depends. When she's washed,
But
she's very
maybe
soft.
you don't think I've ever touched her on like an emotional level? You
No,
don't
no,
think
no.
she's been
If you've
by
touched it on
my-
an emotional
by my-
level, you certainly can. But the idea where like the face fur and the ears fur would be very
Yeah.
soft, right? But
Yeah.
left unwashed and sort of, like unbathed because you're out in the wilderness, roughing it, right? Like
Yeah.
it definitely gets that coarse, sort of like Irish setters or like, wire hair dogs, right? Like that's sort of the vibe I
Oh,
would say for their hair.
Maybe kind of like a pulley.
Yeah. Or like a
Polish
schnauzer.
fur.
Like a schnauzer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody in my chat mentioned that they're very good for aftercare because they have big arms. So there should be a lot of aftercare.
Oh, so that's a hard smash for them.
I
then.
see.
It is. I think I'm actually. I'm not sure if I'm. I think I might be pass on them because I am not into the thistle. I don't think
Well,
thistle hair
I'm
is
putting
nice to
them
cuddle with.
in just okay. I am putting them above the Astral Elf in just okay, just because like they got a lot more cool stuff going on that like
Yeah,
deviates
they got
from
crazy.
being like a
they
human.
got crazy elbows.
Right? They got the super long arms. I really like the really long pointed ears with the eyebrows and the tusks. Like those are all nice things where the
You
elves
like
just kind of
the long. You like the long ears of the bugbear, but not the long ears of the elf.
because the long ears of the bugbear are one much more exaggerated, and two
Yes.
they have like when elf ears get long, which some of the elves do have, very top tier. But when it's literally like I'm a human, but my ear comes to a point, that's unfortunate. Like that's just sad.
It's like
That's
go
just-
big or go home.
That's
Exactly.
also, you might be an elf, or you might just be a kid that like was smushed up against your mom's
Yeah,
belly
exactly.
weird in the womb. Because those
Exactly.
people just exist. I've seen them.
Oh yeah, exactly.
It could certainly happen.
All right, Mars.
Bugbear is such a hard choice for me because there are some things done right here. I really like, particularly with the picture we have here. It's like a bat crossed with Bigfoot, and
Mm.
that's a pretty good combination. Like I like these kind of bat-like ears. I like the shape of the mouth. I like how it's kind of drawn. It almost feels like not Disney's version of Beauty and the Beast, but like the classic Beauty and the Beast. If any of you have ever seen that,
Mhm.
very similar to that.
We lost Cinder. Bye, Cinder.
It's just aside. Oh, bye, Cinder. It's just aside from the face and the long arms, there's not much else really doing it for me. So it's just kind of like, okay, the top half is very cool, but the bottom half is just kind of, it's functional, I
Mm.
suppose.
There's also no
I
tail.
can't. Yeah,
The
there's
tail
no
detracts.
so
If it
that-
had like a bare little fluff tail, that'd be moving
well,
up
that's
the
one
ranks.
of those things where I could definitely see someone homebrewing that. So
Oh,
this
yeah.
is where I'm torn between could be cool and it's okay. Like I can't put it in boring.
I
love
don't
the
think-
face too much. It's
so-
definitely not boring.
In my opinion, it stays in it's okay and not could be cool because that one thing that could be done to it that still keeps in the realm of it
Isn't
feeling like a
always-
bugbear isn't good enough, right? Like that's just
Yeah.
me.
But I would put it above the astral elf because it is more than just palette swapped elf.
Hmm. Yeah.
So that is my current ranking for this.
All
guy.
right. Moving
Yeah.
back down the line, we go to Centaur. All right, Centaur. From the waist up, they resemble elves, displaying all the elf varieties of skin tone. From the waist down, they have the bodies of horses. All right, we have sort of just a very classic. It's a human stuck on top of a very generic horse body here on the left. On this middle one, we actually have an older version of the art they have, where they definitely have a little more of that sort of like unnatural look to them with this very wide nose. They give me sort of the Avatar people from the movie Avatar vibes. And then you
Ooh, I
have
see it.
on the right, well, it looks more like a human. They definitely have a lot more cultural vibe going on that one with the mohawk, which honestly vibe, and then all the tattoos and everything. It definitely sort of has this different vibe to it. So we move along down. I have to find my freaking buttons. All right, Centaur. Centaur is a little difficult to me in the sense of that I already like centaurs, right? Even when they're just sort of humans on top of, horse bodies with like nothing else going on. I do enjoy the vibe, right? However, I want ideally centaurs that also have a little more horse in them. Maybe they get the horse ears, right? Maybe the mane, maybe the hair is definitely, sort of this very flowing and long all the time, right?
But now we're dipping into homebrew territory.
Exactly. So my sort of area is I'm going to put them below ASMR in could be cool, right? I feel like what I would want to do with a centaur and what a lot of like artists do with centaurs and stuff are very, very cool and very, very awesome, and they do really, really cool stuff. But the examples we have been given and the text that we have been given that tells me that the tops are just literally elves, kind of a little not awesome. So, thank you for the raid, Cinder. Thank you.
Thank you, Cinder.
Yes. Well, now you can smash
Welcome,
it past in our
Dude
chat,
Wilson.
some dude.
Yes, you can. Cinder raid. Here we go.
Indeed. Welcome, Johnums. Thank you for the raid, Johnum. No. Thank you, Cinder.
Thanks, Cinder. Much appreciated.
Oh, it's really funny, Cinder.
Yeah.
Is that so in my chat I have it so that raiders get like highlighted, so they show me like the people who raided with you, and because Johnum still raided with you because he was in there, now he has a raider highlight.
Oh yeah, it is.
Look at that. Hi, Sea Slug. Welcome back.
Please suck.
I need to end stream soon because I'm working on a YouTube video. But oh my god, Origami,
Wow.
I'm so upset that I could. Can I tangent you guys for 2 seconds before I let you back to your cast?
That is very cool, Sea Slug.
Mari, this is a story for you. So chat,
okay.
fuck off. This is not for you. This is just a moment. I just need to have a moment with Mari over here on our left-hand side of the page.
Okay.
So-
I won't listen either.
This
you
is
can
our
listen.
little corner of the
You can
world.
listen, or you just know all this already.
I see.
So I took the image that Ori made of my character, and I'm trying an experiment where I use that image in YouTube videos instead of having my face. You know how like in my TikToks, my face like pops around the screen or whatever?
Yeah.
So I'm trying that with this image because it kind of lets me do best of both worlds of like doing mostly audio recording and moving pictures and stuff. But so you know how like there's like the people that like there's the YouTubers that like just have their character pop around. So this video is gonna be that. We'll see how it is. See if it's good.
Oh, very cool.
I'm
And I was
excited.
trying
look forward to seeing it.
and I was trying to show it to Origami last night or yesterday,
Yeah.
and I couldn't fucking get it to work.
Ah,
Pissed me off
man.
so much.
The
That's
Mac
such
and
unfortunate.
Discord did not like each other, and there's like
They
a
did
lot of
not.
issues. And then I went to dinner, and then I essentially streamed and went to bed.
Yeah, and I thought you were online at like 3 in the morning.
Yeah,
but you
it's
weren't.
because my computer's on, unfortunately, so
Oh,
it says I'm on
geez.
all the time.
Yeah, if anybody, there's a handful of people who I talk to regularly, just have like 30 plus messages of me just going, yo, at like 2 in the morning. Cause I'm like, oh, they're awake. Let's hang out. But they're usually not awake.
It's unlikely, but you never know. You might get lucky.
Listen. You gotta shoot your shot.
Every once in a while, I've been up.
Gotta
Every once in
try.
a while, I've been up. So shoot the shot.
On the
What
rare
monster?
possibility.
What race are you guys talking
We're on
about now?
Centaur now.
We're up to
Mars has to do
Centaur.
Centaur.
Ooh, all right. I'll shut the
Yes.
fuck up. I'm so curious what Mars Centaurs.
Oof. I may be saying something controversial. I don't know, but I gotta be honest. Centaurs, while very cool, and I do appreciate them aesthetically, I have just seen too much of them. Like,
Mm.
if you even if you have not played D&D, you know what a centaur is. Like, you are going to find centaurs in every other piece of media you come across. And I think that's the problem for me is I've just seen them far too much that it's not unique anymore. It doesn't stand out. Whereas something like at least Arakocra, it's like, okay, haven't really seen that before. Like even with the Astral Elf, I can't say I've seen that where it's like centaur, they show up in Harry Potter, they show up in Age of Mythology, video games. Like, I'm just desensitized to it at this point. I feel bad doing it, but I gotta stick to my guns. I'm putting it in boring.
Dang. All right.
I think that's just a personal bias.
Drop
Yeah,
the
chat-
mic. Dang, girl.
Chat seems to also be
probably gonna be controversial.
no. See, chat seems to be in the centaurs. Tars in general, nice.
Oh,
You know?
tars in general.
Yeah.
Is
If you have never
I
been on
just-
Pinterest and looked
too many centaurs
at like
Okay.
tars,
It's unfortunate,
it's
Genuine
fantastic.
but they all start to
My
just
favorite,
blend.
not my favorite, OC, but top tier OC is a multiple tar.
Genuine.
Bug equine tar robot. Holy crap! Those are the coolest words ever strung in a single sentence.
What is if you guys had to pick a tar to be? What kind?
Am I living in this
I don't think I
society
know enough
right
to
now,
know
or am I
that.
living in D&D?
I think okay. I mean, I think you're living in D&D, but if
Okay.
you have a really different answer for this society, I'm curious what it is. But I will also say that, like, yeah, I don't think it would be like if you. I don't think it would be like you would be attacked by people as being a monster. I think I'm more like, what would you think would just be more fun?
So the reason I ask like which society is not even being like attacked. It's more for like how could I fit into things, right?
Oh yeah,
like
yeah,
mechanically, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like having antlers really cool, but in this world I can literally only wear one kind of clothes. You know, like I can only wear one kind
Button-up
of shirt.
shirts.
Exactly, that's it. There's no other option. So it's like, so
You could also wear stretchy shirts.
really stretchy shirts though. Depends on how big the
I
antlers
mean,
are.
in a magical world,
But ideal
really
tar.
stretchy shirts like this.
Now I'm gonna pick a weird one, but this is a very specific one. I'd be a griffin tar. Because come on, why not?
I didn't know that we could pick magical.
Why
creatures.
not? I mean, we're in D&D, are we not? If I have to pick a one specific creature,
Because I have a different
Fully,
answer.
like,
If we
are
could pick D&D
cool.
creatures.
there's
wanna-
too many good animals.
I want to hear
in
your answer too,
normal
Mari.
life.
Oh. You know, instinct makes me want to pick either like fox or wolf because they're my favorite animal, but I don't know if that would look good.
My vote is crocodilian, probably
Wolf
a
would be
caiman.
odd, because the front legs of a wolf look a lot more like the front arms. Like they have an arm vibe to them. You know?
Oh.
Yeah, this may be
Almost all
something I need to
animals
put
do.
more thought into.
Very few animals don't have arms. Do you know one that doesn't have arms? Elephants have 4 knees. They're the only animal that does.
Yeah. Well, based on D&D, elephants can jump like 8 feet in the air. So.
And that is why fiction is amazing.
Yeah. If I could pick a D&D one, I think I would be a black pudding tar. Just be like be corrosive
goop.
ooze from the waist down. That'd be gnarly.
Chilling
I-
with a
So
goop.
your goal is to act out time I got reincarnated as a slime.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except it's gonna be way darker when I do
Oh
it.
yeah, it makes sense. It's Cinder.
That is fair.
I'm stuck between a couple things. I'm stuck between. I'll be honest. I really like Snake. I think Snake is cool.
Ooh.
Like that would be so. Like Snake from the waist down is kind of badass. It also solves a lot of the can't fit in places thing because you could still be fucking massive,
Mm-hmm.
but you could like curl around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Wait a second. Isn't that
Snake
a
is cool.
naga?
Nagas usually are like full snake, kind of human.
Depends on the mythology.
But yeah, it really
Nagas are
depends.
that is Nagas in some mythology.
In
but,
D&D, that's what they are.
yeah, Nagas are big.
Okay.
The Yuan Ti also are like that in D&D.
Yeah. Well, Yuan-Ti are also kind of more leaning towards human than the Nagas are. It's a very
Yeah.
weird line.
I also this is gonna be creepy to some people, but I think you can't argue with the quality of it. Is Spider?
No, Spider's good. Okay, Spider's really good.
You
I
can
was
jump so
told
fucking high. You can climb on walls. You can poop web of
My-
different shapes and sizes.
my Pathfinder PC is actually just like a big spider that can look like a human sometimes, and eventually get a hybrid form, which I'm very excited for.
Very cool.
That's
But
really cool. God, Pathfinder sounds so much fun.
when I was designing them on stream, someone, I can't remember who, was it PCM? It might have been PCM, recommended like this image of this spider centaur, and it's from an anime that's all about like monster fuckers and everything. But the point is that she,
Sorry, from what kind of monster truckers?
it's a monster,
they
it's
like
a
say, like,
monster harem anime.
essentially.
And
What kind of hair?
the classic harem. What do you mean? What kind of
Oh,
harem? They're all monsters.
Harem.
Oh,
Harem.
harem.
Yeah.
I thought you said hair.
Main character
No.
gets to bang monsters.
But the point
Oh.
is that
No.
they made the pedipalps of the spider look like the top half's legs, and it's really good. It's really nice.
I don't know what a pedipalp is, but I'm gonna just pretend that I do.
The frontmost
so-
sort of mouth
Kinda
legs
like
of the spider.
mandibles?
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
the mouth legs of the spider.
Yeah, I know what the mouth. Yeah, mouth legs. Just use the scientific words.
Yeah. all right.
You
Let
don't gotta
us
use all this casual lingo. with
continue.
pedipalp.
Okay. I just want to say, first off the bat, with Changeling, right? They recently updated this art, okay, with Mordenkainen's, like, Monsters of the Multiverse, right? They have,
Oh,
and
yeah.
whoever drew this specific piece of art, I need to know who they are, because this art style right here is top tier. It literally sees like, yes, 100%.
He's like, you are
No,
speaking
no.
my language.
We are in this here, right? So, Changeling. With ever-changing appearances, changelings reside in many societies undetected. Each changeling can supernaturally adopt any face they like. In their true form, changelings appear faded, their features almost devoid of detail. It is rare to see a changeling in that form, for a typical changeling changes their shape the way others might change clothes. And we have this one in some very interesting armor here that definitely looks very ghostly. We have this dude who has the fucking drip, and nobody can say otherwise. This person, I don't even know if it's a dude, doesn't matter. This person is who I want to be in real life. And then this one here, you know, he's given Dorian Gray vibes with the painting and everything, but
Oh,
The way he's
you know,
looking at his fingers.
yeah.
That's definitely how Dorian Gray looks at his fingers.
But let's go on to tiers. Thanks for the follow, some dude.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I don't think it's very.
Some dude's a quality community.
Oh, I've definitely hung out with some dude in your stream, Cinder. Better late than never, some dude. We're happy to have you.
Always healthy to welcome more members aboard.
I don't think it's very difficult. I think everybody in chat knows the answer. It's a love it. And the reason for this is not because of their main form, that's fine, but the idea you could be literally any humanoid shaped thing you want to be, right? I want to have freaking hooves and, you know, and horns and also antlers and, you know, and feathers. Like, I can have all that. I can't have wings. No, I can't have a tail technically because, like, they don't have a tail, right? You know, so that would be in sort of the could be cool place, homebrew style. But even just innate, natchy, you can only take features from, you know, races that you already sort of have that body part. Easy, love it. Easy, love it.
I have this idea of changelings that I have not really ever explored, but I think it's kind of creepy and fun, which is if you think about a changeling as being limited by what shapes they can take on by essentially their mass and like the hard parts of their body. So like if you wanted to, you could make yourself have a tail, but you would just get incredibly gaunt looking as you had to like
short.
redistribute. Yeah.
Oh,
Or like
I see.
or you could also like make it so all your teeth are like on the outside of your face to be like gross and creepy looking. But
that's a good vibe
that-
though.
I kind of like that vibe because
No,
it's
it's a
like
good vibe.
you have to give up something in order to have something else.
Oh my god, I thought you just were talking about you like the vibe of having the teeth on the outside of your
Oh,
face.
no,
and I
no,
was
no.
like,
Well, no, that's
The
a
whole
vibe
thing.
too.
Yeah, but that's a different vibe. That's not.
Yeah.
That's a path.
The
That's a path.
overall vibe
You're
is good.
playing a horror movie.
That
But-
overall vibe gives me like My Hero Academia quirk vibes, right?
yeah.
Like
But there's something fun about, I don't know. I like the idea of, because you can changelings in traditional lore are incredibly magical.
yeah.
So there's something kind of fun about turning them into something that have like a scientific vibe. And I feel like by thinking about it as like you can change your
Well, if you
soft
think
parts
about
and
it
your
as, like,
mass around.
redirecting the atoms.
Exactly. Yeah.
Grow this body
It
part.
makes it feel like it exists in a little bit more of a solid state.
It makes it more like solid.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's been said by all, but I will say it as well. I need to put Changeling in Love It. I love this idea of, oh, my screen disappeared. I don't know why. Let me see if I can get it to come back. Maybe I'll talk more about Changeling in the meantime. Um.
I think I've been screen recording for like 3 hours by accident. I just realized.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I better delete that before my computer has a heart attack.
Oh man. No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
Let's see.
No, Changeling is a very easy love it for me. Again, the gender envy is strong with this one, but also like you can literally look however you want to look. It's like the description said, it's as easy as changing clothing, and it looks freaking amazing. It's such a vibe, and yeah, easy love it. I think I will put it just behind what was it? Autonome? I believe.
Autonome. Yeah.
Because I still
Autonome.
very much feel that steampunk. But you know, this easily has a lot more options than Asimar?
ASMR.
Thank you.
It's Asimar. It's Asimar. It's Aarakocra. It's
Aarakocra,
We can only have one.
Tomato, potato.
And I chose
mean,
Aarakocra, but I say
Yeah.
ASMR.
The reason I put Changeling above Asimar is because everything I loved about Asimar
Awesome.
have with a Changeling.
can
Like
you
no
glow?
no fine print required. So yeah, easy love it. Easy love it.
Can you glow? I feel like that's a DM question.
That
That
feels like a
is
homebrew
DM
thing.
question.
All right. Going on to the next
Onward
one.
and upward.
We have Dampier. Now, Dampier didn't really have a lot of information, I gotta say. We got this one dude who, again, honestly, drip, top tier. But
Dude, Dampier are cool. Dampier are like if you want to dip your toe in vampire. It's sick. I love it.
so while Dampier are cool as a concept, right? As we've
I wanna-
talked,
can
werewolves
walk
are
on
better than
walls.
vampires. And yeah, but so the point is that this is all we have, right? He's got some slightly pointed ears, he's got some fangs, he's got some sort of claws, but otherwise he looks relatively human-y, right?
Yeah, very human
Oops.
looking.
I went too
Very
far.
human looking. I would call them human passable.
Oh yeah, I would definitely call them human
Oh yeah,
passable.
they could pass for
On a
human.
winter night with a
Easy.
big hat and their mouth closed.
Yeah. Or long hair, you know, hiding the ears. All that sort of stuff.
The thing that I like about the Dampier is a very minor feature, but they are the only, as far as I know, the only race in D&D that has this. But they just have natural spider climb, not
Yes.
a climb speed,
Yep.
spider climb where they can like
Yep.
just walk up
on the
walls like
ceiling.
Spider-Man. And I
Yeah.
think having a climb speed
We have a
like
member
that,
who would love that.
I feel like that's more fun than having a fly speed. I've talked about this before.
You could
I
definitely
think
of
climbing and jumping
interesting
is more fun.
strategies for that.
I would also say that if you're in a true like Dungeons and Dragons game, like definitely
the
spider climb
ceiling
is
and
more
stuff?
cool. Like no doubt. However, you know, so Dampier is actually at the bottom Mars because it was like
yeah,
weird
I
order.
just realized. I was like, yeah, that does not look like a damn Dampier.
Yeah. Now maybe this is controversial. It is everything in the realm of D&D. I have to put Dampier as boring. They don't got a lot of aesthetic differences, right? They got a lot of cool mechanical differences, right? But the fangs are, you know, very very slight, right? The
Yeah.
pointed ears, very slight. Maybe red glowing eyes, you know, maybe very slight. They're not as bat as I would like them to be, you know? And they
Yeah.
can't change, right? It's not like they can change
You know
into
what?
like
That's
a
a good
werebat-esque
point. It
form.
would be
See,
pretty fun if they
That's my
had
problem. It's
big
all the
old ears and,
aesthetic
like,
Yeah.
of
weird
it,
noses.
but it doesn't go as hard as it could.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's why they're
So, and
kind of
it's like,
boring.
okay, that's enough.
Kind of boring.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's another version of human plus.
Exactly, some dude. Exactly.
Which
Human
which
plus.
is unfortunate because Dampier is very interesting as like mechanics in terms of gameplay, but in terms of aesthetics, it's like you cover those ears, they might as well be human. Like there is nothing aesthetic wise that stands out about it. I'm gonna go boring as well, in all honesty.
Well, you got a bit John him, so be quick. You should be
I'm
fine.
I'm gonna go Smash, but like not the most, you know, more into it for the potential of becoming a vampire than
Yeah.
anything else.
You gotta do it.
or for like
Is there a
weird like,
guarantee
on
you
the
become
wall.
a vampire if
or,
you
like, on
smash a vampire? Or
No,
vampire, I
but
guess?
it's much more likely that you're gonna become a vampire if you start smashing vampires than if you don't.
That is very true. This is very true.
Well, if you get one to fall in love with you, they'll convert you because they want you to stay around forever.
Yeah.
That's also
That's
another
the
one.
trick.
Yeah, but I don't know if I'm trying to get. I'm not trying. I'm not trying to tie myself down just yet. Like, if I'm immortal,
ahead,
I feel like
Cecil.
I got a while to go.
That is very true. That is very true.
Get out of here, John. You fuck.
What if they were more like Magnus
I've
Archive?
never
I'm looking it
seen
up.
Magnus
Oh,
Magnus
the Okay.
Archive.
The Magnus. Okay, I am very familiar with the Magnus Archives, and I love the Magnus
Is that a
Archives.
podcast? That feels
Yeah, it's
familiar.
so good. It's so good. I'm
Oh.
actually at like a series finale part. So the vampires in
man.
the Magnus Archive are almost like they
Like
almost are like
lampreys?
sort of. Well, there aren't really vampires. There are different types of creatures.
When I
that
look up
work towards
Magnus
different ends.
vampire, yeah, they look like lampreys. They give me lamprey vibes. Where their like
Yeah.
face opens up into like round tooth mouth with long tongue.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
lamprey.
the other element to them is they sort of have like pheromones that make it so it's really hard for you to like focus on them. Like you want to look away from them. And you don't want to like hold their image in your mind. So they sort of they're sort of like a blank.
I am getting a
slate.
weeping angel vibe from that description.
Well, they
When
can
we-
move freely whether you're looking at them or not, but they are less like people and more like creatures that have evolved to use like pheromones and hunting tactics to present as people.
Uh-huh. I just want to give
Interesting.
this is what my vampire boy was. He's almost a vampire boy. He's mostly bat boy, but you know, same,
Oh, he's cool.
same. This is the me desire, right? If Dampier's got like this sort of shit, top tier. You know,
What's going on with his
but-
ribs? Are they on the outside?
yeah, he's got like all these bone things, and then he's got
Is
like
that-
a
is that his
tail.
body, or are those? Is that
Those
is
are
that,
like
outfit?
jewelry more.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, but then he's got the wings, but he's got the tail because if you'd have to have a tail because that's how the wings have to connect in order to make them like sturdy and stuff. I get to talk about that later with one of these races because it upsets me. But yeah, so
Wait,
that
which
would be
one?
more
Which
my
one?
vibe.
The
You'll-
Owlkin?
No, the Hadoozy. The Hadoozy
Oh.
upset me
Well,
about
a lot
that.
of people hate. A lot of people
Gesundheit.
hate those ones.
See, it'll be funny when we get to that one because I think I'll have an interesting take.
Yeah.
That's interesting, Sleeslick.
Dragonborn.
All right, Dragonborn. Now, Dragonborn look very much like dragons standing erect in humanoid form, though they lack wings or a tail. Their small, fine scales are usually brass or bronze in color, sometimes ranging to scarlet, rust, gold, or copper green. They are tall and strongly built, often standing close to 6.5 feet tall and weighing 300 pounds or more. Their hands and feet are strong, talon-like claws with 3 fingers and a thumb on each hand. These Dragonborn often boast scales that are more closely matched those of their dragon ancestors, like bright red, green, blue, white, lustrous black, or gleaming metallic gold, silver, brass, copper, and bronze. And also later on we did get metallic Dragonborn, so we do have that in the top right. Now, we have this left guy. This is the very original first one, right? From like when we first put out the player's handbook. I hate him. He's bad. I don't like him. He's Davy Jones was a Dragonborn, not a fan. And then we get
He
some
looks
really
like
nice
a
ones.
predator.
Yeah, I don't like him.
I can see that.
His face is
Looks
too
more lizard
smush for
person
me.
than dragon
Yeah, he
person.
does. But then we get into the definitely dragon one. Now, see, the description says no tail. However, this one distinctly does have a tail.
I was about to say,
You know, so I
that's
don't
a
know
tail.
about that one. However, none of the other ones have a tail. So I would say that maybe that was just sort of like they didn't
Special.
discuss, specifically sort of thing. Definitely
Didn't
special.
communicate
It might be a
with the art.
prosthetic.
Yeah, maybe it's a prosthetic. There you go. And then we do also vary on the 3 fingers. Like these don't have, but these in here. So I would go with definitely sort of in the description is the main bit, right? So we would say 3 fingers. We would say no tail, all those sort of stuff. That's how we have there. Whoops. Oh no. Okay.
I
I
feel
fixed
like in almost any setting other than D&D, or maybe in if this is D&D's fault, but I almost feel like they're oversaturated because for so long they were the single representation of like weird animal-y species
Mm.
that like they feel like there's too much of them. Like they don't feel interesting or fresh. But if you take away that sort of like taint of too much attention, I love them. And I think that one of the things that I like
It's the
so much about
Charizard
them,
effect.
yeah, it is. And that's really well put. And one of the things that I really like about them is when people play around with different like mixings of them and like different scale types. And when they sort of, because if you look at the different types of dragons in D&D, they all have very different head shapes, different skull shapes. And I like when you lean
and the
into that. So like,
horns and the
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
and the
Like
wings
when
and
the black
oh,
dragonborn have like the more ram horns, or
Yeah.
the
Oh,
gold
yeah.
dragonborns have like the fins.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that when they lean into the dragonborns really taking on the aesthetics of their dragon type, or when you're like, my mother was a red dragonborn and my father was a gold dragonborn, and I'm full of emotion in all directions. Like that's just cool. Like I like those vibes when
Yeah.
So that's my thoughts.
So I'm sort of in a similar boat. I feel like Dragonborns are not all they could be, right? Now, if you have not seen my art style, I particularly enjoy very specific sort of melding of like animal features and human features that does still involve like a human face, right? I don't know what it is. I do enjoy that, and I have seen some absolutely fantastic art of very, very good sort of like intermittent, sort of like werewolf dragonborn vibes, right? Where they're like kind of dragonborn, like, but they can like transform into things. And that is honestly the vibe for me personally, right? And again, with a lot of the regular ones, they're pretty cut and dry. They did get in the book sort of better with those like with the gem dragonborns, where they did sort of resemble their dragons a little more.
Gem dragonborn are cool.
My vote has to be is they could be cool, and they're on top of ASMR, because the ones that I like, when I'm talking like artist renditions, like those I really love, like top tier sort of stuff, right? Where it's like a dude, you know, and you have like the scales all across you, and then you sort of like werewolf into a dragonborn, sort of, you know, humanoid dragon. That's the shit for me. Sad they don't have tails. Very disappointed in that. Sad they have a lot of time sort of like human-y plantigrade feet. That's upsetting. You know, don't like that. And they always smush the snouts a lot. Speaking, you know, of the guy that we have was a very like don't give him if you're gonna make him a dragon, make him a dragon,
Give him
right?
a snout.
So top, you know, the top of could be cool right now, but definitely not what I want.
So where did yours end up?
Could be cool, but the top of
Could
could
be.
be cool. Yeah.
So,
Can I ask you guys a quick question? I'm gonna have to leave really soon, but
Yeah.
oh, gotcha.
what is this?
Sure.
Is the thing that I'm noticing on I'm what does it mean when somebody leaves a comment that is just the croissant emoji?
It's a snack. It's a good meal. I don't know.
What was it
Seems
in
good.
response to? I feel like I
Nothing.
need context.
Since this morning, I have started to get tens of almost like more than 15 comments from random people that are just commenting the croissant emoji. Chat, do you know what the fuck's going on?
Is it a sexual thing, like an
I have
egg?
no idea. I have no idea. I mean, that's a listen.
I don't know.
That's getting. What
are
what
the
part of the
kids
body is
into
that?
these days?
Could be mocking the accent. Did you
'Cause of
make a French
Carl
accent?
Weezer?
I don't think so.
Huh.
Because the internet just tells me that it's used when you mention the universally beloved pastry or references France in general.
Oh, I know.
How
it's
does
like
that relate
it's
to
a
Carl
video on
Weezer's
about
Sea Slug
paladins.
Wizard? I'm very curious.
All right. Well, I appreciate the thought.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I have no
Misleading.
idea.
Yeah, I don't. It's not like the skull emoji, right? Where it means like I died of laughing, right? Like I don't know what the croissant is trying to
it was
tell
just
you.
happening enough that it made me feel like it was like an internet meme that I didn't understand what it was. All right.
I gotcha.
I am gonna bounce.
Awesome.
You guys are wonderful. I'm gonna go work on my video. If you guys are still streaming later, I might come back. But have a really good rest
We
of
will
your
definitely be on for a
show.
bit because this is going.
Oh yes, this
So,
is a long
hope to
list.
see you
We're gonna
later.
be here a while.
Yeah, I mean, I've slowed you down, no doubt. But I'll as
No
soon as
worries.
you
You've
pick up some speed,
added
I'll try
to
to slow you down
this.
again.
All right. See ya. Have fun.
I can always count on Mari to say something really sweet if I just say something mean about myself.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
don't
the
want people
trick.
to say mean things about
It is-
themselves.
That's the
All
You
trick.
right,
are
you guys.
amazing and awesome. Treat yourself as
Oh,
such.
look, you
All
didn't cut
right,
out
I'm
soon
okay.
enough, Cinder.
Yeah, I know. All right, I love you.
Oh, I got it.
Love you
Bye.
too. Bye.
Bye, Cinder.
Oh, I got it in. Look at that.
You did get it in. Ooh,
Very nice sea slug.
a point for you, Ori. Ooh,
All
that's
right,
awesome,
Mars.
slug.
So,
Okay,
Dragonborn.
Dragonborn.
Let me
You
find
know-
my hot Dragonborn.
This was a hard one for me because on first analysis, I feel it's very much like the Arakakra, where it's like what you see is what you get. You have a dragon, it's bipedal, it's doing what it needs to do. It can hold a sword, it can hold a staff, it's functional. I will say though, thinking about it more, it has more options in description than the Arakakra does.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like that does give it an edge because fins, now you're an aquatic dragon. Horns, now it's something else. These like face tendrils happening in the picture here, like that's something completely different. Where it's like if you pick an eagle, you're getting an eagle. So I think this may be in my first like it category because for Arakakra, I was thinking that can be cool, but it has to be homebrewed.
Mhm.
Dragonborn can be cool without having to go too heavy into that because the options do
Hmm.
exist. So I would say that is a solid like it.
You know what? You've convinced me. I agree that it is better than Arakakra. It is better than Arakakra. Like, you're right. Like, there's no question there. It is better than Arakakra.
I just like in reading the descriptions, if we're going off that
No,
alone,
you're right.
Arakakra, you got bird.
You got bird, and you got really boring bird, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
The colors are low. It gives you a lot more colors
Hunter
here.
bird versus boring bird.
Yeah. No,
It's like there's
you've
only
convinced
so
me.
many things you can do to an eagle
No, you've convinced me.
using that description. Then you gotta homebrew it. Like the way I'm treating the could be cool category is homebrew is necessary to make
Yeah.
this.
And to me, that's
better.
definitely the
But
ASMR
if
and
it
the centaur.
exists in description, then
But
it
no,
goes
you're
into
right.
like it.
I'm,
But if
I'm,
it matches my aesthetic, it goes into love it.
I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement. All right, moving along. Oh, did I skip?
Alrighty.
No, I didn't. We have the Duragar. The Grey
is a new one for
Dwarves, or Duragar, live deep in the Underdark. Although they eventually won their freedom, these grim, ashen-skinned dwarves now take slaves of their own and are tyrannical as their former masters. Physically similar to other dwarves in some ways, Duragar are wiry and lean, with black eyes and bald heads, with the males growing long, unkempt grey beards. Now, the description does seem to not fully encompass exactly how he goes. You see, some of them do have some sort of hair going on. Their eyes are actually mostly white, not black, unlike the description. So that's sort of an interesting deviation on whether or not that was just a bad communication or the artist was just like, yeah, no, this is not how we're going. And they just kept it. Not exactly sure. But we do have a variety here. So, yeah, and here is, as Cecilic said, they have isopod pests. So you can see this one here on the left is holding a little isopod in a little sort of sling that they have sort of like doggos.
That's kind of cool.
Moving on. However, we're not talking about, in my opinion, we're not talking about that very much. So, Duragar. I don't find them particularly compelling. They're dwarves, but gray and white. Maybe they're wiry, maybe they're leaner, but dwarves in the first place are just human plus. So not even. So it's a difficult choice to change it, but I think honestly, I'm not a big dwarf fan. I gotta put it in hate it. This is my first hate it. I would never play this race. I would never desire to draw this race. Like, I would never ask to draw this race. They kind of got one look, they don't really got a lot of anything going on. They got this grayish skin, they got white hair if you want, and they got white eyes, right? Their lore, whatever, like, they got a lot of lore. I'm not talking about the lore. The isopod pets, they're a different story, but They're kind of one note. I would literally never ever want to play as one ever. That I'm putting it and hate it. Sorry.
Yeah. Honestly, it's a tie between boring or hate it for me. Cause
Sorry, Sea Slug.
you
Make your
know,
own tier list.
seeing the picture, my initial reaction seeing that is okay, long beard, kind of like short, maybe a little hunched. That is every dwarf I have ever seen. There's nothing that really stands out about that. And it's not helped by just sucking all the color out of it until it's like a monochrome creature. Like I don't know. That's just not my vibe. I do like things to be colorful, or if it's monochrome, there's got to be some intrigue. Like you could argue maybe what was it called?
The isopod pet?
The gnome.
Oh,
Huh?
the auto gnome?
Auto gnome, thank you. You could argue like the auto gnome might
Hello,
end
Royal
up
Kirby.
monochrome, but I feel like that could be fixed, so to speak, by like having the weathered metal, because that is a different color from the
We
other
were
metal.
shown that the Automone was not,
Exactly,
monochrome.
like-
They all had a secondary color to them at very least.
I was just seeing so much monochrome with.
They were all the same.
What was
They were
it?
all the same. The Duragar.
Duragar, thank you. I almost said dagger. I'm like, no, that's not it.
No, they're just all the same. They're just all the same.
Where do I put it? Boring or hate it?
That's your choice.
Because, I think it's just boring for me. Well, oh, this is hard.
I'm sorry, Sea Slug. It's not our vibe.
I don't feel
This is us.
angry. It's not like it's a design that offends me, because monochrome can work. I just think it's not for me. So I'm gonna be fair. I'm gonna put it in boring. This is not a design that offends me. It's just not appealing.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
If
I
it were a
couldn't hate
design
it
where
because
I'm
it's literally
this
like
is outright ugly, then
see to
then
me
it would probably be in hate it.
and you can do this a different way. To me, hate it is the I would never choose to play this race. Right? Like to me, this is a I would never ever like I can't even think of a way to make this character in an interesting sort of like way that I would even want to play them. Where boring is like if this was the best option for whatever reason.
If I was being held at gunpoint and I had to play this character, I guess I
would play a Dampier. Like I would, but they're just not like
I can
the
hate
first
if
choice.
I want to.
Yeah. You haven't yet though.
For me, boring is what that category is to you. Like, if it's in boring, I can't really see myself doing it, because like I got no ideas for how to make this more interesting. Like, what you see is kind of what you get. Here's a centaur. Here's a Dampier. Here's a Duragar.
Yep.
Duragar.
Yeah.
Well, it's like if it's a outright bad design, like that's for the hate it category.
All right.
I feel.
Well, we will.
That's how I'm playing it.
So, dwarf. Although they stand well under 5 feet tall, dwarves are so broad and compact that they can weigh as much as a human standing nearly 2 feet taller. Dwarven skin ranges from deep brown to a paler hue tinged with red, but the most common shades are light brown or deep tan, like certain tones of earth. Their hair, worn long but in simple styles, is usually black, gray, or brown, though paler dwarves often have red hair. Male dwarves value their beards highly and groom them carefully. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of dwarves that I could find. Rock and Stone. Oh, PCM. PCM, you gotta bring that up with Dylan. Dylan loves that game. Dylan loves deep rock galactic. Rock and Stone. Yeah, Johnum, you play that game? Dylan loves that game. Yeah. Also, Fuel King. Fuel King loves that game. Top tier. All right. Let us go to the other one. I can't tell if Sea Slug plays Deep Rock Galactic or wants to now. Deep Rock Galactic is a really good indie game. You can find it on Steam. Okay, you do. Good,
okay,
nice,
familiar
very nice.
with it. Awesome.
Everybody's familiar with it. Look, see, this is what I love about the chat, right? Is the idea that it's like one little thing, and it's like everyone's like, oh yeah, I know about that shit too. Rock and Stone, exactly. Everybody Rock and Stone. All right. Okay, so dwarf. Dwarf, again, a lot of same notes as the Duragar, right? Where it's not a lot going on. But, however, at least Dwarf has that sort of like, I can pick an eye color, I can pick a skin tone, I can pick a hair color. And because of that, it goes in boring, because I will have and do have played dwarves. I just don't find them particularly, interesting. They're just human plus, but at least they have a little more that I can do, right? I can pick a hair, I could pick an eye, I could pick a skin. It's a very little range, but it's better than the Duragar that are like, you get this skin tone, you get this hair color, you get this eye, right? Like, that's it. So, Dwarf goes in boring, however, definitely below Dampier.
I gotta be honest, I don't have much to say about Dwarf. It's a tiny, muscled human. There's really not much else happening here. I like the cultural element that they add with the beard. Like, yes, PCM beard customization is a thing, and that is something to consider.
What do you mean you can't do that with any race? Humans can have beards. Bugbears have beards. I'll get into...
It's literally just tiny human. It's just okay for me. Because I have played one before. I did enjoy it. I was able to make her look pretty cool. But take away the pointy ears and the size, she's just a human.
Exactly. Alrighty. On to the next. After dwarves, we have Eladrin. Oh,
ooh, that sounds promising.
Each Eladrin resonates with emotions captured in the Feywild in the form of seasons, affinities that affect the Eladrin's mood and appearance. So, we have, from left to right, we have fall, spring, winter, and summer, okay? These are incredibly intricate designs. Again, another one where the artist went ham, and I am living for it, okay? I'm sorry for you, Johnum. That's really sad. I'm very sorry for you. But, maybe it's just Ohio. I don't know.
Been deprived of nature out in Ohio.
Yeah. And let us go to back here. All right. Eladrin. Eladrin, there is no question. Eladrin are the highest tier elves. Okay? They have the most going on. They got the coolest thing. And again, you when you pick one Eladrin, you get all four Eladrin, right? Like it is an emotion thing. It's not a visual thing, right? And this sort of thing, I'm going off sort of like the way that the whole thing was. It changes the whole vibe, right? Like it changes your whole vibe. So I would have to put Eladrin in the top tier of Like It. Now, why am I putting it in the top tier of Like It and not the low tier of Love It? Now, the reason for that is they're still really human-y, right? They do have better ears than most elves. They got that long sort of, thing going on. They get the color, all this sort of stuff. But you're limited to those four, right? You're unlimited to those four. Now you can go ham with them. Like winter doesn't have to be blue. Winter can be whites. Winter can be like evergreens, right? As long as it's sort of naturey and everything, right? You do have a lot of options in there, and that's why it's top tier of Like It. But I, as a personal human, I need more animal in there, right? I need more animal in there. And Eladrin ain't getting antlers or horns or fur and stuff like that. And that's my thing. That is a good Disney. Royal Kirby, nice one. All right, Mars. Bless you. Oh, you can stop now.
Thank you. I'm trying. Yeah, I hear you, Kirby. It's gonna be so hard for me not to say Aladdin during this segment.
A whole new world, another elf I never knew
to play as. And that's why I think it's going in Love It, because I just love that concept so much.
Dang.
I mean, no, in all seriousness, I do enjoy elves. I do enjoy them. I think it's just the right amount of fantasy, but still like recognizable as a humanoid. This just leans even harder into the elf. I also really like fae creatures as well. That whole mythos and mythology behind it is just really appealing. And the idea of like the four seasons and like each one can have a different design, and it's like your summer could look totally different from another one.
A real
Like
elf spell.
you're not forced to stick with like greens. You could do yellow, you could do pink. You could
Mm-hmm.
basically have those options. Even though it is limited to just the 4 seasons, I kind of feel like if you choose that, you know what you signed up for, and you're doing it because you want to design the different seasons.
Mm.
Honestly, I would put it, if I could, I would actually have it tied with ASMR. Maybe a little bit higher than ASMR, just because I think there is more potential with design in terms of the seasonal element. You could just
Mm-hmm.
get so creative with that, and I really see the possibilities with that.
Alrighty. Moving right along.
A real elf self. Exactly,
Oh,
Jono.
yeah.
Exactly.
Now we get to regular elf. Now, within regular elf, because the way D&D works, there's a couple different elves involved. There's like sun elves, there's palette elves, but they don't really have like a ton of different features, except maybe the palette elf does seem to have these doubly long ears, which, and black eyes, which does sort of give that sort of, addition here. But the description goes, with their unearthly grace and fine features, elves appear hauntingly beautiful to humans and members of many other races. They are slightly shorter than humans on average, ranging from well under 5 feet tall to just over 6 feet. They are more slender than humans, weighing only 100 to 145 pounds. Males and females are about the same height, and males are only marginally heavier than females. An elf's coloration encompasses the normal human range and also includes skin in shades of copper, bronze, and almost bluish white, hair of green or blue, and eyes like pools of liquid gold or silver. Elves have no facial and little body hair. They favor elegant clothing in bright colors, and they enjoy simple yet lovely jewelry. So, they definitely have a lot of options. There's no doubt about that. However, I know now for a fact that this is going to be very different from Mars's answer. And my answer is that they're boring. They're boring. I don't want to be a human.
Plus, huh?
Yeah, they are human plus. I don't want to be a human in my fantasy world. Okay? That's the last thing I want to be, if I'm being honest. I don't want to be a human. This is a human. I have played an elf. That's why they're boring and not hate it, right? Like, I have played elves. I have played stuff. But they're just human plus. They got cool little stuff. Like, you can be that really pale skin. You can be that really, like, interesting eyes and stuff like that. But even when I sort of, like, I did this thing for a while, a couple of years ago, where I was trying to go through and give very distinct differences between the very quote-unquote sub-races of elves, right? Like, they're very, there's a lot of them. Like I was saying, palette elf, sun elf, moon elf, and then I was giving, like, hybrid forms, and that was really fun for me. However, you can't go super ham, and the ham I wanted to go there is not included in this. So, boring.
Yeah, you were right. This one is going to be different. Now, I definitely can't put it at love it, because I do think it's valid what Ori said. It definitely doesn't go ham. However, for me, it's just enough. And with all the variations that exist, it's kind of like take your pick, you will find something that you gravitate towards. For me, that goes in the like it category. I think above Dragonborn, just
Damn.
because I would be more likely to play an elf than I would a
Mm.
Dragonborn. So that's how I'm ranking that. It may also be personal bias. Like, my first character ever was an elf, and I did enjoy
Well, sea
him
elf
very
is
much. And
technically a different category.
It's still an elf.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I do have a soft spot for elves.
We will be on Fairy. Sea Slug, that is the next one.
Yes, fairies coming up.
All right. So, if Mars is put into there, we're on to Fairy. We're on to Fairy. So this is Fairy. Infused with the magic of the Feywild, most fairies look like small elves, which always saddens me when they use that as an example, but with insectile wings. But each fairy has a special physical characteristic that sets the fairy apart, being their wings could look like those of a bird. They could have shimmering, multicolored skin, hollow taco. They could have exceptionally large ears. They could have a glittering mist that constantly surrounds them. They could have a small spectral horn on their forehead, like a little unicorn horn. Or they could have insectile legs. Right, on the right here we have two relatively basic fairies. They seem to just be the normal. They don't seem to have any of those sort of additions, you know. They do have these...
They did not go ham on those
They
drawings.
did not go ham on those drawings.
That's unfortunate.
You know, the one guy does have sort of different colors than a normal, you know, person would, but I think the hammest part of them is the eyebrows that kind of act as antenna proxies, which isn't bad design, you know, not upset. All right, fairy. This one's difficult. This one's difficult. Sea Slug, are you referencing that webtoon that I can't remember the name of for whatever reason? There's a webtoon with fairies where monarchs are the king. No, the Venture Bros. Okay, I don't know that one.
Like the fairy godparents.
Yeah, I see that.
Yes.
The fact that they get beetle wings. Well, beetle wings. So this is where we're talking, right? They do say.
Wando.
Yeah, oh my god. They do say insect wings, right? So that is a very large variety, right? I studied some insects. I did take, you know, an entomology, you know, sort of course and everything. Like, you do see the differences, and there are a lot of differences. And one of them is carapace stuff. You know, having carapace that can be iridescent. Very good vibes there. You know, imagine having dragonfly wings versus whatever. You could have bird wings. Like, these are all good options, right? These are good options. Now, I do have one problem with fairy. And one problem with fairy is that you can't have all of those things, right? You can't have all of those things. And the thing I really, you always have insect wings. But my favorite thing is, of course, the insect legs. So it definitely is not the toppest tier. However, fairy gives you a lot of options. It gives you a lot of options, gives you a lot of things. I am sad that they don't mention antennas at all anywhere in the options that they give you. So because of all these things, I am going to have to put it in like it. And I actually am going to put it in like it above Eladrin, and the reason for this is wings and legs. Okay, if you have not seen my art, I am a sucker for legs. The leggies are where the person the personalities in the leggies.
Love is in the legs, guys.
Love is in the leggies. Okay, so the moment that it's like insect legs, here we are, right? Here we are. Home is where the leggies are. See, chat
Exactly.
is here with me.
Wizard,
Thank you.
PCM.
PCM, beautiful. All right. So they're in like it. The only reason they're not in love it is because there's a little more that I want, right? There's a bit more, there's a touch more with missing antennas, missing tails. Like those are the bits that I needed to push it into love it. So top tier like it, but that's where they are.
Okay. So I gotta be honest with my analysis. I was so ready to put fairy in boring. Like, I was looking at it the entire time, and I was like, yeah, this is gonna go in boring because it's just...
Well, the art is sad. The art is unfortunate.
Like Tinkerbell. So yeah, that was all I had to go off of for a while. Having heard that description, I do like the idea that there is a distinctive feature that makes each one unique. That is a very interesting concept, and I feel like you could have fun with that. However, it's very much a you can't have your cake and eat it too scenario, because you're only given one.
Yeah.
So I'm very torn between this, because I like the options that they give you, but it's like, I would want the horn and the shiny skin. Like, I don't just want to pick one. And it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know if homebrew could fix it. So I don't know if I could put it on the same level as the Aarakocra.
So homebrew could fix it in the sense of that, like, a DM could allow you just to pick
because you could just
multiple,
have whatever
you know,
the hell
like
you
they could
want.
allow you to have all of them, you know, because none of them technically affect the sort of.
But then it also falls into the category with the Aarakocra of, I mean, it is what it says on the tin. It's a fairy.
Yeah.
So there's also that to consider. I think, okay, because I gotta follow my own rules here. I think I will put it in could be cool. And I think I would be more likely to play a fairy over an Aarakocra,
Mm.
just because, again, bird, parrot versus fairy with beetle or bird wings. Like, you could go either way with
Yeah.
those wings, and then a potential other feature.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe some work needs to be done. Like, it is very much a you cannot have your cake and eat it too, which I find very sad and very unfortunate, because without that, like, if they didn't give you those options, it's just fantasy Tinkerbell.
Oh yeah. No, def.
It's like, it is what it says on the tin. It's a fairy. No more, no less. You're getting what you paid for.
All right. Moving along, we have the Firbolg. Now, this is one I gave an example before. Again, the Firbolg in its description, nowhere in its description, at least nowhere that I could find, has anything about what they look like. And we literally have this one image, okay? And I gotta say,
Highly unfortunate.
it is highly unfortunate. And so going over, because very quick, that was very simple, there's not a lot to talk about here. Going over to the actual tier list, I'm disappointed. Right? I've seen a lot of awesome freaking Firbolg art. And I gotta say, the Firbolg in my mind is behooved, animal-eared, and a lot furrier. Okay? A lot. Hello, Alexander.
And
Welcome back. We're talking about
welcome.
aesthetic races of D&D.
And ranking them as we see fit.
So it's one of those things where it's like, there's a lot that has to sort of be extrapolated for the Firbolg, right? So that's what sort of, to me, takes it out of could be cool, right? Because it's like when you look at what I did to Gilith,
Well, you gotta
right?
think of those ideas.
If you look at, see, and I would disagree with Xander based on the official information. I want Firbolg to be furry confirmed. I really do. Like, deep in my heart, that is how I draw the Firbolgs is indeed furry confirmed. But however, we get very incredibly little information about Firbolgs out of the 5e content. And thus, I have to sadly put them in boring. However, they are above elves because at least they have like cool skin and slightly different ears. They said it had like the feathered ears and stuff. So they are above elves.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, guys. I have played a Firbolg, and she had such a great design. It was like half rabbit, half goat. So when I see the official, I am just disheartened, because I know Firbolg can be so much more than this, and this just looks like a souped up orc to me. It's very unfortunate. It just kind of, if anyone's seen Harry Potter, oh, who am I king? Everyone's seen Harry Potter. I think it was like Hagrid's half brother or something. Kind of reminds me of Grog a little bit.
This is Mars's Firbolg.
Oh yeah, she was fantastic. But she's definitely got that.
But she's furry. She's got the ears.
Aesthetic.
She's got the nose. Like, she's furry all over, right? She's got the paw, the hand pads. Gotta say, if any, no, spoiler, paw pads are the best as well.
Oh, toe beans. You want the toe beans.
The toe beans needed. Leggies number 1, toe beans number 2. Okay.
Exactly.
This is where we're at.
But you see, with Firbolg, what's stopping me from putting it in could be cool is that, like, in order to homebrew it, you have to know that you can make it furry. You kind of get it, because, like, from my perspective, as still kind of a newbie D&D player, if I was designing a Firbolg and I'm going off like the base design as the foundation,
there's no information.
I wouldn't think that fur is an option. I wouldn't think paw pads were an
option.
His
arms were kind of hairy, but it wasn't like crazy.
And you could say that's very uncreative on my part, but if I don't have an inkling of what direction I can go in,
not everybody's an artist.
Consider the possibilities.
Not everybody's a writer. Like, not everybody's an imaginee.
Well, with Aarakocra, I'm given the foundation. It's a bird.
You can look up birds.
Penguin, peacock, chickadee. Like, I can think of other birds and other designs. I cannot do that with Firbolg and what they give me out of the gate. I would put it in boring. I would put it above Dampier. It does
Oh.
have more going on for it. Like, it's
Mm.
definitely not just human with pointy ears. It's got a unique face shape. It's got a unique nose. I will give it that. Credit where credit is due. But I'm sorry, this one just disheartens me.
Rixander, yes, D&D, your imagination indeed does create reality, but this specific tier list, because I gotta say, I could make almost any race here a love it for me, personally.
Yeah.
Right? Like, so specifically, the idea is that we're going off the official information that we get based, either written description and or images.
Rixander, it's so funny you say that because my Fearbold did have an Irish accent. And
Oh,
she
yeah.
was red-haired.
It's no, that's the
But
Fearbolg
We
vibe,
had
I mean.
to go very homebrew to make her design good because I did not consider the possibility of her being furry
Yeah.
or having toe beans. It's like I didn't know that was an option.
So,
I just saw here's this strong, tall creature, muscle girl essentially, and that was all I had to work with.
So so the Genasi, there are actually 4 Genasi, okay? However, unlike the Eladrin, they're not grouped because you can't be all 4 at once, if that makes sense. You have to pick one of the 4 to be, okay? And because they all are distinct, they do all sort of have these different things. Now, their descriptions will be exactly the same because it kind of gives you information about all of them in a way that was kind of difficult to easily separate. So we'll just read about that. Genasi inherit something from both sides of their dual nature. They resemble humans, but they have unusual skin color, i.e. green, red, blue, or gray. And there is something odd about them. The elemental blood flowing through their veins manifests differently in each Genasi, often as magical power. Seen in silhouette, a Genasi can usually pass for human. Those of earth or water descent tend to be heavier, while those of air or fire tend to be lighter. A given Genasi might have some features reminiscent of the mortal parent, pointed ears from an elf, a stockier frame and thick hair from a dwarf, small hands and feet from a halfling, exceedingly large eyes from a gnome, and so on. So, that is the air Genasi specifically we talk about usually, you think about blue, maybe you could say that they could have the gray skin, storm-wise and stuff like that. All these sort of things, but that is this is the one image we have of this guy here with the blue skin. He's got some sort of like lightning-y pattern going on around him. He's got the tuft of hair. That is sort of his vibe. Now we go Judge. Okay, Air Genasi. Genasi are definitely pretty good. However, I think I'm gonna end up putting them all in the same category. It just depends on how. I love that Rixander Libra. Yeah.
Genasi.
Oh yeah, honestly. Magnesium Genasi specifically. His name is Jay. God no. All right. I believe all my Genasi are probably going to go in the same category, but it's just sort of where do they go? And my category is very simply, it could be cool. Okay? Could be cool. For me, they have to go underneath Centaur. Okay? Air Genasi has to go underneath Centaur. They could be cool. I have seen a lot of cool art of Genasi. One of my favorite artists has an Earth Genasi, literally that I saw the other day. That's top tier fantastic. However, based on the information we actually are given about what a Genasi can look like. Hello, cool cat.
Hiya, cool cat.
They're really lame. I gotta say. They're very classic humanoid. Hi, microwave tree. Welcome. They're very classic humanoid. They have one of 4 cool colored skins. And that's about it. And the reason for this I know why, is because when you do pick the Way of the 4 Elements monk, you do get more stuff, right? So you could have like rocky looking skin, you could have like cloud hair or like fire hair. I'm upset that that's not part of the Genasi innately, right? The Genasi that I made, for me, has water 4 hair, okay? Like, I'm upset That's not an innately thing. Of course it does, Sea Slug Wizard. The second you get to mush any of these together, they get infinitely better. There's no doubt about that.
Oh yeah.
But so that's where it's for me. Air Genasi could be cool, isn't innately. Need a lot of stuff going on.
See, this is one of those ones where I'm just like, it could be the element itself. It's just not singing to me at all. And I can't call it boring, because I could see it being interesting, but I still see it's kind of limited. I think I just got to put it in. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not amazing. But it's just kind of okay for me. I don't feel particularly strongly about this one.
Alrighty. We will continue on to the Earth Genasi. Again, it's the same description, but now we get this guy. He's got some cracked looking on, but, you know, again, otherwise he's just got gray skin, right? Gray skin. All that sort of stuff. Yeah. Now, where would I put Earth Genasi on the tier list? Again, I would still put Earth Genasi in could be cool. Like I said, favorite artist has an Earth Genasi. He's great. The design for Talison's Earth Genasi in the current Critical Role season is pretty wild with the like crystals and stuff. But innately, in book, they don't get crystals. They don't get that sort of shit. They're boring. But I will put them above Air Genasi, because I do think the idea of crystals and, you know, crystal skin is better than the ideas of like cloud hair, right? So that's my vote.
Yeah, I honestly, and I swear, guys, I am not trying to copy Ori. But Earth Genasi, I feel like there's more potential there. Like you could have more rocky skin, some different colors. I mean, you're not stuck with gray. You could do like brown, like a mountain or something. Maybe throw some green in there. I mean, it is an
Have
Earth
you seen
Genasi
rocks?
after all.
I got some green and pink rocks just the other day.
Yeah, like rocks come in a whole bunch of different colors. However, I do feel like that's something you gotta homebrew, as it wasn't explicit in the book.
I get it,
So this
Xander.
does rank a bit above Air Genasi for me. I would put it in could be cool. However, I would much rather play a bird than
Rockman.
basically Rockman. Yeah.
The Thing.
So,
from
the Thing. Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's a good description.
All right. Whoops. I need to go here. All right, moving right along. We have the Fire Genasi. You know, again, just kind of boring. Kind of all the same shit, different day. You know, sort of vibes going on, right? Nothing too crazy. Now, again, flame hair could be cool. Looking like lava with like cracked, you know, like hardened black igneous rock platelets with like lava showing through could be really cool. Could be kind of a little melty, right? Maybe you have magma hair, maybe you have fire hair, you know, maybe you vent smoke. These could all be very cool Fire Genasi things. However, they are not allowed in the normal thing. However, I would have to put Fire Genasi between Earth and Air Genasi. There's a lot of cool Fire Genasi stuff. I feel like crystal skin, crystal vibes. There's just too much rock to go off of, right? Like rock's got some cool shit going on. So I would have to put Fire Genasi underneath Earth, but above Air in the could be cool category. Exactly, Rick Xander. Exactly.
This is where I need to expose myself again.
Oh.
I do like the fire element. I'm not gonna go as crazy for it as I did steampunk. But there is a lot of potential with fire. That became very apparent to me when I watched the movie Promare. So there are lots of possibilities. Like, it doesn't need to be red, orange. Like, you could have a blue Fire Genasi. It can happen. It's a possibility. Like, there are different colors of fire depending on how hot it is. And very similar to what Ori said, I was thinking along the same lines of like, you could have dripping magma hair, like it could be active. You could have fire hair, like Flame Princess, leave it down, tie it up in a ponytail, have it stick up like a campfire. You could have it look like I don't remember the name of the lava entity from Moana, but you could do that as
Oh,
well. Like,
yeah.
don't have hair, have like that magma volcano crown. Like, that's really cool to me. I do feel like that does need to be
TCM.
homebrewed because it does not come on the package.
Oh yeah, it
So
does not.
you do
Not on the
definitely
box.
have to kind of think of these. But that definitely appeals to me a lot more. So I will say,
Yeka.
you know, I would put it in could be cool, and I would put it at the top of could be cool.
Mm.
So that's how I'm
Teka.
going.
Yeah. Teka.
Taka, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Teka. Good.
Like,
Good. That's a good
there's
memory
just
roll,
so
Kirby.
many ways you can go with that. Yeah, I kept wanting to say Tafiti, and I was like, no, that's the good person.
Yeah.
Who is the fire person?
Smash her past the fire genasi. The one there. Chat. Smash her past the fire genasi. I'll bring her up again. There you go. Everybody put your votes in.
Yeah, no, I would play a fire genasi.
Cecil calling a smash. All right. And last but not least, we have
Our final genasi.
Oh, that's nice. Very, very good for cuddles. I guess Dylan's
You know,
a fire
as long as
genasi
you
then,
don't
if I'm being
get
honest.
burned.
I'm gonna say this is really funny. So I went on vacation with Dylan, like a
Mhm.
couple days, and it was just like 3 days, 2 nights or whatever. And we were in a yurt, right? We were in a yurt, and now it did have heating, but it didn't have like it didn't have like central heating or anything like that. It was like a little like electric fireplace and everything like that. So I would
okay.
force Dylan to get into the bed on my side and warm it up. And then when I was ready to go to bed, I would make him move over.
It was like, okay, move over. That's
Yeah,
my spot
that's my
now.
spot now. Like, we ready? 2, 3, swish. And it was great because then my bed was
You have
warm.
the cold spot.
Because the worst part is the getting into the cold covers in the bed, right? Like, and
Oh,
having to
it's
warm them up with your own body heat. So at home, I have like an electric blanket that I'll like
And a
turn
doggo.
on, right? And it's just, yeah. Rick Xander, 100%. We have the water genasi. He's just is, okay? He's got the fin ears. He's green. He's got some fins on his elbow, it looks like. But I'm upset that he does not have webbed fingers. I'm upset. Oh, Jamie!
you came
Jamie, you were
with 5.
streaming.
Hiya.
Hello! Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Jamie. Jamie, we were talking about you. We had Ohio facts earlier. So, you know, that was fun. You like his mace? His mace is nice. He's got some cool water tricks. His necklace is nice, too. But, you know, his design is kind of meh. Yeah, the Ohio fact, Jamie, really, really quick, is that, so I was watching Jeopardy, and they had a Jeopardy question that made me learn that, Ohio was apparently, informally considered a state for 150 years before it was actually ratified solely on the fact that they fucked up the paperwork. Yeah. So, yeah. Fun Ohio stuff. But welcome, Jamie and Raiders.
On brand.
Oh, did Jamie know this? Jamie has a lot of fun facts. Oh, so Jamie did learn this once upon a time. That's what I learned today, Jamie.
Jamie was
All right.
aware.
Water genasi. Water genasi, again, it has to be and could be cool, right? Like, I played a water genasi. She was cool. Okay. Fins, cool idea. Water hair. That's what my genasi had. Love it. I would have to say that I would put fins and water hair above cloud hair and Liechtenstein patterns. So, water, you know, could have scales technically a little bit if you want to go ham, like fishy scales. So I would put water genasi above, or air genasi in the could be cool tier list. There is not cool can. There is not. There should be, but there's
I feel
not.
like you could homebrew earth to be that because
Yeah,
you
you
plant
could.
is of the earth.
You could. Well, technically,
that's why
wood is part of the 5 elements,
cool for
usually
me.
in like a Chinese sort of element stuff. So wood genasi should have been a thing. Just saying.
That would have been really cool. Yeah, with the water genasi, I just feel like, well, first of all, I hate this picture that they chose for the official art. I feel like I'm looking at Captain Planet, and I don't like that.
It is
Like
Captain Planet. He's boring.
this
He's the worst out of all of them,
was
drawn wise.
wasted.
He's sad.
This was such a wasted opportunity. Like, you could
Let's
have
look
made
up
the
at my
hair
water genasi.
interesting. I will applaud them for doing the fin ears. That
Oh yeah.
deserves an applause. But again, no webbed hands, and they're aquatic. Like, let's forget about aesthetic. Let's talk scientifically. How are you going to swim without the webs? If you live primarily in water, you will evolve to move effectively through the water. Where
Yeah, give me them
be
webbed
the
fingers.
webbed fingers and toes? It is definitely falling into that homebrew category for me, because I feel like there is definitely potential here, but you gotta tweak it so hard.
So
Honestly, I would put it right behind fire for me.
all right. In could be cool. Very nice.
Could be cool.
All right.
You just
This was
gotta tweak
my
it a lot.
water genasi. She definitely could have had more things. This was before I went really hardcore. Oh, thank you for the follow, CKX. CKX.
Oh, thank you, CKX.
But again, if the only thing that I changed was giving her water hair, like why don't they have water hair? Why
Yeah.
can't they have element hair?
Like, look at
That's
that.
it.
That's beautiful.
That's the only question I
You
ask.
could literally have water coming down, and then the tips of the hair be gathered in like that waterfall froth
CK,
kinda
alright.
like bunch. Or
Oscar.
you could have, hey, Oscar, welcome.
Yeah.
Or you could have something like it doesn't have to be blue. You could have like green. You could make it like a river or something. You could have seaweed in the hair. You could have shells. Like, this picture like just offends me because of the wasted potential.
Yeah.
It makes
It
me
does.
so bad just looking at
It's
it.
very sad. It's very sad.
'Cause
Yeah,
I'm
everybody's
like,
rating today. Yeah.
could have been so cool.
It's so close. It's so close.
And because it's like, even with the fire genasi, at least they're going for like the mohawk flame look
Mhm.
in
There was
the official
something.
art.
There was
It's like,
something.
okay, I've seen that before, but that's still a vibe. What is it with just the hair hanging down on this guy's shoulders? Why is he
He's
so
boring.
bored?
He
There
looks
is
like
no
he looks like your
excuse.
uncle played D&D, and it's not a cool uncle. You know? I don't know.
It's like you could have given him like, I don't know, something, anything.
We're bullying him. Okay, I'm sorry, Sue Slug. We'll move on. We're bullying
I'm sorry,
him.
C-Slug. I'm sorry. I'm sure somebody
I did
worked
wanna
very
say,
hard on that art. I'm
Rick
not trying to
Xander-
insult them.
The art itself is fine. Because the thing you have to always question, right, is what was
It's
the
well drawn.
direction, right?
I
When
just
you're
think it's very
given
boring.
when you're given when you're commissioned, right, you're stuck by what you're told to do, right? So you have to know what were they told to do. I don't know. I'm not banging on the artist. It's the design, right? And even in the and I gotta say, in the description, they don't say anything about elbow spikes. They don't say anything about it. That's on them.
Credit there. They did throw
Yeah.
something in.
No,
for
I
interest.
appreciate the elbow spikes.
But I'm sorry, it just looked like Captain Planet to me.
But Rixander, my genasi, my water genasi that I showed was part of a pirate campaign. So thank you for picking up on that. It definitely is pirates of the Caribbean vibes. So yes, we have the GIF.
Pirates of the Watery Grave.
The GIF are tall, broad-shouldered folk with hippo-like features. Some have smooth skin, while others have short bristles on their faces and the tops of their heads. As beings of impressive size and unforgettable appearance, GIF are noticed wherever they go. All right. They definitely have hippo heads. Now what
That's true.
hurts me a little bit, is that this one has hippo feet, yet the other two wear normal human shoes. I gotta say, that hurts me. That hurts my my lore vibes. Hurts my lore vibes. Jif, is it Jif?
Guys, we've been pronouncing these names wrong.
I don't
all
even know.
night.
Is it
I'm
Jif?
so sorry.
You kid. It's not. It's Jif.
No, it's GIF, not GIF.
It is GIF. That's what I thought. Okay, it is GIF because I mixed them up with the GIF before with the TH when Dylan first told me. So it was like, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
when
like
your
that
artists
cool
aren't into
cat.
it. Indeed, Rixander, indeed. So, now I love animal people as much as the next guy. Probably much more than the next guy. I did not ask her, but you may. I won't judge you out loud. No, I won't just no. The GIF, they're just kind of boring. They're people with hippo colored skin and a hippo head. Okay? Otherwise they have big human hands. Otherwise they have apparently human feet, 2/3 of the time. 1/3 of the time they don't, but 2/3 of the time they do. Okay? They just looked like relatively chunk people. Right? And that's kind of boring to me. Okay? And like I've said before, I want more human faces with other animal stuff going on. So this is the opposite, right? This is
Not
you stuck a
full-on
human
animal
head.
face.
Yeah, you stuck an
overcorrected.
animal head on a Chad human body. And so I'm going to put this in boring. However, I will put it above dwarf, but I'm going to put it below elf because they're kind of one note. There's not a lot of hippo varieties, right? You maybe get 2 colors. There's not a lot of hippo variety.
All right. Is it my turn?
That it
Hello?
is. I
Did
had
I
to
get
blow my
cut off?
nose. I had to blow my nose.
Oh,
It was
okay.
me.
My Discord has been freaking out on me all night. I thought I lost contact
no.
again.
It is your go. Proceed.
Oh, I don't know if I'm about to strike up controversy with this next statement. Who?
Is it your first hate it?
It very well might be.
Oh.
Because who in the hell asked for a hippo? Where did this come from? Why a hippo? Why, of all the animals on planet Earth, did you pick a hippo head to stick onto a human body?
Yeah,
And then-
Alexander.
Aside from maybe like the hooves on the feet, I'll just call them hooves because I'm not sure what else they are.
Technically, they
Like,
are, in a way.
That's it.
Did you know that?
I'm going with it because I don't know what else
They
to call them.
kind of are, yeah.
I'll go with hooves. I don't
Sort
know
of.
who asked for this.
I believe someone wanted it
but-
for Christmas.
Yeah, this is my first hate it because why? Just why a hippo? And then like you don't even make it an interesting hippo. It's just a decapitated hippo stuck on a human body.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. It's just
very sad.
It's so not my vibe. I can't even call it boring because I'm like, why does this exist? Like, even with what was it? The Duragar?
Mm-hmm.
Even for being monochromatic and being like kind of
It's a
same notey in my
midway
opinion, like every dwarf I've seen before,
Uh-huh.
I could still see someone saying, I want that. I want a darker version of a standard dwarf. I can't imagine anyone saying, I want to play a humanoid hippo. I don't know who asked for this, and that is my biggest problem. If you do like it, that is your
Mars.
That is your taste, and it's fine. It's just not for me.
I'm gonna
sorry.
say 2 things. 1 is that I think Moto likes you, but you don't like him. And 2, Fuel King asked for this. So
Really?
called
Uh-oh.
out. Yeah.
I'm gonna hear
he
words
likes
next
him.
D&D session. Uh-oh.
No, that's very true, Alexander. Loxodon, why not hippo? Very true.
No, it's like if you're gonna take an animal head, they're
Michael
like
Cat.
maybe along the similar vein, but elephants at least have the trunk to make
Yeah,
it
they
interesting.
got something else going on. The tusks
It's like
also.
there's something else you could add tusks. Exactly. Like it's still an animal head on a human body, but at least it's an interesting animal.
Okay. Now,
Like aside from the drawstring, I'm sorry.
I
hippos
agree,
just don't
Rixander.
have much
Where-
going on.
where is Rhino Boy? We got elephant, we got hippo. Why did they pass on Rhino? I agree. I
Well,
100% agree.
Rhino.
I 100%
Rhino
agree.
is the
Rhino
modern day
better
unicorn.
Then
We should have it.
rhino better
Am I-
than hippo.
Am I,
than
Oscar? I'm
hippo.
sorry. This one just baffles me so much. I have to explain.
Hippos are
like-
scary, but
I
I
like
wouldn't say
hippos
hippos are
IRL.
cool. I
I
don't know.
like hippos IRL.
They-
I do think they are cool to watch.
They shart
But in terms
and then
of a
they
fantasy
whack their
creature,
tail like a
no.
freaking propeller and just shove it everywhere. Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Rhino are greater than hippo. That's all I want.
No,
All right.
I'm sorry. I don't look like a hippo and say that would make a good fantasy creature, and then just stick it on a human. That does
Alright.
not scream fantasy to me.
So we have two very similar ones, okay?
And
As this
water
is
after that rant.
the Gith Yankee. A lanky people with skin tones of yellows, greens, and browns. Gith Yankee complement their physical prowess with psionic might, instilled in them by mind flayers and cultivated over eons in the astral plane. Okay, they're definitely the stronger, more warrior ones. They're physical prowess, right? They definitely got more muscle to them. You see this guy on the left? They're still very lanky. They've got long torsos, right? They've got sort of long bodies. They definitely have this upturned nose. They have these very wide set eyes with the pointy ears, and this sort of things like that. They definitely have pushed back sort of hairlines with widow's peaks. That seems to be the other common thing here. And yes, this one is badass riding a dragon. That is indeed happening. Now, I hope I don't insult everybody here. The Gith Lanky. There you go. The Gith Lanky. You're right, Jamie. Capybara would have been better than a hippo. Imagine.
Oh, that would have been
Imagine.
so
Would have been great. Would
good.
have been great. They like swords. Okay. Unfortunately, that doesn't factor into aesthetics, John'em. But Gith Yankee. I gotta put them in the hate it. I will put them
Really?
above Durgar, and so I have two reasons for this. One, it's just not my vibe, right? And I guess this sort of ties into where I was talking about before, like in every sort of one, I could probably make it while following the sort of vibe, a smash or a pass, right? Like you could have like a smash in anything, but you could also have a pass in anything, and I hold true to that. I don't think I could get a smash out of a Gith Yankee. All right, in my personal opinion, I don't think that while I'm following about it, I don't think I could get a smash about it, and so that's why it's in the hate it. Their skin, out of all the colors, yellows and greens, they picked bad ones. Okay, like the examples, right? Because you have the list, right? But you have the
Very yellow and
examples.
green.
They went to puke green and puke yellow, and then they went to brown, so it's poo brown, right? So it's all the throw up colors, and they did it in this very, very like bad tone, right? And then on top of that, it's like a combination of just being like the spots with that color combination just give me liver spot vibes, right? They don't give me like cool spotted person
Looks
vibes.
very
It looks sickly, and I can't get behind that. I would never play one. They're in the hate it.
Yeah. I will say I did like the art a lot. However, I think that's more helped by the armor that happened to be featured. And that's not always guaranteed. In terms of just straight up aesthetics, I would say it's okay. But it's definitely going at the bottom of the it's okay. Because I don't hate it. While I'm not a fan of the color choices, I do like the whole warrior aspect, and it could work. It's just not my vibe.
Alrighty. Moving on, we have the other half of the Gith. We have the Gith Zerai. Okay. Gith Zerai are generally slender, with speckled skin in shades of yellow, green, or brown. Okay. Again, they're very similar. The difference is these are more the wizards and the sorcerers and stuff. They don't do the physical stuff, where the Gith Yankee do the physical, boasting stuff. However, when you look at it, they all look very similar, right? At least in the art, they didn't really give sort of
There's
specific, and they didn't really give any difference,
them, is
right? Which is
there?
fine. if that's the vibe they were going for. But they didn't give it a lot of difference. Now, about the Githzerai. You know, I gotta also put it and hate it. You know, there's no difference. I do put it under Gith Yankee in hate it for two reasons. One is because they like specifically emphasize the spots in the Githzerai, right? So that just adds to the sick there. Two, they are incredibly commonly depicted as fully bald, versus at least the Gith Yankee, both genders seem to have hair fairly frequently. So it just gives me extra.
Sheikah monks from Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, it just gives me extra the liver spots vibe when they're just full bald, you know? So I just can't.
Yeah, I think it just falls into the it's okay for me as well, because just it's the same thing, it's the same skin tone, they just change classes. So
yeah, there's nothing wrong with
like
being bald, Jamie. It's being bald and having to have like large, like dog-esque spots all over your head. I'm not about
looking
that.
like you have
and on top of
spots.
that, looking like you have jaundice all at the same time, right? Like it's a
Jaundice,
combination, right? Like that's the whole thing.
It's very unfortunate, and I think it falls into this idea like, oh, everything needs to be dark and like this urine yell for it to be like a serious world, and I do think that kind of plays a part in some of the tones we're seeing. It's just an unfortunate design for me, and I would put it below the Gith Lanky, because I feel like you could at least kind of have something with the Gith Yankee. I just don't see me ever playing this guy, unfortunately.
Much like the noof, yeah. Alrighty. Let us continue down the list.
Onward, my good
Onward
man.
indeed. Alright. We have the Deep Gnome, which are also a word that I have only read, I have never attempted to pronounce, so I'm just gonna always call them the Deep Gnome. If someone wants to tell me how to pronounce that word, you may, but I've only read it. So the Deep Gnome seem more like creatures of stone than...
Oh no.
What?
It was slow for me. I'm like, didn't we just do that?
Oh, no. Snurvneblin.
Nervneblin. Verneblini. Nervernblin.
Alexander, you just spelt it exactly the same as it's spelt. That doesn't help me pronounce it better. Svernblin. Yeah, I don't know. Deep gnomes seem more like creatures of stone than flesh. Their leathery skin is usually a gray-brown or dun hue that acts as a natural camouflage with the rock around them. Their bodies are gnarled and with hard muscle or fat, and they are heavier than their small stature suggests. Deep gnomes often weigh 100 pounds or more, but rarely stand more than 3 feet tall. Male deep gnomes are bald from early childhood, although adults can grow stiff beards or mustaches. Females have full heads of hair, and they are usually tied back in braids or cut short to keep it from getting in their way as they work. As you see, so I have the female deep gnome up there, and you also have the regular deep gnome over here. So those are the male deep gnome over here. He does not have a mustache, which is definitely sad. Sverfneblin. If I didn't pronounce that right still, that's on y'all. Smurfneblin.
Okay, we'll try.
It just sounds like Smurfneblin. So, you know, say
Let's
love
just
you.
go with that.
Yeah, okay. Smurfneblin. Alright. Deep gnome. This Smurfneblin. This one's difficult because I feel like they fall into a very similar pitfall as the Duragar. Right? They fall into a very similar pitfall as the Duragar. And I am gonna put it in hated. I already didn't like gnomes in the first place, just like I wasn't a big fan of dwarves in the first place. They sort of get that sort of monochrome sort of skin. Now, I will give them the fact that it is talked about stone, right? They do talk about
Yeah,
stone.
like
They do
there's
compare
a
it to stone.
reason
That's what
for
moves
it.
it up on the hate it, right? That's what moves it up on hate it. But if I'm already very, very, very unlikely to play gnomes, I'm definitely not going to play a deep gnome, right? Like, there is nothing that makes me desire play a gnome over deep gnome. You know what? Okay, I'll move it out as here. I'm going to put it in boring. All right? I'll put it in boring. I like it more than those enough. I don't think it fits on that tier. I'm going to put it at the bottom of boring. All right, Mars.
Okay. Yeah, really, I just
Oh,
I
Alexander.
am not one for the like
I love garden
these
gnomes,
type.
but these don't look like
Oh,
garden gnomes. The gnomes don't
no,
look
it
like
does
garden gnomes. They upset me.
definitely doesn't look like garden gnomes. I will say I do like that they provide a reason. Like it's part of their survival. It allows them to camouflage. That's pretty cool. Which is a case where I can forgive it because I don't believe with the Duragar it was like
It
I
might
mean,
be. I
granted,
specifically
they do
tried
live
to
in
leave out
caves, so maybe there
lore-related
wasn't
things.
sunlight or stuff like that.
Well, no, they do live underground. The Durgar do live underground. I don't want you to judge too much on lore Mars, even though you are lore of Mars, solely because I did try to cut out as much lore. Like
You're
I
going
was
against
trying
my
to.
namesake, Ori.
I was trying to specifically show the just the aesthetics, right? Just the right, not why they're like that, right?
Yeah. And
So.
it's fair. I do feel like, particularly with this picture we have here, the trees are helping. But I gotta say, it's not enough. I would put it above Duragar, but it's definitely going in boring
Yeah.
for me.
Alrighty. Next up, I believe we have the regular gnome. Okay, gnomes average slightly over 3 feet tall and weigh 40 to 45 pounds. Their tan or brown faces are usually adorned with broad smiles beneath their prodigious noses, and their bright eyes shine with excitement. Their fair hair has a tendency to stick out in every direction, as if expressing the gnome's insatiable interest in everything around. A male gnome's beard, in contrast to his wild hair, is kept carefully trimmed, but often styled into curious forks or neat points. A gnome's clothing, usually made in modest earth tones, is elaborately decorated with embroidery, embossing, or gleaming jewels. Now, I'm gonna say something here. I don't think that any of the gnomes that are depicted in 5e, based, art-wise, are this description at all. Like, they're not. You could say that this guy here working on a little, doohickey, his thing's sort of like, kind of, his hair's kind of messy, but it doesn't stick out in every direction. It doesn't make some points or something, right? You also talk about their tan or brown. Not her. She's pale as heck. Like, I don't know. Is that tan? That's not tan to me. Okay? That's not tan to me. Her hair is slicked back. That is not sticking out in every direction, right? Exactly, PCM. So this is very difficult. In the sense of that the description isn't the worst. The depiction, boring as hell, right? The depiction, boring as hell. And because of this, I am solidly going to put this in... I'm clicking on the wrong thing. I'm clicking on the wrong things. I have fixed it. I'm going to put gnome in sort of a lower tier of could be cool. Oh, no, I'm going to put it in it's okay. I'm going to put it above, actually, astral elf in it's okay. And the reason for this is because I think the freaking written description is a lot of fun. It gives me garden gnome vibes, right? It does. I liked it. I don't think that the imagery has anything to do. I don't think that the pictures have anything to do with it. So I'm putting it in it's okay because they couldn't make up their minds, it seems. They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Because there's no way that they gave that written description to an artist and the artist pumped out this woman.
That.
That's not right.
Yeah, honestly, I think gnome, like, I like the description. It's nice that you can accessorize and you have all these options to pick from. It is very unfortunate that that did not come across in the art. I would place this right next to dwarf in It's Okay, because they both kind of equal the same thing to me. It's just tiny human with some bonus features.
Yep.
So not too much to say about
Not
that
too
in
much
all
going on,
honesty.
indeed.
It's rather unfortunate.
All right. Next up, we have Goblin. And now, Goblin got a big facelift with, Mordenkainen and Multiverse of Monsters or whatever, right? Because this down here, this orangey yellowy dude, he was the original Goblin. Now on the left, look at that one. That one's epic as hell. Okay? That one's
like that.
top tier shit. Epic as hell. Look at the hair, look at the ears, look at the face. It's all great. All fantastic. Really, really fun. Now, standing around 3 feet tall and covered in warty green or red skin, goblins have huge noses and ears. Their wiry bodies are surprisingly strong, and their mouths are full of sharp, crooked teeth. Most goblins are bald, either by heredity or by choice, but a few boast shocks of red or black hair. Their arms and legs are elongated in proportion to their small bodies, and their fingers and toes are also long and slender. This is another one where it's kind of like, in the original image, they did not follow this thing at all. You know, that is not like I wouldn't really call that a shock of hair, on him. On the left one, definitely. On the right one, not so much. Okay, they didn't draw any of them as warty, but I'm not upset about that. I'm not a warty fan. I'm not here for the warty or anything like that. So a lot of this is sort of they've gotten to a point where they're not really doing a good job of describing what they're drawing. You know what I'm saying? Now,
Yeah,
I gotta put goblins pretty up here. I'm actually gonna put goblins above the auto gnome. Yeah, this is hard because there's a lot of talk about like. Exactly, Jamie. The left one does match the description way better. But there's a lot of talk about sort of like the different kinds of goblins, right? Because in a lot of this is a lore thing. In a lot of the lore, it talks about goblins being very adaptable and everything like that. And I've heard a lot of internet chatter about like rock goblins versus plain goblins versus mountain goblins, like, and the cool things that they do. So I'm kind of torn between like it could be cool and I like it the way it is, because honestly, while I really enjoy the image on the left, the description, there's very little. You got red or black hair, you got green or red skin, you got warts or you don't got warts, right? There's not that much left going on. So I'm gonna move this into could be cool, but I'm actually gonna put it above Centaur, but below ASMR.
Okay.
I don't hate short people. It has nothing to do with the height, Johnum. It's just that all the short races are literally humans but short.
Yeah,
that's it. That's the
trap
problem.
I'm running into as well, because I'm like, it's a tiny human. What you see is what
Like,
you get.
that's the boring part about it. If it's like fairies are short, they're tiny.
But it's cute elf with wings.
Yeah.
And tiny.
You know?
But back to Goblin. I will say that updated art where it looks like this kind of like cat creature, like almost kind of reminds
Very
me
feral.
of a yokai.
Gives me very feral.
I really love that
It's
vibe.
good.
And this is just another case of like, wow, that art did not match the description that was read. I think solely for that reason, it's going to be in could be cool. Because there's a lot of homebrew potential for this.
Guys, I can't
and
possibly hate
clearly
short people. Mars is a
people
short
have
person.
taken- Hey,
There is no
Rich,
doubt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm tall, so everybody's short. How about that?
All right, fair.
So I
fair
can't
enough.
possibly hate short people if everybody's short.
How's the weather up there? No, I gotta be honest. I love the update they gave to Goblin. It really looks like this feral cat type creature, which I gotta say, I would be down to play. It's going in could be cool for me, and I think it's going right next to Fire Genasi because I would be most likely to play it if I can make it into something I would enjoy.
I don't know, John. Apparently I'm heightist now. I'm very heightist. I'm likely grouped in with all those women that need their man to be like 7'9", 20, and I guess I got lucky that
Your man
Dylan's 11
is!
foot. Yeah, apparently yeah, my man is 11 foot apparently. So you know, it's all checking out too hardcore.
All falling into place, you guys.
The pieces, it's all coming together. All right,
All coming together.
it's all coming together.
Oh yeah.
I don't need this to be part of the Camden lore, alright?
Well, Dylan got new lore.
I guess this means that I'm 10 foot 11?
And I'm
10.
just 3.
I'm 10 foot 10 if he's 11
I'm 3
feet.
feet according to you.
That's what it is. He's a Dark Souls boss indeed. Alright. Goliath. Goliaths stand between 7 and 8 feet tall and have a wide variety of skin tones resembling different types of stone. That is it. That's all we get. I do believe there is something. I do believe there is something somewhere that mentions they don't have hair. Because they never do have hair. None of them. They're always bald and like beardless and everything like that. But I couldn't find anything about it. But as you can see in all these images, they don't have hair. And Goliath, man. Sorry. They are also nomads. Jamie, I'm specifically only taking the parts about the aesthetics, right? Like I'm really trying not to do anything else.
Yeah,
it's only
we're
aesthetics.
Trying not to go as complicated as we did with Ace Attorney
You know,
Smasher Pass.
To
we
me,
were all over the map with
Goliaths are boring, and Goliaths are above Deep Gnome, under Deep Gnome. Above Deep... This one's hard because they both have, like, stone skin, right? And they both have this sort of things. I gotta say, I gotta pick the ability to have hair that the Deep Gnome has over the Goliath's ability to not have hair. You know, because at least you can then style something, right? Like, it's the choice, right? Like, a Goliath is like, no hair, versus, like, a Deep Gnome is like, no hair if you want, but hair if you do want, right? And so it's like, I want to have the choice because sometimes maybe I want my character to be bald, maybe I don't. You know, like it depends on what the vibe is.
But give me the option.
Give me the option, right? Give me the option.
You know what's so funny for me with this particular
Now I
picture
hate bald.
is that
I'm baldest.
it looks like Kratos from God of War.
Why is Mars
with
not getting any hate?
And the half face paint. So I think what they've done here is you're trading out the hair for tattoo options is kind of what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
However, that description is so damn short. Like, that is not enough to work with. I think this goes solidly in the...
Thank you,
It's
gentlemen.
okay. I don't hate it. I see how someone could like it, so I'm not going to dismiss it outright. And you know, tattoos plus that giant warrior vibe, like that can be cool in the right context. But for me personally, I mean, I wouldn't play it. I think it's going
Gnolls don't have an
probably
official race, Rixander.
right below the Githlanki.
Yeah, Gnolls don't have an official race, unfortunately. I love
Guys,
Gnolls.
I think we still got like 27 more classes.
We're definitely we're only about halfway.
Oh my god, what have we
but
done?
Gnolls are good, but they're not an official race. Yeah, they're not an official race. It's very sad. All right.
To quote Crap Guide to D&D Races, all the races.
This one, we have a new one again, Hadoozy, which had a lot of controversy when they first re-released it. Because, yeah, thank you. Because of stuff like that. 5 years trash confirmed. All right. In addition to being natural climbers, Hadoozis have feet that are as dexterous as their hands. even to the extent
You
of
didn't
having
skip one,
opposable
did you?
thumbs. I did not.
Okay.
Even to the extent of having opposable thumbs. Membranes of skin hang loosely from their arms and legs. When stretched taut, these membranes enable Haduzis to glide. Haduzis wrap these wings around themselves to keep them warm. Now, again, Starfinder did it right, and Starfinder gave a bunch of different options, like, you know, they drew a bunch of different ones, right? That's my one thing that I was always upset about, is they gave you, like, one option. It was kind of boring. And so it was, like, kind of sad. However, I do enjoy, they got some different colors here, they all got the flaps of skin, they all have those opposable thumb feet. So they're definitely monkey-like, right? They're definitely ape-like. That's the monkey-like.
I was about to say, da 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 da. They're flying monkeys.
They are. Yeah, I agree, Jonathan. So that's my first gripe. My first gripe is that they have holes, right? They have holes. If you look at like a flying squirrel or a sugar glider, the membrane is fully attached along their arm and down their side and down their leg, right? Because that means you can stretch it taut and it doesn't flap. It actually allows you to glide. With those holes in it, you're not stretching it taut. It's not going to be yeah, or a tanuki. It's not going to be taut.
Thinking the same thing.
It's just going to get caught on something. Exactly. It's not aerodynamic, because all the air is just going to go and it's just going to flap it, right? And it's going to, you know, make it like buzz. Not good. Bad design. However, I will say that they do have a lot of variety, and I do enjoy the opposable feet, right? And they're really furry. They got this sort of like mid-tier animalistic vibe sort of going on, right? So I'm going to put it in it's okay. I'm going to put it above gnome, but below bugbear. Bugbears are better.
Okay. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it's okay.
I gotta say, I like
there's a reason
the
he's
animalistic. I like the animalistic vibes here. I feel like this is what, maybe not what Gith could have been, but this just works better to me because monkeys are already sort of humanoid, so it just clicks a lot more. I am probably going to be the odd one out here, but for me, rule of cool definitely makes the wings a win for me, or the flaps of skin, I should say. I know it's got the holes. I know it's not feasible if you actually tried that, but in the pictures that were shown, I really like the way it drapes like a scarf, and I could see that as like a shawl almost, like they even reference
Mars
wrapping themselves up in it.
Thank you, John.
It just really seems like a cool design, and I could see myself playing one of these. There's lots of variety here. You can work the flaps of skin into the clothing design as well. I'm putting it in a solid like it, and it's at the top.
Jamie's the voice of the people. The flaps are a cool idea, but the execution is bad. That's where I'm at.
But this is why I say rule of cool wins for me here.
Yeah.
Because I see what they're kind of going for. Like, yes, it doesn't make a lick of sense if we're talking aerodynamic and accuracy, but look at how it drapes. Look at how it looks like one of those dancer scarves that you twirl and spin around it. I'm sorry, I am a sucker for that shit.
Yeah. All right. So very quick, we have Grung. Now, Grung is like in that sort of like, it's kind of official, it's not really official sort of realm. They're a monster. You can kind of sort of maybe play as them, kind of. There's not good pictures. There's not good images of them. But if you picture a slightly humanoid poison dart frog, that's the vibe that we get. Okay? They're definitely small. They're small in size, but they're very, very colorful. Okay, Mars, this is the point that you're having. Unfortunately, the only way to get any other explanation would be to pay money to Wizards of the Coast, which I refuse to do.
That's
And
rather unfortunate.
yeah, so this is what we have, this little picture, okay? But I think I painted a good picture. Yeah, Mars, you got
Oh,
it?
definitely.
All right.
I'm getting a frog people-esque
But
type
specifically poison
vibe,
dart frogs, right? Like specifically poison dart frogs. They're not like
which I
your
do
common
enjoy.
toad. Toxicroak, yeah, that's a vibe in there. You have it, Sea Slug? I think we're good. I think Mars has the vibe. Okay?
Yeah,
I
I've
like
got the
grung.
general sense.
They're cute. They're very small. They have beautiful colors, right? They have beautiful colors because if you look at poison dart frogs, they're awesome colors and everything like that. So I'm gonna put grung actually above autognome in like it because webbed feet beats construct in my opinion. I would play grung. Another Neffy loss. Yeah, the frog patterns. The patterns, you know. Got Bumblebee, you got the Riddler spots,
There
all that
are
good
a
stuff.
ton of options here. There's so many references you could use to get the design you want.
Mm-hmm.
It's also just a very good concept as well. I think it's going to go in like. I'm just deciding where to put it. It's definitely more interesting than an elf to me. And I could see myself playing it. So I think it's going right above elf.
Very nice. All right. After that, oh, I have to change my thing. We have the half-elf. To humans, half-elves look like elves, and to elves, they look human. In height, they're on par with both parents, though they're neither as slender as elves nor as broad as humans. They range from under 5 feet to about 6 feet tall, and from 100 pounds to 180 pounds, with men only slightly taller and heavier than women. Half-elf men do have facial hair, and sometimes grow beards to mask their elven ancestry. Half-elven coloration and features lie somewhere in between their human and elf parents, and thus show a variety even more pronounced than that found among either race. They tend to have the eyes of their elven parents. So, very interesting there. I'm gonna say it. Even though I did draw my changeling as his main thing was originally half-elf, that was 1, multiple years ago, and 2, I would never do it again. They're boring. They're literally exactly 100% human plus mildly pointed ears. Mildly pointed ears. So they are at the hard bottom of boring.
Yeah, for me,
It is
just
PCM.
it's
It is a bad
you know,
picture, Alexander.
PCM said it right. It's just a guy cosplaying as an elf. Like, this is what you want. This is what you choose when you want to dip your toe in magic,
The official
but
art.
not all the way. Like, it's human plus.
Again,
And
this is
human plus an elf diet. Like,
aesthetic only,
no one's
guys.
happy.
You
No
know,
one's happy.
This is aesthetic only. I'm not talking about, you could be the best, you could be my favorite freaking half-elf in the world. You could be my favorite human in the world. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about specifically,
we're talking aesthetic. We're talking
aesthetic-wise. There's no other information here, right?
It's what's on the outside that counts.
It's in this
Your insides don't
specific
matter.
tier, in this specific game. Right here, right now.
This one is going at the very end of the list. Because even with Duragar, at least it's something different.
Mm-hmm. All right. In real life, Jamie, in real life, and when you're playing a game, definitely. But
Oh yeah.
not in this tier list. All right, we're moving right along to halfling.
Nothing is factual here, guys. This is all opinion.
The diminutive halflings survive in a world full of larger creatures by avoiding notice, or, barring that, avoiding offense. Standing about 3 feet tall, they are inclined to be stout, weighing between 40 and 45 pounds. Halfling's skin ranges from tan to pale with a ruddy cast, and their hair is usually brown or sandy brown and wavy. They have brown or hazel eyes. Halfling men often sport long sideburns, but beards are rare among them, and mustaches even more so. They like to wear simple, comfortable, and practical clothes, favoring bright colors. And another thing that is depicted here is they have small hands. Okay, again, another sort of, Alexander, again, another sort of thing here is that for everybody else, when you learn anatomy, your hand, from like the base of your palm to the tip of your middle finger, is the length of your face, right? So your hand can pretty comfortably cover your entire face. And as you can see here, that is not the case. Same with the feet, right? The length of your foot is the length of your head.
It's
Again,
a reverse
not the
hobbit,
case here. It
now
is
that I
a
think
reverse
about
hobbit,
it.
which is very, very weird. Both of their heads are big, guys. Like, look at both of their hands, both of their feet, both of their heads are big, okay? This is the official frickin' art. Okay? This, again, maybe you guys are gonna yell at me because they happen to be short, and I just don't like them, because they just make all the normal human races short, right? One of them is bigger than the other, but it's not, like, crazy. They got big
Halfling
heads for
scary
silent reasons. Sensing a pattern here? Come on. Apparently half-orphan, halfling went in a different order in the thing. That's fine. Halfling,
No worries.
they're boring or hate it. They're boring, but they're even lower than half-elf. No, hate it. I hate it because of the frickin' proportions thing. I can't deal with it. That is very true, Jamie.
That's you as an artist speaking.
That's me as an artist speaking. It hurts. It just hurts. And I can't do it. And then they're boring on top of that. So, like, I can't do it. I can't do it. We talked about, like, John'em had Uncanny Valley with the fairy. This is Uncanny Valley right here.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because looking at that art does give me very classic, like, 70s style, like, fantasy drawings. So I do kind of like it for that.
I see.
Like I said, it very much reminded me of The Hobbit.
Mm-hmm.
However, even with the different proportions, it's just another tiny human.
Yep.
There's really nothing super special happening here.
Exactly.
I gotta put it with the rest of the people I said were basically just tiny humans. I gotta keep it consistent. But where would it go? Because honestly, even though it has that element that stands out from the other quote-unquote tiny humans, it's not an element I particularly like.
Mm-hmm.
Because, again, the aesthetics are important here, and it's just like, I don't know, that just doesn't appeal to me.
Doesn't do it.
As like, guys, if we're going to talk about scientifically, if you have feet that tiny, you're not walking anywhere.
Yeah.
I think it's gotta go, well, maybe, I think I would sooner play an air genasi than I would a halfling. So it's not
Alrighty.
going right next to the other tiny humans. It goes a little bit below the other tiny humans.
Alright. Next up, we have half-orc. Half-orcs. Grayish pigmentation, sloping foreheads, jutting jaws, prominent teeth, and towering builds make their orcish heritage plain for all to see. Half-orcs stand between 6 and 7 feet tall, and usually weigh about 180 to 250 pounds. And you have this definitely sort of purple-gray on the left side, and then we have this sort of brown-gray on the right side. They definitely both have small tusks. They definitely both have mildly pointed ears, this sort of like smooshed-in nose, and they definitely have like broad heads and sort of builds. Alrighty. We're gonna try to speed run this a little bit. So, half orc.
Really, we're gonna do 23 in 6 minutes.
Not that
5
fast,
minutes.
but I want to do before 12:30, hopefully. Before midnight 30. I'm looking specifically, Alexander, I was looking specifically for, like, the official art that it gave with the race. That's why the art is the art, because that is what, like, official gave it to be. From
no
5e.
fan art.
I'm talking about 5e only, right? So, half orc, definitely, it's in okay, right? Like, it's got some cool stuff going on. I would put it above Gnome, but below Hadozi. All right, we'll look up Talenta Planesrider while you go on, Mars.
Okay. So half orc for me, again, the half things. It's like, just freaking commit. I will say though, definitely more interesting than human. Which I think is stopping it from being in the boring camp for me. I would put it honestly right after Astral Elf, which, whoops, that's not where I meant to put it. Right below Astral Elf. There we go.
Interesting.
Which honestly is a lot higher than I thought I would give it, but in comparison to everything else I currently have, I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright, yeah, Harangon, it does look out of place, doesn't it? But this is the official art. I don't know why. I don't know why, if they got a different artist, or they just were like, I can only pay to commission you for this type of art and not the fully rendered stuff, I don't know. But Harangons are bipedal, with the characteristic long feet of the rabbits they resemble, and fur in a variety of colors. They share the keen senses and powerful legs of leporine creatures, and are full of energy. It makes me a little sad that they get to use leporine, because this means that I could have guinea pig Harangons, but I can't, because they're rabbits. So it makes me a little sad. But, moving along. Harangon. I mean, as you all know, I am a sucker for animal things, and, you know, rabbits, they're pretty great. I mean, look at you got the legs, you got the ears, you got the stuff. Now, they don't come in a ton of colors, but they are pretty freaking neat. And I'm gonna put them here. I like feathers more than fur, so they're right below Aarakocra, but above Grung in the like it.
Interesting.
It's the leggies for me. We talked about this. It's the leggies.
Oh yeah, you like your non-human legs for sure.
The leggies are important.
I think for this one, I do like the rabbit vibe. It is very cool, and there are definitely enough rabbits in the world that you could design something
That's
very
cool,
Like,
Rixander.
there's long-haired, there's short-haired, you
We're
could
in
go
agreement,
for
Jamie.
a pet hare, you could go for a rabbit, so lots of options at your disposal. I think I would put it next to the Aarakocra in could be cool. Because it's like, I'm not gonna lie, it is doing it for me. But it is also what it says on the tin. It is a rabbit, that is what you are getting. And that's just kind of been the theme for me. Now, would I play a rabbit over a bird?
Now, the one thing I will say is there are definitely more
yes.
coloration and pattern varieties in bird than rabbit.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say.
There is. But
That's all I'm gonna
also the potential to play a rabbit.
say. All I'm going to say. That's the best, Jamie.
Both are good and wonderful and have the potential.
Okay. Next we get Hexblood. Hexblood sadly has one image, which is very sad because they seem very cool, but every Hexblood exhibits features suggestive of the hag whose magic inspires their powers. This includes an unusual crown, often called an Elder Cross or Witch's Turn. This living, garland-like part of a Hexblood's body extends from their temples and wraps around behind the head, serving as a visible mark of the bargain between hag and hexblood, a debt owed or a change to come. Now, in this one's case, it's horns, but it could really be anything like, like antlers or branches or, anything living like that and all these sort of stuff. What do you mean, why am I bullying them? What have I bullied about them yet? I've literally said nothing about them yet. Steve Plug, Jesus Christ. I've literally said nothing.
You're just reading the description.
Oh, chat is okay. Chat is saying they're Walmart tieflings. This one in particular is giving tiefling vibes. I'm sorry, Audio Chaos or whoever else. Jamie. Yeah, I see. Calling them discount tieflings. This one in particular does look like a discount tiefling. However, in the description of them, I disagree. I'm sorry, I sneezed. If I mute myself suddenly, it's because I'm sneezing or blowing my nose. It's a teeth ping. There you go. It's a teeth ping. All right. Tieflings. Yeah, Rixander, somebody yelled at me once. I don't know which one it is. I always mix them up. They're down at the bottom again, Mars, because they were put in late because of how I learned about it, like how I made sure everything was official. I think they have a lot of potential. It was you, Jamie? Okay. I have a lot of potential. I think there's a ton of potential here, and I do think there's a fair amount built in it. However, I will say that because it's vague, it can be sort of hard to imagine all that if you're not great. So I'm putting it at the top tier of could be cool. Because I think they really, 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 really could be cool. And I think they're just a smidge higher than ASMR, because I really do like ASMR in the it could be cool. But Hexblood are just wild. So that's my vote. Go on.
Honestly, I like the vibe of Hexblood. I feel like there's a lot of potential there, especially with what you could do with the horns, what you could do with the different styles. Like, that's pretty good. I do have a bias for tieflings. I do like them. So discount tiefling, I mean, that's pretty good too. So I think I'll put it in like it, and it's going above elf.
Okay, saying that beer, I-E-R, is beer in German just makes me sit here and trying to pronounce tiefling, like what is the ear equivalent without the R bit, right? Because it's B-er, right? So it's T-F-ling, right? Like, I don't even know how to make that noise without the R. How do you make the noise without the R? Like, you can't. So it's T-F-ling. Hurts me. All right.
I could give you a whole phonetics lesson, but I know
we do not have time this evening. Another time.
Bad.
All right. Let me make sure I'm good. Okay. Hobgoblins. Is that how it works? All right. So you say so.
That to her, maybe, but no time. According to Ori.
Tieflings. Okay, tieflings. I just always second guess myself. So hobgoblin. Hobgoblins are generally taller than their goblin cousins, but not quite as big as bugbears. They have curved, pointed ears and noses that turn bright red or blue during showing displays of emotion. Now, while the text doesn't say that they have solely been depicted as red-skinned, I have never seen them otherwise. They do have very Japanese vibes, which is very, very cool. I also like how they gave this one a axe loot, top tier stuff. They got pointy teeth, they got fun ears, their noses are interesting, claws, all that sort of stuff. Very cool stuff. Let us go on to the judging. We got a judgment.
Yes.
Hobgoblins.
Judgment Day.
My votes, they're okay. I put them slightly under just under half orc, because they do have the one skin color versus the half orc have like a couple of gray yeah, they have a couple of gray varieties, right? You can kind of go purple gray, you kind of go green
light
gray
and dark gray.
No, but you could go cool gray, you can go warm gray, you know, this one's kind of purple gray, you got the other one's kind of blue gray, you got kind of green gray, you know. I put it just below.
So I'm along the same thought process as Ori. I'm thinking they're okay too. However, mine is gonna go above the half orc and right underneath the astral elf. Just because I do think the red tone can be interesting. I like that little bit about how it changes color depending on emotion. I think that could be very fun to play with, and it makes for an interesting design.
Okay, Jamie, you're saying it's all gray, but literally when we looked at half orc, they were 2 different grays. I see like 8 different grays here on this freaking page, and they're all gray. You would call them all gray. This deep gnome is gray. This hippo is gray. They're not the same gray. This Goliath is also gray. He's not the same gray. This freaking Earth Genasi is gray. He's not the same freaking gray. That's all I'm gonna say. Moving on.
Trust me, she's an artist. She knows.
Human. Now, I know what you're gonna say. There's totally more human pictures on the freaking thing. And yes, there is. But there's so many freaking ones that I would never fit them on here. So this is the one that they use as the specific, you know, when you look at human races, like to be a human race, this is what it is. It's a pipa, a pippa, a pipa. I don't know. Pipa? Okay. This is the one they give. That's what I'm gonna say. I think we all know what humans are like. I think we all know what natural hair and skin so and eye tones. Pipa.
Experience.
See, I was right. Pipa. I think we all know what colors human hair and skin and eyes can naturally come in. Naturally. You know,
yeah, if you're not an anime protagonist,
humans,
then you know what hair color you're getting.
Oh, I'm not on the right thing. I know some of you are gonna hate me for this. I know Johnum has very, very different things. Now, it's not in hate it. I don't hate it, but it's boring. Lowest tier boring. There is nothing more boring than a human in a fantasy world. Now, tell me why. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm a human. I'm a human. I see humans all day long. I see humans all the time. Right? I see humans constantly. Right? Humans are boring. That's it. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. We're not doing the versatility. We're not doing, you know, clothing. It's just the official art and the official description. Humans are boring.
It's guys, I gotta follow the rules I established for myself. If half elf, you know, half human, half elf goes in boring, well, human has to go one step below that. Is that the first picture here, Ori? I don't think so. Where is the picture?
What? Human is that first one?
For human. Oh, it is the first one.
Yeah,
okay.
That's a human.
Thought so. I'm like, that's a human. It's just we know what humans look like, and if I'm playing a fantasy game, I don't want to be a human.
All the official art is bad.
Want
Jamie,
to be something else.
the changeling official art is god tier shit. It used to be bad.
Not automaton. The
Autonome?
Autonome.
Autonome.
That was
the art.
Awesome art.
It's good shit. All right, that's where we're at there. Yeah, the new goblin looks fantastic. Looks amazing.
It looks incredible. That's half the reason it ended up in could be cool for me. If it was just the other thing, I would have been like, it's a goblin. I know what a goblin looks like. It's just okay.
Now we got...
But now it looks like a cat yokai.
Kalashtar. Kalashtar. Appear human, but their spiritual connection affects them in a variety of ways. Kalashtar have symmetrical, slightly angular features, and their eyes often glow when they are focused or expressing strong emotions. Now, if I told
so
you
as
that
soon as
elves
you
were
said
human
that, I
plus,
was like, that's Raven. That's literally Raven.
if I told you that elves were human plus, no. Kalashtar are human plus. Yeah, exactly. It's a better human than human, and that's where it belongs, right? It's a Now this is the question: is it above or below half elf?
Ooh.
I'm gonna say.
Doesn't have the ears.
Yeah. No. See, but I'm gonna say. Sometimes glowy eyes beats always mildly pointed ears.
So you're using rule of cool.
No. It said its eyes glow sometimes.
Oh no, I know, but that's rule of cool.
No, it's not.
All right.
Rule
Well,
of
I would
cool
define
is
it as-
I'll allow you to do something that's not in the rules because it would be cooler if you got to do it. That's rule of cool.
Oh, I see.
So rule of cool is all the homebrew shit that we're talking about with like giving my Genasi water hair. That's rule of cool. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, that's where I used rule of cool to justify the poor wing design. Because I was like, I'm
exactly.
sorry.
That's
just
rule of
looks
cool.
awesome.
Exactly.
We
Mhm.
don't have to fix that.
Every race is human minus Johnum.
You know, for this one, for me, I think, oh boy, this is a rough one. I like the idea of glowing eyes, but everything else is just so vanilla.
Oh, very vanilla.
I think it's right underneath half orc, and it's okay.
All right.
Because it's a good vibe, but is it full fantasy? Not for me.
This is another new one I didn't know about. I think this is very, very setting specific, but the Kender is an official race. And originating on the world of Kryn, Kender are diminutive humanoids who look like humans with pointed ears and diverse appearances.
It's another
Yeah.
elf.
It's elf halfling combined?
What was the point of this?
And a Kender nabbed gnomes, so you hate them. Oh, you think like Kenders would have been known? Kender are the thief boys. Kender replaced halflings and Dragonlance. Well, see, you know what's funny about that? Saying that. What's funny about saying that is that I was also going to say that Kender are just the better halfling. There's no question about it. Kender are just the better halfling. Now, they have better pointy ears than the half-elf. But again, pointy ears don't beat Kalashtar. So,
Yeah.
this is where they go.
Yeah, for me, I'm just sitting here like, why does this exist? Don't we have something like it already? I think it's going right next to Halfling, guys, because there's not much unique about it. It just kind of seems like more of the same to me. And I would still rather play an Air Genasi, because at least that's somewhat different. Yeah, take your spot
was
right
kinda
next
weird.
to Halfling.
It does look kind of uncanny.
She's definitely
Rixander.
got the cross-eyed.
The cross-eyed, it kind of has like a head empty sort of look, you know, like a derp look.
The elevator
she wasn't-
music is playing.
Yeah, like she wasn't ready. The clothes are nice. This leaf is very good. Like, look at the squirrel. I'd like that'd be swish. But like,
yeah.
she's definitely like the picture. She was not ready to take a picture when this
No.
happened.
It
you
was
know?
literally like you're at the DMV and they say, "Okay, I'm taking your picture." It takes forever, and suddenly you decide to yawn. They're like, "Click, got it."
Exactly. All right. We have the Kenku. The Kenku are feathered folk who resemble ravens, but being a flightless bird, they are bird people doomed to mimic other people's creations. So the specific difference is that Kenku are specifically ravens. Okay? Ravens. It doesn't even say corvid. It says raven. Because did everybody know? Corvid, blue jays are corvids. That's a secret, okay? However, this specifically said ravens. So we can't count blue jays, okay? No. Second thing, they do not fly. They do not have wings. Okay? Looking at this art, they also have very, like, the leg skin on their arms. Okay? They got the leg skin on their arms. That's the third thing. Yeah, see, magpies are corvids too, but they don't count here because these are just ravens. These are just ravens. Okay? Just ravens.
Unfortunate.
No, it's sad. It's definitely sad. And because of this fact, my vote is they go in could be cool, just above centaur, but below goblin because feather beats fur. Feather beats fur. And while they don't have wing feathers, they have some feathers. And you could, you know, in the could be cool category, right? I could homebrew it so that they have sort of wings, like more flight feather wings, sort of like ostriches, right? Or emus, or, you know, like they still have wings, they're just flightless, right? So that's where they go there.
Yeah, this one, you know, I was so ready to put it in and I like it. And then I just saw the chicken drumstick legs and the chicken drumstick
That's the other thing.
arm.
If they were any corvid, would be better as well.
Yeah, I think it's the arms that bothered me the most because I'm like, there should be wings there and there aren't. And that bothers me on an aesthetic level. I'm going to put it in could be cool if you're willing to homebrew it to have wings, but because it doesn't have that, it's definitely got to go below Aarakocra.
Whoops.
It's still a bird, and it's still a very cool bird, so I will give it that. The arms just bother me.
No wings and no bitches, indeed.
That's the way it goes in this house.
Next, we have the kobolds. Some of the smallest draconic creatures in the multiverse, kobolds display their draconic ancestry in the glint of their scales and in their roars. Whatever their relationship to dragons, kobold scales tend to be rust-colored, although the occasional kobold sports a scale color more akin to that of a chromatic or metallic dragon. We got all these great pictures here, all this sort of stuff, definitely all having the rusty
Be careful
red
what you say
skin.
about this one, Ori.
Why? Because Johnum said S++ tier?
Oh no, I was thinking of Fuel King.
Oh, well, I gotta say, my art for Calazar is top fucking tier. There's no doubt there.
The hippo people.
There's no doubt here. There's no doubt here. I enjoy kobolds, right? I will say, would have been lower if it was they were all rust colored and we didn't even get the chance to maybe be a different one, right? I also do enjoy their kind of dog-like noses on the lizard face. Like, I kind of enjoy that. That's sort of like a through line across all of them. I do enjoy the kobold, right? I do enjoy the draconic thing. I'm gonna put kobold just below Dragonborn. That's where I'm gonna put it. I feel like they got a little bit more variety than the Aarakocra can, you know, innately, right? The Aarakocra is not very colorful innately. Technically, innately, the kobold can have the colors of the dragons, you know. So they kind of get there. Yeah.
See, big thing for me is that it's very similar to Dragonborn. Where it does win points for me is that there is a
They also have
snout.
tails. Sorry, they also have tails. Very
That
tough
too.
too.
Like, it's not smooshed in. It's an actual full-on snout, and that reads so much more dragon to me than the actual Dragonborn.
No, I edited mine. It's above Dragonborn. You're right.
Dragonborn.
You're right. It has tails. They gave it patterns. So good.
It's all in the details. The devil is in the details, guys.
The devil's in the details. No, you convinced me. I was wrong. You were right. All right.
That's the second time I've convinced you tonight.
Oh yeah, sometimes I just need to think about it, you know. They do deserve tails, Jamie. They just don't innately. They specifically don't. Give back the tail. All right. Leonin. Leonin tend to be tall compared to humans and move with a boldness that suggests their physical might. Tawny fur covers Leonin bodies, and some grow thick manes ranging in shades from gold to black. While their hands prove as nimble as those of other humanoids, Leonin have retractable feline claws which they can extend instantly. And then we have these couple pictures. Honestly, the drip on the right one, top tier, gotta say.
Big time.
The drip is strong. But that's not what we're judging on here. Leonin.
Sadly not.
I like Leonin. They're fun. They're lions. However, I gotta say, lion, tiny little thing. Lion is like at most a genus, but that might even be wrong. It might actually just be a species, right? And now that is very, very little change in sort of the the variety you can get about looking like a lion, right? You got the tawny fur, one color, maybe a little variety in there, but very little. You got,
Light
like you
yellow,
said,
dark yellow,
the gold to
sort of
black.
orange.
That's your most sort of thing. Lions don't have patterning. Lions don't have whatever. It's in like it, but it's below autognome because it's got less variety than autognome,
So, I will say this, and you might be thinking, oh, this is just another animal head that was stuck on a body. I actually like this one
Jamie
because,
vibe.
and I'll tell you why. I could see someone wanting a lion creature. Not only that, but the
Oh, God.
design of the
No.
lion, the important features of the lion, carry through the entire body. They don't just stop at the head. So that's important for me. Lions are limited in terms of design. I feel like it does absolutely go in the like it category. And I think I would put it right above elf, which is rare for me because I do like elf quite a bit. I am very much a fae creature. This one is just really cool to me, and I like how the animal aesthetic carries through the whole design. They didn't just stop at the head and call it a day.
No, not in this company, Jamie. Not in this company. All right. So, we have lizard folk. Lizard folk have colorful scales and exhibit a wide array of scale patterns. Their individual facial features are as varied as those of lizards. Gotta say, they both got frills. They definitely got scales. They definitely got tails. Top tier tails. I love the hands. Look at the left one with like the very lizardy hands and all that sort of stuff. Very nice stuff going on. Here, lizard folk gotta go and like it 100%. Lizard folk gotta go above Aarakocra, below Dragonborn. And the reason for this is because they have a lot more variety than Aarakocra do. They really, really do. They got a lot more color than Aarakocra do. Like, goddamn,
big time.
the color that real lizards have. Exactly, John. There's so much option on the color there. Frills, top tier stuff, right? Top tier stuff, the frills, good shit right there. They go below Dragonborn because I gotta say, there's no world where dragons are not just the better lizard, right? Like, there's no world where that doesn't exist. And that's because dragons can have horns, and dragonborns can have horns.
So, I definitely like the variety here. There are so many lizards in the world to choose from. You could get so
Okay,
many
chat's
colors.
convinced me. They're above dragonborn, below kobold. My apologies.
I see.
It's the tail. The tail really
tail
detracts
smell.
from the dragonborn, I gotta say.
It does, because the dragonborn should have a tail.
It really should, but
really
it doesn't.
should.
They specifically said it doesn't, right? Like, they specifically said it didn't. Like, they didn't just be like, oh, we didn't draw it. Like, they specifically
I'm
were
almost
like, no
tempted to
tail.
move dragonborn one lower because could be cool if it had a tail.
It's hard, right?
Is it too late?
No, you can move anything whenever you want. That is also true, Johnum. That is also true. Some of them have better snoots, though.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, the art we ended up with. But I gotta say, lizard folk, so many varieties. You could have frills on the cheeks. You could have frills on the crown. You could have the stand-up frill. You could have the expanding frill. You could have a Komodo dragon lizard folk. There are so many to choose from. This honestly falls into the grug category for me in that there's just so many options, so many colors. And to me they're very close. I know one's an amphibian and one's a reptile, but that's pretty much along the same vein in that I'm looking at an IRL creature and I'm applying it to fantasy.
That's how they used to be, Rixander. I do know that.
I do think I would place it below the grug because I just like the idea of a cute little frog a lot more. But that's still a pretty high ranking, not gonna lie.
Did you move them there?
I did, yes.
I don't even see them.
Did my
Oh,
thing
I see
drop
them.
again?
I see them. I see them. That's not the grung though. That's the kobold. What you're talking about. The grung is the purple thing
What?
by the auto gnome.
That's your screen.
Oh, you're right. I'm dumb. It's midnight brain time, guys. There's no doubt about this. There's no... Whew. I'm having a problem. I see it now. We're good. Thank you. Woo. Damn.
No problem.
Oh god. My apologies. Whew.
I'm
It
like,
is
I'm pretty
late.
sure I remember what the grung
No,
looked
no,
like.
you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Alright. Next we got Loxodons. Loxodons tower above most other humanoids, standing over 7 feet tall. They have the heads,
boy.
trunks, tusks, ears, and faces of elephants, and hulking bipedal bodies covered by thick, leathery skin. Each of their hands has 4 thick digits, and their feet are flat-bottom, oval-shaped feet of elephants. I want to say one thing to Jamie. Jamie said that I was on Team Tail. Well, I am on Team Tail. The biggest team is Team Leggy. Leggy. It has to be the entire Leggy. So it's not just paw. It's Team Leggy, right? Like it's from hip
It
down
is
to foot.
crucial.
Okay,
It is
all the
crucial.
bones involved in that. That's what team I'm on. Okay. Join Pathfinder instead, Rixander. I mean, I know you're doing like 3.5, but if you want to do something else,
So many options.
do Pathfinder
So
2e.
good.
It's not a choice, Jamie. I disagree. But okay. Loxodon. Loxodon, obviously, as we talked about, definitely way better than GIF. Right? Definitely way better than GIF. I'm gonna put it in you know, they have a face to them, right? The big ears are good. The trunk is good. Are they better than Dampier, though? They're not. They are better than Fearbulg, in my opinion, though. So they're in boring. There's only a couple kinds of elephants. They're, you know, all this sort of stuff. Yeah, that's it. Do you have the Lolacanth, PCM? Does someone have the Lolacatha? I'm sorry, I just really had a bad time.
The midnight
description?
hitting hard.
If you can, then DM me. Okay, Seaslug, you can DM me the Lolacatha description. Okay, we'll do that one
Alrighty.
next. Go on, Mars. Where do you put
Okay. So
Loxodon?
this is definitely more of what I wanted. I think elephant is at least visually more intriguing, and there's a little more going on there. It definitely can't go in like it, however. Because it's not as stunning as the lion one. I think I would put it in could be cool, probably right next to the Arakocron, I believe.
All right.
Because it's, again, it's what you get on the package. You're getting an elephant. And if that's what you want, you will be satisfied. There's probably some ways you could homebrew that to make that design a little more interesting. The options escape me at the moment, but that's why it's in the could be cool category.
All right. Next we have the Locathaw, which is again similar like the Grung, where it's like kind of official, not fully official. But Sea Slug Wizard was very nice and has the book that is specifically for the Locathaw and has given me the thing. It's very short and honestly has very little about their description. It just says, featured in the Ghosts of Saltmarsh, these resilient and proud fish folk have endured war, slavery, and mistreatment at the hands of other aquatic creatures. They dwell in submerged tribal communities along seacoasts and hunt both above and below the water. They're kind of underwhelming, in my opinion, a little bit, at least in this image. Let's get the full body image of this image here up
Yeah,
on
I
the
was
screen
about to say, I
as well.
don't think I have a good idea of what they look like.
No, let me do this. Here they are. This is the example. It has a little seal doggo, and you know, that's good bit. But Sea Slug is jumping up and down and saying that they just say fish folk, so it could be any fish. So I will give them that description wise, that it can be any fish. Okay? So but now think about any fish, right? So any fish coloration and general shape, but it would have like, you know, sort of flipper feet, sort of a tail, you know, this sort of thing, definitely. But this one seems like a catfish, which is definitely not my personal preference at all.
And
right.
that seems to be kind of standard for the most part.
Yeah.
Like you're just gonna be walking around on 2 fins. That's it.
Yeah. You're a fish, you know, this sort of thing. Oops, let me do this way. Flip over here. Look at the innate one, the one that we get an image of, bad. It's bad. I would never play that. I hate it. The one they give an image of, the one we're looking at right now, it's bad. It's gross. It's icky. I'm sorry, they picked the worst fish. And even though catfish can be cool, they did it bad. They did it dirty. I'm very sorry. Okay? Now, if we are going to go off the sort of thing that it is indeed any kind of fish you want, because that's not innately stated in any way, versus where it is stated in other races where it like can be, right? Where it can be, like how the Aarakocra talks about like different, you know, colors, and it talks about eagle versus parrot head sort of thing, right? Like it talks about this. My vote is it's gonna go and could be cool, and it's gonna go above Kenku but below Goblin in could be cool. Hello, Crimson Rockstar. We're doing very well. We're finishing up. We're maybe about a quarter of the way to the end of this, hopefully.
I think we're going till 1 o'clock.
Yeah,
oh man.
Hopefully. Yeah, I know, Rexander. It's sad. I would replace Knowles for this any day of the week, but such is life. So Mars, Lokatha.
You know, for me, I do like the idea that it could be any fish. Again, lots of varieties to pick from. That's fantastic. The big thing that's stopping me, though, and again, this could be a personal grievance of mine, is that you're walking around on 2 fins.
Maybe sea slug.
And that is how every single one walks. And I just have a very clear image in my head from like some Disney film that I don't remember, of just this fish like swishing its tail back and forth against the floor, and it's like that's how it walks. Like that is how every one of these creatures walks. Maybe that's not the case, but that's what I'm envisioning. So I think it could
Big
be
slappy
cool,
noise, yep.
but it is so much not my vibe. It's going in could be cool, but it's going below the Raven. It's definitely bringing up the caboose.
Alrighty. Moving righto along, we go to the Minotaur. Okay. Minotaur horns range in size from about 1 foot long to easily 3 times that length. I mean, look at the long horn, you know, steer. Minotaurs often carve their horns to sharpen their edges, etch symbols of power into them, or sheathe them into bronze to prevent them from shattering during battle. Thick hair extends down Minotaur's neck and powerful backs, and some of them have long patches of hair on their chins and cheeks. Their legs end in heavy cloven hooves, and they have long, tufted tails. Now, very first thing is that only one of these images kinda has the horn carving going on, and it's this one, very, very slightly at the tip. That is upsetting. Incredibly upsetting.
The picture you chose for like where it goes in the tier list it looks like a bull going through puberty. Like, I swear to
That
God,
is the
it has
one.
acne on its face, and it looks like a
So
teenager.
I want to tell you, all of the ones that I chose for specifically the image, right? All the ones that I chose specifically for the tier list image are the ones that they put front and center when you are on D&D Beyond looking to pick your race.
It literally looks like a
So that is
I
the
see a
first
pimple
one
on it.
you see when you go on D&D Beyond to look at your races, right?
It's got
That's
the
what I'm
comb
saying.
back.
Oh
It's
yeah,
got the
no,
teen
it
haircut.
does.
I'm
It does. It does.
It just makes me laugh.
Now, I have an interesting relationship with Minotaurs because I follow an artist that's called Filibuster Frog, and Filibuster Frog is a beautiful D&D related artist, and their whole shit is like making these races way better in their art, like making all of the races way better. Okay,
Ooh, send them my way.
and they did a Minotaur thing. That was honestly the smashiest Minotaur thing I have ever seen in my life. However, I will say that it was like a human face, and then it had like the cow stuff around it, but top tier shit. And they were all hunks, like top tier hunks. Right. So it was like hella good. I can't unsee that as what I want out of a Minotaur, right? And I'm also deeply disappointed that nothing in this just like showed the freaking horn carvings, right? That is disappointing to me. So because of this, and because I have been ruined by this beautiful artist Filibuster Frog, Minotaur has to go in the it could be cool, and Minotaur has to go in it could be cool above Centaur, below Kenku, because as we've talked about before, feathers are better than fur.
So very true.
They really, it's really weird, Rick Sander, because it's one of those things where it's like they can do it really well. Like some of this art is freaking amazing, like the changeling, like the goblin, right? Like the Eladrin, you know, like this art is good. Why couldn't they do it all the time? The Leonin, awesome. Why couldn't they do it all the time? You know, I don't know.
They might have had different artists working on each.
They definitely had different artists working on the pieces, but I just don't know why. Like I am an artist that gets commissioned, right? Like I take commissions, and a very common part of taking commissions, and a very classic thing throughout the thing is the idea, oh no, the art is way better, but this Minotaur art, this prepubescent Minotaur art is the new art, Jamie. That's the new art. That's the problem that I have, right? That's the new art.
I think it's just the problem where it's like it's in the
old
square. It literally
art
looks like
was
one
this
of those
one.
2000 collared T-shirts.
This was the old art. This gives me Flynn Rider was a cow. This gives me Flynn Rider as a cow, and this gives me classic Minotaur in the Labyrinth. Yeah, it is, Jamie. Exactly. This was the old art. This is the new art. Okay? So, while I enjoy the art style a lot, it's a good art style, it's not the interpretation I wanted, okay? It's not the interpretation I wanted. It's not the interpretation we needed.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for
exactly,
me
JB.
is like...
Exactly.
Like, Minotaur falls into the same category as Centaur. It is kind of boring, kind of samey. I have seen Minotaurs before.
Mm-hmm.
However, knowing that there's this artist out there that exists, I do see the possibility in updating it, because there are many different cows out there. There's dairy cows, there's highland cows.
This is exactly that.
So many to pick from that it still falls into boring for me on concept alone, but because of all the changes you could make, I'm going to put it in it's okay at the very bottom, because it's just barely teetering on that edge. Bleh, I can't talk.
Here is the artist that I talk about, Filibuster Frog, and their amazing Minotaur art. So we got this beautiful group of just chads and hunks and bears, and then we got even more of them. Like, look at all the varieties, right? Look at the ears, the everything. Like, this is what I want. This is what I want. This is what I needed. All right, this is great. I love this.
Look at the different horn sizes. Look at the
different
ear
horns.
shapes.
Look at different shapes. The patterning is just like, oof, need it, top tier. Yeah, Alexander, such is life. Such is life.
Let such be the way of things.
But that's what I needed in life. All right,
Moving on.
moving on along. We have the orc. Now, again, this is an example, Jamie, where the new art is fucking top tier and the old art is just sadly disappointing. This on the right, that was the old art. This on the left, this is the new art. Now, this art on the left looks freaking amazing. Now, I gotta say, orc is one of those ones where it's like, they don't really have a good description of what they look like. Everybody, because I think they assume everybody just sort of knows what they look like at this point, right? But they definitely have this sort of, they like to keep the blues, the greens, the grays of the skin, right? We definitely get that tusk vibe, right? And we definitely have that and sort of kind of slightly smushed nose, this sort of thing. They have these slightly pointed ears, but they got all this good hair and stuff. They got a lot of shaggy hair and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, this one looks epic as hell. I don't know who this artist is, but I don't know why they didn't get them for everything. Like, I don't understand. I bet this is the same artist that drew the Goblin, though. Yeah, exactly, Jamie. I agree. I very much agree. They definitely have very similar art styles. So, orc. Where at this point, this has slowly become a roasting of how Wizard of the Coast decides
really has.
to
It's like we're
draw
not
things.
Trying
Okay.
to.
Orc is no doubt
Kinda
better
half.
than half orc. I like orc. I think orc is fun. Now, I do think I have to put orc on below Leonin solely on the fact that I would prefer to have more fur than not fur, and the leggies, and the tail. See, these are the things, right? These are the things. But I really like it. Orkigami. Very nice, very nice. Oh, I know, Jamie.
So I gotta say, orc to me, kind of just okay. Though I will say in this picture, it's definitely winning points with the upturned fangs. That is something we have not yet
They're called
seen,
tusks,
or at least not to that
Mars.
effect.
Tusks.
Tusk. Yes, sorry, midnight brain.
Yeah,
forgive
Jada,
me.
that's what
If
it
you
is.
can have your moment, I can have mine.
Not allowed.
Um,
You're supposed to be better than me.
However, I think it's just okay for me. It does have to go above half orc though. And I will say with the other race, I forgot what it was called, but it was the one with the blushy nose. I will say tusks do trump blushy nose. So it goes
The hobgoblin?
right back here. Hobgoblin, thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
it's going above the
A
hobgoblin.
hobgoblin.
Sorry, I'm having trouble
Orc
remembering
better
all
than
these
hork.
names.
Well,
There's
yeah,
so
there's no
many.
doubt there. Vampire with tusks. I mean, that would be a fun vibe. That would be a fun vibe. All right.
Down for that.
So this is the one that Jamie feels very strongly about. Distant kin of giant owls from the Feywild. Owlin come in many shapes and sizes, from petite and fluffy to wide-winged and majestic. Owlin have arms and legs like other humanoids, as well as wings that extend from their backs and shoulders. Like owls, owlin are graced with feathers that make no sound when they move or fly, making it easy for them to sneak up on you in the library. All right.
That's very specific. Just the library?
Yeah, just the library. My
Ah.
biggest gripe about the art specifically is that both owlins, and thus all the owlins they decided to do is that they're both barn owl faces. And I think that's incredibly disappointing. There are so many freaking owls. There's tons and tons of owls. There's freaking great horned owls. There's little pygmy owls. There's digger owls. There's all these other kinds of owls. They're freaking spectacled owls. Why did they not draw anything but freaking barn owls? Now, that's now in the description. In the description, it does indeed say they have a wide variety, right? So thankfully it does cover that. I'm just upset that they freaking have two owl in here, and they both made them the same freaking owl. Okay? Disappointing. Yeah, I guess so, but it Cop out, Sea-Slug, cop out. So, Owlin. They're definitely in the like it tier. Now the big question is do they go above or below Aarakocra, right? That's the big question in my opinion. Now, while Aarakocra can have eagle or parrot faces, they still don't get a lot of color, which is like owls. Owls don't get a lot of color, right? However, owls do have the quote unquote ear tufts, right? Ear tufts. So I'm gonna have to put them just above Aarakocra, and it's literally for the certain owls that get ear tufts, right? Like that's the difference. Also, the bespectacled owl. If you've seen the spectacled owl, he is great. He's great.
Lovely.
I actually drew owls. I'll get those up while you talk, Mars.
Yeah, so I do like the Outland. I do think there's lots of potential, again, with variety, the different species of owl on this planet, blah, 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 blah. You've heard it all before. Um, it is very much a example of you get what's on the tin. It's an owl. For me, it's definitely above Aarakocra because I do find owls to be the cooler predator. Like we're talking about something that hunts at night, something that can rotate its head 360. Like these are some cool features that you could play with and have fun with. I don't think it needs to be homebrewed too much to be cool. So that's what's putting it into like it camp for me. However, I'm trying to decide if I like it more than the lion. And while I do think it is cool, I can see myself playing an owlin over the lion. So I think it'll go solidly in this column right here. Nice and homey.
Alrighty, I'm just getting up my owls here very briefly. There's a setting that was made. It's called Humblewood. It's very cute. It's everything's birds and animal folk. Okay, it's very cute. It's with the deck of many things. When it was in freaking playtesting, you could download like a free version, and it was only birds. And so I got, I like did a whole thing where all of the characters turned into birds, and I asked their, I picked which race of bird would best fit them because it depended on what type of bird. And then I just asked them which sort of bird they wanted. So if it was an owl race, I asked them which is their favorite owl, and everything like that. So I gave, I made those, and these are very old. These are like 2019, 2018 age digital art pieces. This is a pygmy owl. Okay, that's him. This is the spectacled owl. He's very dapper. See, yes, John'em, definitely. And then this last one is actually a character later that I got. He was a shifter, but he was the shifter that gets wise. So he's not technically an owl, but he's supposed to have like owl vibes, and he has an owl wing cape that was made after the frickin', why can't I remember? The hawk owl. The hawk owl. That's what it is. There you go. Very nice. There's owls. We got owl stuff. Okay. Moving on.
And that is how cool owls can be.
Yeah, we got lots of owls. We have plasmoids. Plasmoids are amorphous beings with no typical shape. In the presence of other folk, they often adopt a similar shape, but there's little chance of mistaking a plasmoid for anything else. Although most plasmoids are translucent gray, they can alter their color and translucence by absorbing dyes through their pores. So you can see we have a blue one, we have a green one, we have a blob one. Both of these look pretty humanoid. This rat looks in pain. Its mouth is not right. I'm sorry. Space gerbil? Yes, I don't know.
We're not judging the space gerbil.
We're not judging the space gerbil. We're judging the plasmoid. Plasmoid, cool idea. I like that you can be literally any color. Like, it just allows you to be any color, right? Because of just, like, how it is. It's sad that they're in all humanoid shapes, right? They do have the customizability. They do have the customizability. But in the end, they're kind of boring, in my opinion. Because you can't get as detailed as, like, an autognome can, right? Like, you can't get as detailed because they're just sort of goop, right? So they can be a shape, but they're kind of smooth shape, right? They're kind of smooth shape. So I'm going to put it in it's okay under Hadozi.
Yeah, see, I
It's
kind
just
of see
too
this
bland.
as, at least in terms of like if they take on a humanoid shape, this just kind of feels like diet changeling, less detail.
Mm.
Still a cool idea. I do like the idea, which is why I'm not saying it's just okay, because I do see the potential in this. I think I would put it solidly in could be cool. And I would place it probably right above the Aarakocra.
Changeling is my only love it at this very moment, Jamie.
Yeah, I got a couple love it's up here.
Changeling is my only love it. All right. Going forward then, I do know that I have another love it coming up. So.
Onward and upward.
All right. Reborn. Reborn. Some reborn exhibit the scars of fatal ends, their ashen flesh or bloodless veins making it clear that they have been touched by death. Other reborn are marvels of magic or science being stitched together from disparate beings or bearing mysterious minds in manufactured bodies. And as you can see on this left one here, that it sort of has this bone arm that's astral, like phantomy, ghosty projected. Right? The hair is sort of phantasmic. The eye on the left eye is sort of like white and, you know, and fantasy and everything like that. So, looks like Polaroid's race. Makes sense.
I
All
think
right.
it is Polaroid's
I think
race.
it is Polaroid's race indeed. He was reborn. Yes, exactly. So PCM does make the point that reborn starts at any race and then can be, you know, what it is, reborn. So like reborn is X race plus, right? Reborn is again at the bottom of the list just because of the order. Reborn. I like Reborn. I do enjoy it. Yeah. So can Hexblood, so can Dampier. But it's more just like, what did they get, right? So honestly, if I'm thinking about it, Mars, I'm thinking about it as if you got like a human and a human became Dampier, Hexblood, or Reborn. I feel like that's the best way to do it, right? Just to keep it sort of like easy and simple, because you know it's like Reborn Changeling is gonna be like top tier. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no like it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying? So going there. I like Reborn. I do like Reborn. I think Reborn has a lot of cool things going on for it that, like, yeah, it can be mechanical, it can be all this sort of stuff, it can be all this sort of thing. Where did I put Hexblood? Could be cool. That's where I'm going to put it. I'm going to put it just under Hexblood, right above the thing. It could be cool. It doesn't have enough description for me to be like, I have all the brain stuff here right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like everything is coming to me with all this information, but I do think that I could sit long enough and like get some cool vibes. So I'm putting it in could be cool.
I see.
That is true,
Yeah,
PCM.
I'm kind of feeling could be cool because the potential here really lies in what are you being reborn from, and that's the big difference there.
That'd be wild, Alexander.
So I see the potential. I think it's solid. Could be cool. I'm just trying to find the picture.
It's the last one. Very last one.
I see ya. There you are. Oh, I can't make it go up. Why can't I make it go up? Okay, so it's going in it's okay for just now, and then I'm gonna move it up a bit more. I do like it more than the Raven, so I think it'll go comfortably there.
Alrighty. Moving along. Satyrs.
My list has gotten too big, guys.
Yeah, mine was too. Okay, satyrs. Now, this on the right is the new art. This middle one here was the old art. That's just, just for everybody in chat to know. Okay. Very, very vague. Satyrs resemble elves, but they have goat-like legs, cloven hooves, and ram or goat horns. All right, we got a bunch of them. They do have this. A seemingly common through line is they sort of have hairy arms as well. They all sort of seem to have that. They also have tails in every single one of these, which I'm very, very happy with. They do have the little goat tails, so that's a nice little touch. All right, going on. Satyrs. Satyrs difficult. Satyrs got the leggies, right? Satyrs got the leggies. Satyrs got like almost my exact vibe, right? Like Satyrs very, very close. However, I want just turs, right? We talked about tars. I want turs, right? And that's what all my boys are. All my boys are turs, because all of them are essentially like torso, head, human, and then the leggies are the animal. They also got arms. Arms are animal. Some head-related things are animal, right? Like horns and ears and stuff like that. Certain ones have like noses and everything. So it makes it really difficult for me. And because of that, because they are specifically goat only, I have to put satyr in the could be cool. However, they are the toppest tier of could be cool in my opinion, because they just have like, if the one thing was that they could be any animal but a tur, like, love it, love it. Just below changeling, because changeling could be that and more, right? But like, that's all I wanted.
So satyr is an interesting case because I'm pretty sure people are expecting me to say, oh, it's just another fantasy creature that we've seen all the time in many media, so it's more of the same. I actually can't say that because I haven't seen too many satyr like I have minotaur and centaur. So this
It's
one's
just
a little
see
different
Phil.
for me.
It's just Phil.
I do really like the design aspect with the legs and everything.
You better.
So that's very nice. The horns
holds gun
are
to
very
Mars's head.
good. No. You're not holding a gun to my head. And I said yes to other animals.
I know, I was just messing.
However, it is still a solidly okay for me. However, and this is a first, Bugbear loses its first place in the it's okay category.
It's okay category.
Been bumped down. So satyr takes first place in it's okay.
All right. Moving righto along. We have the sea elf. Yeah. This one gets a specific second thing because it has a specific second listing compared to elf. However, it has no description of what it looks like, so all you have to go is this one really sad picture. And what I gotta say is I am so upset that the sea elf looks sadder than the frickin' water genasi. Okay?
That is
I'm disappointed.
Wow.
See, Sea Slug Triton is actually way better in the end. When we get to Triton, it's impressive. Yeah, it's got the waves in the hair.
Depressing.
That's literally it. It's got slightly, clawed hands. It's got webbed hands. It's got webbed hands. But he's blue. He's a blue elf with pointed ears and webbed hands. Okay, he doesn't even got gills. You can't even give this man gills, right? Oh my God, Jonathan, fuck. I can't. Oh God, Jonathan, that came for me. That came for me. Jesus Christ. I don't even know, PCM. It's weird. No, they are Rixander. And you know what? And that makes them incredibly unfortunate, in my opinion, that they are just blue elves. They're just blue water-breathing elves. And that puts them exactly wherever they belong, in boring, right below elves, because they're just blue elves. They're honestly worse than elves. They have less distinction than elves.
This is really sad for me because I played a sea elf and I love his design. So this is a case where I am just so
This is another I did you dirty by making them cool.
This is water genasi all over again. Like, how dare you do my boy
and the
dirty
Fearbulk,
like this?
And the Fearbulk.
And the Fearbulk. Yes, it's just missed opportunity left and right. I'm like, I see what they were going for. I get it. Maybe they didn't want the wavy hair because, I don't know, drag as he's swimming through the water. I will say the algae hair, like the speckling, like algae on a rock, That's good. That's a nice touch, but everything else is just so bland and so boring.
We
It's
have 12
going
left,
next.
Cinder.
It is literally going next to half elf. It's going a step above because it's blue, and that is the only reason. There's not much saving this guy.
So, whoops. So this is the sea elf that I did for Mars. All right. And well, it is still just, you know, blue. It's not like it's got
He
like
is
fins or
blue,
anything
and
going
he
on or
is
anything
still
like
an
that.
elf.
The ear fins are just
The ear
better
fin.
than just ears, right? Like
Yeah.
that's it. That's it. That
And
one little extra thing,
sometimes that's what you
just a little
need.
better.
'Cause
Just a little better.
I was like, I have a sea elf. What
All
can I
right.
do to make him of the sea?
We got. Yeah, exactly.
Well, maybe
Sea slug,
that was the
exactly.
reason sea slug. Maybe they didn't do that because they didn't want people to confuse the
It's
two.
just unfortunate though. It's just unfortunate
It's just
though.
one of them suffers.
Exactly, Jamie. Ear fins are dope as fuck. All right, Shatterkai. This is another type
All
of
right,
elf.
come on, guys. We're on the last line.
The Shatterkai have ashen skin tones, and while they're in the Shadowfell, they also become wizened, reflecting the somber nature of that gloomy plane. We got this one example. They got very pale skin. They got white hair. Looks upset. Okay? It's got slightly better ears than the default elf. I will give them that because it is slightly longer, slightly nicer, slightly better. Oh, Jamie, that's the fucking shit. Yes, please,
That's
hunty.
literally it.
Okay. We're going here. Shatterkai. Again, literally lamer elves. Lamer elves. You know what? I like their aesthetic slightly more than blue elf. Okay? Because at least you got a bit more going on. I don't know what it is. It just hurts my soul that sea elf is just blue. At least this one is like, I could be kind of gray. I could, you know, ashen, right? Ashen can be a bit more than I'm just blue. I don't know. Kind of not great. Kind of not feeling it. The sea elf also probably just, it upsets me, right? Like, it just upsets me that it's
Literally
like,
what I
here's
was
a
thinking,
cool
Cinder.
place. Like, here's cool aquaticness, and you chose disappointment, right? So, boring. It's just another elf, but less changes.
Yeah,
Yet I love the Blue Man group, Alexander. I love the Blue Man group, so I don't know.
like I'm of a similar mindset because like looks cool in the art. I'll give it that. The art does look cool, and white hair is always a vibe, but there's nothing else to it. So you know what? It's going in okay, right next to the other white-haired person, but it gets put above because at least there's pointed ears.
Ah, I
But
see, I
again, glorified human.
see. Okay, we get Shifter now. Shifters are similar to humans in height and build, but are typically more flexible, more lithe and flexible. Their facial features have a bestial cast, often with large eyes and pointed ears. Most shifters also have prominent canine teeth. They grow fur-like hair on nearly every part of their body. While a shifter's appearance might remind an onlooker of an animal, they clearly remain identifiable as shifters even when at their most feral. Most shifters resemble a particular kind of lycanthrope. This is very simple for me. Shifters upset me. Shifter, you know, we were talking about, you know, shit being like Wish tiefling, right? Walmart brand, off-brand tiefling, right? This is off-brand werewolf. This is off-brand, you know, wear anything. And that upsets me because I don't want to be this. I want to be aware. Okay? I want to be aware. That's what I want. Exactly. It's the Walmart wear. I could be aware, Anteater Sea Slug. I could be aware, Anteater. Why would I want to be a shifter where, you know, like all I wanted was the shifter to be wares, right? That they had it. They could have had it. They could have had their cake. I could have eaten it too. And they just petered out. They just pissed off too soon, right? Like it was just like I can be a weredeer. Why can't I be? There is no reason I can't be a weredeer. He's like, there's nothing holding me back from being a weredeer. And this is sad. And so I put shifters solidly in the top tier of could be cool. Because I want them to be like my personal idea of what a shifter should be is everything I want in life. It's everything I want in life, and they took it away from me. And so that's where it belongs.
I'm gonna piss Ori off with this decision. I like shifter. Like, just from that description, okay, I am probably going to contradict myself,
That's
but what
true,
are we if
Xander.
not walking contradictions? Where I have said, go all the way or don't go at all. This, for me, is a good balance between still kind of human, but still just interesting enough. Like, it barely makes it, but it still crosses the line for me. Like, again, the way I look at this is like, how interesting is it to me, and how likely am I to play something like this? I want to put it solidly in the like category. I think it's going above elf, but definitely below all the animal options. Because not a true animal, but it's coming very close.
The animal in me. All right. We continue on. It's the speed run time. Simic hybrid. Okay. Simic hybrid. A hybrid's biological enhancements can change its appearance drastically, though most hybrids retain their basic physical form. All are augmented with characteristics of animals, mostly aquatic reptilian or amphibian creatures. These include crab claws, squid tentacles, wings or fins like those of a manta ray, translucent or camouflaged skin, or shark-like maws filled with sharp teeth. Got a bunch of different options here. We got very blue guy with the crab claws that are kind of like a second arm set. He's got these cool markings on him. We have electric dude that looks confused as to why he's here, and I don't know what's going on here. With this, I don't know exactly what's growing out of him. Something. And then we got my favorite, which is the one I'm partially covering, which is this one here with these speckles, these spots, these little like constant looking wave texture over them, but the manta ray sort of fins coming off of it in like a fin tail cloak built in. It's, what year is it? 23. So Simic hybrid. This is something I won't. I don't know. This is just lo-fi hip hop. Birds are trash tier. No birds, so trash tier. I see. This is one that I don't say very often. We have a table member who loves Simic hybrids. He has played them twice. And he probably would play them every time if we wouldn't shame him so much about how much we do, about how much he does. This is one of those cases where I am saddened by the blandness of these guys. They could be so cool looking. But no, sad. He's got like gills, and he's got the little like tendrily hair skin that allows him to climb on walls, but doesn't really want it to be shown. He doesn't want to be like fluffy or something in a weird way. It's just very sad. He's got no patterning, got no nothing. It makes me upset. Simic hybrids, I like them. They're fun. They're cool.
No, we're
they
not
don't
roasting
got
the art.
the
Now we're
leggies.
roasting a table member.
I'll do it though when I can. They look hot. I will say the one I drew recently, smash. Okay, smash.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not what I want a Simic hybrid to be, right? He's above Autonome, below Grung in the I like it. Roast
Yeah,
this thing. I love Neffy's design. Neffy's what I
honestly-
want ASMR to be.
I honestly really like this one. There's a lot of potential here, a lot to work with. I think for me, it's going right above. I believe this was Hexblood here.
Is the
If I-
purpley one?
Yeah, if I can
Yeah,
get him
that
in
one.
there. There he goes.
Okay. This is
Struggling for a bit.
This is the Simic hybrid I did. Again, smash. No doubt here. Smash. However, this pattern is not from being a Simic hybrid. That's from being cursed. He's got gills. He's got pointy teeth. Got kind of ears. You don't like how he's looking at you? I gave him claws. But, it could be better. Could be better, right? Could be better. Could be cooler. That's what I'm gonna say. But it's a smash, there's no question there. I literally I drew that character and I drew him for a second time because I like the original. And I literally texted Mars and I messaged Mars and I was like, Mars, you ever just feel like your art style's improvement is just now making every character hot? Right?
Now it's
like
sexy.
that's what it is, right? That's what
Sexy.
it is. It's just what has happened to me. All right. Tabaxi. Tabaxi's appearance is as varied as their attitudes. Some tabaxi have features or patterning in their fur, like tigers, jaguars, or other big cats, while others have the appearances more like a house cat. Still, others have unique patterns or might style their fur to their preferences, or might even be hairless. Meme race? Well, I gotta say, I really like Tabaxi a lot. They have to be higher than Leonin, no, like just by default, because there's just so much more
Because
option.
more cat options.
There's just so much more option, right? There's just so much more option, and have to be higher than that. I gotta put them higher than Simic hybrid because leggy tail, like the options are here. Okay, we're going above Harangon, below our cocker, because again, feathers are better than fur. We just sort of keep coming back to that mantra that I got going on here. And yeah. Tabaxi got the variety, they got the sizes, they got the pattern, they got the leggies, got the tail, they got the ears, they got everything.
All.
It's great. Grenade. Alright.
Honestly, I'm of a very similar mindset. Definitely a like it for me. Again,
Cinder's
has
here.
to
Hello.
be above Lion because, more cat options to choose from. And again, so many cats on this planet. That would be one I'd personally really enjoy. It's getting dropped off here for now because I can't scroll up. But I would put it in second place in the like it category.
Oh.
Tabaxi are cool. I like them.
You know what? I'm
Tabaxi are
upset.
very-
Where's my dog race? If we got Tabaxi, where's my dog race? That's all I'm
You are
saying.
waiting.
I'll tell you where it is.
Non-existent in my
Probably
dreams.
in Pathfinder.
It is in Pathfinder. It is fucking in Pathfinder. Don't
There you
even
go.
joke.
I joke. Every joke has a kernel of truth.
Okay. Mhm.
The only Can I tell you my thoughts about Tabaxi before
Yeah.
we move on? Also, hi chat. What's up, nerds? I love Tabaxi from a mechanical perspective as well as an aesthetic perspective. The only times I've ever had Tabaxis in games that I ran, they were very annoying. Like, I'm not sure if it was the
really?
players or the characters, but it was consistently characters that I, as a dungeon master, struggled to get
Interesting.
behind.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All right. Next we have 3 Kreen. 3 Kreen have insectile features and 2 pairs of arms. Their bodies are encased in a protective chitin. They can alter the coloration of this carapace to blend in with their natural surroundings. All right.
3
don't-
Kreen.
3 Kreen.
I hardly know Kreen.
Okay.
Sorry.
I based on what chat is telling me, I think they will be very, very happy with my decision here. And my decision here, it's not grenade. Grenade.
These legs.
You're this close. This close. All right. Yes, Kreen indeed. Chat, I think is going to like this. Chat, 3 Kreen goes second tier, love it. Now, hear me out. They got the leggies. They got any color you want, in any pattern you want, whenever, however, whoever you want. Okay?
Whenever, however.
Third thing. Iridescence. Amazing. Fourth thing. Second set of arms, guys. Second set of arms. Second set of arms. Second set of arms. And finally, if you can't have horns, get antennas. Done. Done. Mic drop. Bam.
If you can't
So-
have horns, get antennas.
Yes. Good
No,
life advice.
It's good life. It's great life advice.
See,
You know
this
what?
one,
Doesn't matter.
it's not a full-on love it for me, but I do really like it because I see all the potential. There's so much you could do with this design. It's really inviting of creative ideas. So it will go solidly in the like it. I do think that it's going below seismic hybrid. But don't get me wrong, I still really enjoy it.
See, that's what I want, Rexander. That's what I want. All right. A Grievous Fest against 3 Queen out on Neffy? What? Because I can't make it. I can't just add a tier higher, unfortunately. Like, I can't just do it. Okay? If you've ever used Tier Maker, it's unfortunate. It's not particularly great. Okay? Like, it needs a little assistance. All right, moving on. Tiefling. Tieflings are derived from human bloodlines, and in the broadest possible sense, they still look human. However, their infernal heritage has left a clear imprint on their appearance. Tieflings have large horns that take any variety of shapes, some curling horns like a ram, others have straight and tall horns like a gazelle's, and some spiral upward like an antelope's. They have thick tails, 4 to 5 feet long, which lash out and coil around their legs when they get upset or nervous. Their canine teeth are sharply pointed, and their eyes are solid colored black, red, white, silver, or gold, with no visible sclera or pupil. Well, that's not how that works. Their whole sclera would have been that color. That's how it works. You have to. The sclera is the most important part.
Somebody didn't study.
Their skin tones cover the full range of human coloration, but also include various shades of red. Their hair, cascading down from behind their horns, is usually dark, from black to brown, or dark red, blue, or purple. Okay, now we got some people in here that are saying putting Tiefling top tier is a cop-out. And I gotta say, I ain't doing that. I agree. Someone said
that?
they got the same problem as ASMR, right? They got the same problem as ASMR. I have so Tiefling in the like scheme of what the community wants, what I want, the vibe is there, right? This Tiefling is not that. I don't want to. Who wants human skin colored Tiefling? Yeah. Who wants it? Nobody. Okay. I don't only want red Tiefling. Give me any rainbow color Tiefling. Okay. Why? There's no hooves. The hooves are not in there. The claws are not in there. I want to have the leggies for days. I don't want the humany leggies. They're sad. They're unfortunate. Okay? I don't want them. Third thing. We're going, here's the third thing. Third thing is they specifically state, and as you could see in the art, that the hair comes from behind the horns. Do you know what that means? That means that the horns all start at the brow bone. We can't have cool horns in the back, in the side, from the cheeks. We can't have the beautiful options. You do not understand how much I am gesturing right now. So, unfortunately, Tieflings, as they are in game, are the highest tier of could be cool, but are not what I want. They're not it, Chief.
Yeah. Honestly, again, and I know I've been saying this a lot the last hour or so, but I feel very similar because Ori, it was you who turned me on to Tiefling, saying, well, here's all the cool shit you could have. Don't pay attention to that horrible base design.
Yeah.
That's just the way to start out. Very, very similar mindset to me. I don't think I could put it at the top of could be cool, just because Fire Genasi, very good, and I also didn't know Goblin could look the way it does. So it's going solidly below Goblin. Still
Mm.
pretty high though.
Mhm.
Still pretty high.
Mhm.
Where did Goblin land on your guys' lists?
Goblin
Goblin
is
for
in.
me landed in could be cool.
Yeah, I have could be cool. About mid tier could be cool. I'm at
Second
about mid
place
tier
could be cool.
All right. Next we got Tortle, Master Oogway. Turtles exhibit the same range of coloration and patterns found amongst turtles, and many turtles enjoy adorning their shells in distinctive ways. Now I'm kind of upset that there wasn't really a lot of adornment here. We got backpack, and we got one little strap. Kinda
Well,
Kinda
that does
sad.
not compare to the art I have seen.
Kinda disappointing. No, exactly. Very disappointing. Now, guess. I would love for Chet to guess which left or right is the old art versus the new art. That's the fun
I'm gonna
thing.
say right, old, left, new.
All right, that's Mars' thing. But yeah, we'll move on. We'll Chet guesses.
I know the answer, so I'm not
Oh
gonna
yeah,
guess.
I would hope you know the answer, Cinder.
Why would you hope
Left is
such a
new.
thing?
Cause you're like doing D&D stuff all the time.
I'm
Yeah,
literally
left
doing
is
D
new.
stuff right now.
Left is new. Left looks like it was made in Blender, which I don't enjoy,
Left
if I'm being honest. It was kind of
Too
weird.
clean,
Bring that
if
picture up
that
again.
makes sense.
Bring that picture up again.
One more time. All right.
Also, Ori, I sent you a DM, but I'm just gonna say it now in front of your fucking audience. This is a very solid PowerPoint you put
Thank
together.
you. Thank you. You should have seen the Ace Attorney one as
Oh,
well.
it was glorious.
Nah, listen, I love you guys, but we don't need to agree on all things. And Ace Attorney is one of those things that I'm happy to appreciate that you guys appreciate it.
From a distance.
Yeah, I don't need to like Ace Attorney. I like that you like Ace Attorney.
It's very true, PCM, it does.
That's fair.
But yeah, I think left turtle looks like it was made in Blender, and right turtle actually looks like textured. I don't know.
Can I
just
say
looks
something
too
controversial?
You like the left one better?
No.
Oh.
I would say that the left one looks like it was AI generated.
Oh my god. Okay,
Doesn't
Cinder.
it? Doesn't
Cinder.
it have an AI generated vibe to it? Like everything's just
Can
a
I-
little wonky and
can
sort of
I-
jarbled looking.
Can I say
Like the
there
one on the
has
right
been
looks
so much
cleaner.
art in this entire thing that just is like slightly off enough where it's like this was almost nearly AI generated.
Yeah. Isn't it?
Like
It's
it's,
a-
not.
isn't-
I
isn't
don't
it
know
a-
about this one. I don't know about this one.
No,
but there's a
I don't think
couple
it- I
other
don't-
ones.
no, I don't think it was.
Character
There's things you can. There's
feels
also
AI the most.
there's things you can look for, like it's the hands.
The hands and the feet. Yeah.
And
no,
also
definitely.
like general like there's always little weird details that are like a little bit off, but like the one
Yeah.
on the right is so clean. An
Yeah,
illustration.
exactly. That one's like blurred. It's kind of odd. It's kind of off. This is not bashing on the turtles grenade. This is specifically art right now. However,
I love the turtles. Turtles are one of my favorite races to be in D&D.
now
They're fun.
there is a lot of option for turtles, right? It could be any turtle. That's a big
Snapping.
deal. Alligator snapping, leatherback, regular sea turtle,
those
box
ones,
turtle,
those ones with the weird little long
painted
noses.
turtle. Yeah, all of these things. Very, very, very option. Very, very good.
Ninja,
It gives good options.
ninja.
This definitely goes solidly into like it. I will put it above Leonin but below Autognome because it has a lot more options than Leonin.
Dude, Leonin is boring AF.
It has a lot
not
more
gonna
options
lie.
than Leonin, but you know, there's only
Leonin
so
is
many
boring.
turtles, right? I have
Boring is
Loxodon down
Leonin.
here. Grenade in boring, but high boring. Go on,
Really?
Mars. Yeah.
Okay. So I do like Tortle. I've seen a lot of fan art of Tortles, and at least in the ones I've seen, they always take on this kind of like always have stuff hanging off their back,
All right, John.
all these odds and ends, which is just a really nice aesthetic. There's also plenty of turtles to choose from as well. So I think this is going to end up very close to the other reptiles slash lizards I have placed. I still like the poison dart frog the most though, so it's going right under that. It's a solid 4th place in like it.
It's less that we're ignoring jokes, and it's more that this has gone on much
Yeah,
for an hour and a half longer
guys,
than I wanted it to.
We don't want to be up until 2 a.m. We really don't.
Really, really close. All
No,
right.
they're not. They're just. Like I
It's
shouldn't.
more
Even,
Jotum.
I'm just taking up space. and
No,
making
no.
it take longer.
You're fine.
I know I'm
we
fine,
we would
but I also
take
kn-
long no matter what.
I know the context that makes it so there's less. Hey, let's spend 5 minutes talking about the same joke Cinder makes every fucking day.
All
Yeah.
right, all right. Triton. We mentioned Triton earlier. Tritons are amphibious people at home in the water, but mobile on dry land. Their bodies are covered in fine scales that range from yellowish green through shades of blue to deep purple. Their heads are crowned with prominent crests, and fins sprout from their forearms, calves, and shoulders. Their digits are webbed, allowing them to swim as quickly as they can run. So now, the right one was the original art for it. They didn't encompass all the things that they talked about. However, you get to the left
Not at
one,
all.
you get to the mid ones, top tier stuff going on, right?
The mid
Top tier
ones
stuff.
are doing it for me.
It's top tier stuff. Okay, we got the head fins, we got the arm fins, we got the scales, you know, we got all this sort of stuff going on. We got the face fins, we got the ear fins. Okay, we're going ham. They brought it hard on that one. So, Tritons. They're definitely unlike it. I think they're just above but Simic Hybrid. Okay, they're above Simic Hybrid. But they don't have the leggies. Grung at least have leggies, right? So they don't have the leggies, so they have to be below Grung. That's where we're going.
I gotta say, this one, literally, that middle art sold me. This is a love it.
Oh
I
dang.
absolutely love that you can have all these
I'd love it,
different
Sea Slug.
elements going on. The head crest, the fins, you can have a fin coming off the head crest, the spines. Like, this is such a good vibe, but it also conveys a warrior aesthetic. Like, this is how you do fantasy. This is a very solid love it. Do I love it more than steampunk? Oh, I love aquatic stuff. Do I love it more than the Four Seasons concept? I think I do, just because it's a little cooler than that. It's going in a solid third place. A
Alrighty.
very solid third place.
Well, that's just very not true, Cthulhu. But thank you for joining. All right. I also don't make money off this, so it really doesn't matter. Even if it was, who cares?
Not at all.
All right. We have the Vedalken. Vedalken are tall and slender, standing almost a head taller than humans on average, but weighing about the same. Their hairless skin comes in a range of shades of blue. Their eyes are darker shades of blue or violet. They lack external ears, their noses are broad and flat, and they are partially amphibious.
Why do they look like the Avatar Na'vi?
But worse. Because the Na'vi have hair, and the Na'vi have patterning. Okay? I'm sorry. If somebody likes Vedalken for their looks, I'm sorry for you. I'm very sorry. They're boring. I find them incredibly and horribly boring. Now, they got blue skin. They are the Blue Man group. If I had to give the Blue Man group a D&D race, it would be Vedalken. Okay? Would be Vedalken. They're better. But at this point, I don't even know. I don't think this is a weird thing to say. I don't think they're better than humans in the boring category because they got nothing.
Really?
They got nothing going on. At least with a human, I can customize. Right? At least with the human, I can customize. Vedalken, I get no hair. Vedalken, I get no hair. I get blue, and that's it. That's it. They do have the flat noses and everything, but I could be that with a human. I could choose that with a human. To be honest, in my opinion, I could choose that with 90% of the other things, right? You know, it's just sad.
Good night, Johnum.
Good night, Johnum.
Bucka bucka bucka.
We will.
Indeed.
Well, Cthulhu, I will be surprised if they decide that my PowerPoint is what they want to use, where I bash the art that they have chosen. That's all I'm gonna say. All right.
I know we're not the first to do it.
Definitely not.
Yeah, this one is just literally first words out of my mouth were it's a Navi from Avatar, which, looked cool, but this one it's just not working for me. I don't know if I'd put it in boring, but I think I would put it at the very well, maybe not even the tail end, because the Minotaur is still the most okay-ish for me. I'm putting him next to Kratos from God of War.
A customs agreement? I don't know if that works if we're in America, though. I don't know how copyright works. I ain't trying to mess with it. I don't really
You can
care.
always ask Dylan
Yeah, I can.
later.
If they really, really want this PowerPoint, though, they can have it. It took me like an hour. All right. Let's get the true Verdun. Okay, I think I have the same one, Seaslick, but thank you. I did manage to find this one apparently. I think it's like old enough. Nah, no worries. I think it's old. This is the official artwork, Xander. This is again one of those sort of like it's not really a whole everybody accepts it. Sort of, book like the Grung and everything. So this is the Verdun. Their skin was turned the color of jade and their blood began to flow black. Their ears grew pointed. Male Verdun typically have little to no hair, while females have short shocks of wiry hair that they try to tame into a variety of styles. The color of any Verdun's hair, skin, and eyes can transform from their original jade tones to pale white, deep ebony, or any other shade in between. A Verdun's ears also undergo numerous spontaneous alterations over their lifetime, from the typical range of point and peak seen among the elves to huge ears that sweep back from the head like wings, and which are often pierced behind the head with a single ring to keep them from flapping about. As you can see on the left, one crouching down, that's sort of the peeled back sort of thing. The short little child one looks like he has the sort of elf ears, etc. Sitting with
it's chilling with us, Grenade. We're all a group over here.
It is. You're chilling. All right. Verdun. They're right. They don't got a lot of cool stuff going on. They're greens. They did have a nice variety of greens there. They definitely have cooler ears. I'll put them above Gnome, but below Hobgoblin in the it's okay. They do got some cool thing going on, but Hobgoblin have at least like pointy mouths and stuff.
So
like on top of
this is interesting for sure. I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
No, you're good.
Okay, I thought I did. I kind of like that the ears can be pinned back like that. It's such a tiny detail, but man, does it kind of make a difference. I'm going to put it in the solidly could be cool because I think if you have the imagination for it, you can make this really cool. However, it is going at the very bottom because there's not really too much else that's pushing it beyond that, unfortunately.
No, it's definitely a cool lore sea slug. I did read their lore a little bit, but like aesthetics wise, it's kind of mid. It's okay. Warforged. Warforged are formed from a blend of organic and inorganic materials. Root-like cords infused with alchemical fluid serve as their muscles, wrapped around framework of steel, dark wood, or stone. Armored plates form a protective outer shell and reinforce joints. Warforged share a common facial design with a hinged jaw and crystal eyes embedded beneath a reinforced brow ridge. Beyond these common elements of Warforged design, the precise materials and build of a Warforged vary based on the purpose for which it was designed. This one's a bit tough, in my opinion. A little bit tough. I don't enjoy they all have the same face shape. Not a fan. I want my Warforged to look like whoever I want him to look like. However,
Yeah, like
it
how do you make your
does
character feel unique?
essentially let me make it any body setup that I want. Right. So it could have the leggies, is what I'm trying to say here. It could have the leggies. And because of that, I'm going to end up where it's sort of like the art, the fandom has made Warforged very cool. Dylan played as a dragon, like a Dragonborn-esque Warforged, so he was very dragon-like and everything like that. So I did like that, but that's not technically allowed because he didn't have the same face. So I'm gonna put him in could be cool under Satyr over Hexblood because, well, armor and stuff is nice. I honestly hate drawing mech-related things, mechanical-related things. I absolutely despise it. It is not enjoyable for me 90% of the time. It's just how my lot in life is. Not that I don't like how it looks, but that is like a factor. So that's why it goes there specifically.
This, for me personally, I think it's a case of I like the concept a lot more than I like the execution, which is rather unfortunate because I do think it's a good concept. I just think it's, I've kind of seen this design before. And unless you're homebrewing it, like, you're stuck with it. So this is going solidly in could be cool. It's going to be fourth to last. It's still above the Raven, but just barely.
Alrighty. Now, last but certainly not least, we have the
Oh my god, last one.
Yuan-Ti. A new people who mix
It really
characteristics
does
of
stand there.
humans and snakes. Blessed with resistance to magical and poisonous effects by rituals that created them, each of these Yuan-Ti manifest their serpent-like heritage in a variety of ways. A forked tongue, snake eyes, a snake-like nose, or some other ophidian characteristic. So the left one has the snake eyes, the scales. The right one has some scales going on. Definitely the eyes, definitely the fangs, definitely the forked tongues, and all that sort of stuff going on. Yuan-Ti. I played a Yuan-Ti. I did play a Yuan-Ti when it was like very important what race you played mechanic wise, right? So I didn't pick him because of the aesthetics, I will say. I picked him because he had +2 in charisma. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Yuan-Ti purebloods. Now I'm not upset with how he looks, right? But he's not like incredibly crazy wild or anything like that. And that's what I have about the Yuan-Ti, right? Is there's nothing in it. They all have like very subtle features, right? It's very subtle. You get scales, you get fangs, you get forked tongue, you get eyes. Like none of them are like bam in your face sort of thing, right? So I'm putting them in they're okay. And they're I'm gonna put them below above half orc, below plasmoid. I do like the scales, like the idea of having scales more than just plain skin that's colored in tusks. So that's my whole thing.
Alrighty. Well, for me, this is very similar to Shifter, except instead of it being furry, it's scaly. So this, again, very similar to Shifter. I feel like it's a good balance between still humanoid, but different enough that it could be eye-catching. Now it comes down to a matter of which do I prefer, scales or fur? And I think that depends on the vibe you're going for. I do think that this is going above Shifter. Because with Shifter, we got a lot of fur going on. We do got the eyes, we do got the face shape. But with this one, we got not only scales and eyes, we also got tongue and fangs. Like, there's a few more subtle elements here. And while it's not in your face, I will still take what I can get. And I do quite like it.
All right. And with that, everybody, oh god, this is our tier list. I'm gonna
Yes.
choke on nothing.
It's a fantastic tier list. You should be really.
These are the
listen,
tier
you
lists.
guys are fantastic. You should be proud of yourselves.
We're definitely proud. I'm gonna save
I'm
it,
saving this. We
and
should
I'm gonna
post
put
it
it.
in our Discord.
I am.
I have to log
you
into
should.
my tier list profile. No, I don't. Leave me alone.
Oh no, you might just want to screenshot it then.
No, it is letting me download. I don't know
Oh,
why
okay.
it wants me to log into my profile.
Very
I'm
interesting.
not doing that.
But I'm sorry that we definitely didn't get to do anything else but tier list today. It
Well,
does work out that
It kind of sort of works out because we're not doing D&D this week.
Yeah,
So we do
don't
still
have
have our
Pathfinder
story
this week.
save for next week.
Yes, which I already wrote out, so that means it's all ready.
Brilliant.
Very nice. So, with that,
I'm
thank
looking at our
you
two
all.
lists and I'm blown away by both how different and how similar they are.
yeah, it's very wild. I honestly I
So
didn't
funny.
realize I would have only 2 Lovets, but such is life. Because the big thing, because all of the races that I love to play IRL are not canonically what I want them to be. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if they're whatever I want them to be, freaking like ASMR would be love it, Tiefling would be love it, Tiefling would be love it, you know, like a lot more would be love it. But a lot in the could be cool would have ended up as love it, but they're just not exactly what I want. All right. Great guys, thanks for hanging out. That's it for
thanks
this
for
week.
Joining. Thanks for sticking around. I know we went on a long time tonight. but
Next
you
week
guys are troopers.
Really though, really. Everybody's like almost everybody's here still, so great job. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, PCM, no noof. I really wanted to, but it is 20 to 2 a.m. and I am
I can't.
dying.
I am dead on my feet.
So thank you everybody for hanging out. We will be posting these in the Discord. Yeah, we hope to see you guys all next
Give you an
week.
excuse, please, Lug.
And then yeah, for PCM telling us about the horrible things that they've put Noof through, and again our Pathfinder session. Until then, guys, have a great weekend. See you next week. Bye.
See you then.